Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was trained by Minerva? Sorry for late update. It's part 3 and last episode. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video.
Hey, don't skip. Give me your 15 seconds.
No.
I've launched my official Patreon, and you will find exclusive 18+ stories there. But why not here?
I don't know.
Because of community guidelines. But there are many stuffs that I want to share with you all regarding Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku that I can't share here. Please join our Patreon to find spicy, 18+ and unique story. Now enjoy.
The day after Amelia was named Minister of Magic, Harry and Minerva went to the Burrow for lunch to talk with Molly and Arthur. When they arrived, the couple was waiting for them in the kitchen, a meal set out on the table. Molly got up and pulled Harry into a tight hug, one that he received gratefully. As she pulled back, he saw the tears in her eyes. "I'm so sorry we didn't do more to help you. We should have taken you in as soon we realized those people weren't taking proper care of you," she said, pain and regret heard clearly in her voice. "It's not your fault, Mrs. Weasley, and there wasn't much you could do," he replied. "Besides, I know how hard you tried to convince Dumbledore to get me out of there earlier every single summer, but he didn't listen. That's on him, not you. When did you get so wise all of a sudden?" she asked jokingly, wiping the tears from her face. Harry laughed. "I spent too much time around Minerva. Yes, she tends to have that effect on people." She laughed with him as they walked over to the table to sit down. Minerva and Arthur greeted Molly and Harry respectively once they reached the table before all four of them sat down to eat. "I'm sure you can already guess, but we've spent quite a bit of time thinking and have come to the realization that Dumbledore does not have your best interests at heart, Harry. He treats you like a weapon instead of a person, and I will no longer sit by and let it happen," Molly said after a moment of silence. "Me either," Arthur confirmed. "His obsessive need to control you is concerning. In fact, he has an obsessive need to control this war and how it proceeds. He doesn't seem to be fighting this war effectively, and his actions in the last one failed to prevent more innocent lives from being lost. I lost 2 of my brothers during the last war, and now I can't help but think that Dumbledore could have prevented that," Molly added. "So whatever you two have planned, we will no longer support that man." "Thank you," Harry and Minerva replied gratefully. They looked at each other before beginning to tell Arthur and Molly about what they had been working on. Harry made sure to accept responsibility for her children, hiding the fact that they had been training, but they were quick to forgive him. Though neither wanted any of their children to have to fight in the war, they realized they wouldn't be able to stop them from supporting Harry, not after everything he'd done for their family. At least they were being taught by some of the best witches and wizards in the country. After making sure both of them knew occlumency, they informed them about the horcruxes and Operation Tomb. Molly cried hard when she figured out that Dumbledore had planned on using Harry as a sacrifice, pulling him into another tight hug. "I can't believe you tried to throw your life away like that. As if it means nothing," Molly cried. "And to think you spent almost your whole life with a piece of that monster inside of you, and he did nothing to get rid of it," Arthur said, his tone icy. "I was upset as well when I became aware of that," Minerva remarked, a hint of anger in her tone. "At least now I have a way to get it out of me," Harry said placatingly. "Yes, thanks to Samina," Minerva said. "Is there anything we can do to help at the moment?" Molly asked once she calmed down some. "Amelia asked if you would meet with her today about helping her in the ministry, Arthur," Minerva noted, having been told to pass the message earlier today. "And you can come over to the manor anytime, Mrs. Weasley. I'm sure there's plenty you can help us with there," Harry suggested. "In fact, Charlie's told me that you're really good at healing magic. We already have Poppy helping us, but we could always use more help. And Susan seems to have an affinity for it as well. You could teach her what you know." Both agreed to their suggestions, grateful to have something useful to do. Harry and Minerva made sure to tell them not to quit the order until after Dumbledore was ousted as headmaster before they left. The Hoods had decided it was best for all still in the order, except Tonks, to wait until then to resign to avoid rousing any more suspicion than necessary. Tonks quit ahead of them since Dumbledore had already seen her with Harry at the Gaunt meeting. She had been quite satisfied after sending off the letter with her resignation from the Order to him. While Harry and Minerva had their meeting, Fleur was having a long overdue talk with Bill. She met with him for lunch in a Muggle restaurant in the middle of London. They were getting their food to go, so they could talk somewhere private. Once they had both given their orders, Fleur broached the subject they'd been avoiding for the past few weeks. "Bill, there is something I need to tell you, and I ask that you give me a chance to explain before you make any decisions," she said. "If you're trying to tell me you want to see other people, please don't. I promise I'll talk to my mother and get her to stop bad-mouthing you and start respecting you. I've even gotten us an apartment where we can live instead to give us some privacy," Bill pleaded. When she'd first moved out of the Burrow, he'd thought she needed some time to herself. But after a few weeks went by and she hadn't returned, he started to get worried that she was going to leave him. They had seen each other, of course, but not as much as they used to. "That is not what this is about," she stated. "Zuff, we do need to have a talk with your mother about her problems with me. I need to apologize to her for my behavior as well." "It's not? Then what is this about? Why haven't you come back yet? And where have you been staying?" Bill asked suspiciously. There was a pause in their conversation as they received their food. Bill led them to a secluded area in the nearby park, warding it off before they sat down. Fleur had spread the blanket out for them to sit on, their food placed in between them as they sat across from each other. She took a deep breath before she began explaining her problems with Dumbledore and Tonks' proposition to her. Then she told them about Harry's talk with her and the others and her decision to help him. Remembering Tonks's warning, she didn't talk about any of their plans just yet, waiting until she knew his reaction first. She also didn't mention any of the others that were at the meeting or part of the Hoods by name. Zenny offered a room in his manor, so I decided to stay here, Fleur concluded. "I didn't mean to stay so long, but I have been very busy helping him and his work." Bill sat back, unsure about what to do. He didn't understand why she had a problem with the headmaster. After all, he was the leader of the Light and the one who stopped Grindelwald. He wasn't perfect, but he wouldn't intentionally hurt anyone. If Bill was honest with himself, he believed Harry was more of a problem than anyone else. After an uncomfortable silence, he finally spoke up. "You really believe him about Dumbledore and everything?" Fleur replied back firmly and without hesitation. "I do. I need time to think about this." He paused for a moment. "What else aren't you telling me?" "I can't tell you until you make your decision. They are sensitive matters, I'm afraid." "You aren't doing anything dangerous, are you?" Fleur gave him a strange look. "It is a war, Bill. Danger is unavoidable, but that doesn't mean you have to fight in it. You didn't have this problem when I was part of the Order? Because Dumbledore was in charge then. What is that supposed to mean?" Fleur's tone was dangerous, but Bill ignored the warning sign. "I'm just saying you should be careful. Harry has a habit of getting people hurt or killed. Plus, he's still a kid with no real experience leading anyone. He doesn't know what he's doing. How could you say that after he saved your sister and your phasers' lives? Because he also put Ron in danger several times. Ron chose to help him because they are friends. And Harry never went looking for trouble. He was always dragged into it. He's a trouble magnet, and I don't trust him to keep you safe. I will not abandon him. Not after he saved my sister's life without any regard to his safety. Not when he was the first person outside of my family to see me for who I am, and not as the stereotypes of my race. He is my friend. What about me? I see you that way. And so would he help your sister? She was never really in trouble anyway. Dumbledore made sure of that. Dumbledore did not." Fleur leapt to her feet in fury. "Your precious Dumbledore forgot that the Vila and the Mere people have a treaty banning us from entering each of theirs territory. During that task, they sabotaged me with the Grindylows and would have killed Gabby if Ariant decided to save her too." Bill stood up as well. "Dumbledore wouldn't have done that. Just like he didn't do anything to Harry." "Yes, he did. You were just blind to see it." The two of them stood glaring at each other for several moments, too angry to talk. Then, Bill gave her a look of disappointment and shook his head at her. "I thought you were better than that, but I see I was wrong. You're just as enamored with Potter as everyone else is. I trust Harry because he has earned it from me. It is you who refuses to see Dumbledore for who he really is. And I cannot be with someone who supports that man. Not after the things he's done to Harry in the name of the greater good. Then go. You probably just want to be with him anyway, but you're too afraid to admit it. I hope he doesn't get bored with you too soon." Fleur stepped back in horror. "I thought you saw past the stereotypes, but I guess I was wrong as well. Goodbye, William." Then she waved her wand, dispelling the wards around them, and walked away, leaving an angry wizard behind. Tears fell down her face as she operated away. When Harry, who was in the living room alone for once, saw Fleur's face as she walked into the door, he knew her talk hadn't gone well. He got up and met her in the hallway, trying to think of something to say to try and comfort her. He didn't get a chance, though, because she threw herself into his arms before he could get out a word. He rubbed her back as she sobbed uncontrollably. They stood there for several minutes until Fleur had calmed down enough to speak. "I'm sorry, Harry," Fleur said as she pulled away, trying to wipe her face. "Don't be," Harry replied as he conjured a handkerchief for her, which she accepted gratefully. "I'm your friend. I'm supposed to help you when you're in distress." "Thank you." Fleur finished wiping her face. "What did he say?" Harry asked after giving her a few moments to regain her composure. "That he believes Dumbledore can do no wrong, and that you're reckless and get people into trouble, or worse." When Fleur saw Harry's head drop a bit, she placed her finger under his chin to lift it back up. "He is wrong, Harry. You have spent much of your life trying to help people. The chaos that you get into is because of the actions or inactions of others, not you. Even when you do run towards trouble, it is only because you feel like you have no choice and couldn't live with yourself if you did nothing." Harry gave a small chuckle. "You witches are determined to stop me from brooding, aren't you?" "Yes, we are." Fleur smiled, though it was tinged with sadness. Harry picked up on that. "What else did he say?" "He got angry after I defended you and implied that the only reason I am supporting you is because I want to be with you. Then he said, and I quote, 'I hope he doesn't get bored with you too soon,' so I left him." "I'm so sorry he said that to you. If he wasn't a Weasley, I'd go hex him. Sadly, I can't, but I can promise that you'll always have a place here, no matter what. I stick up for my friends, even when it's difficult." "Thank you, Harry. That is why I will support you, no matter what anyone else says." After Fleur's argument with Bill, Molly and Arthur tried to sit their son down and convince him of Dumbledore's many faults. He wouldn't listen to them, however, insisting that they were the ones who were blind to Harry's faults. In his mind, a man who had done so much for him and his family couldn't possibly have committed the actions they claimed he did. Especially not when Dumbledore was the one who helped him realize his dream to become a curse breaker by getting him several coveted opportunities to train under some of the greats in the field. When he threatened to tell Dumbledore about their perceived betrayal, Arthur realized how much Dumbledore had groomed Bill to be his blind follower. He was forced to wipe the memory of the conversation from Bill's mind to preserve their secret. Molly's heart was broken at losing another son, but she found comfort in being able to teach Susan about healing magic and helping the Hoods in general. It gave her a sense of purpose beyond anything she'd ever felt with the Order, reinforcing the belief that she and her family had made the right decision. Apologizing to Fleur for her harsh judgment based on unfair prejudices made her feel better too, especially since the witch apologized for her brash attitude in return. Their relationship was much better now that they'd gotten over their misunderstandings and found that they actually enjoyed being in each other's company. Molly also kept busy with healing up any injuries the group sustained during training and helping Winky and Topsy in the kitchen whenever they let her. The three of them came to an agreement that Molly was allowed to make lunch every day and dinner on Sundays. She was also allowed to help with the cooking on any celebrations or other special occasions. All of the Weasleys, except Percy of course, apologized for Bill's words and actions, letting Fleur know that they didn't share his viewpoint. This was especially meaningful to her coming from Ginny, who had warmed up to the villa over the past few weeks. The rest of the Hoods offered their support as well. George was especially kind to her, going out of his way to try and make her laugh as often as he could without overdoing it. Fleur appreciated all of their actions, feeling a bit better about the situation because of it. Arthur was kept busy as well. When he met with Amelia, she offered to place him in charge of a special task force she was creating. Its job would be to minimize the impact the war had on the Muggle world and to prevent the magical world's discovery. They would be in charge of cleaning and fixing up any damage caused by magical fights. They would have people out in the country monitoring things on the ground to give early warning of an attack in the Muggle world. Whenever the Aurors went on a planned attack, the task force would come along to minimize the damage and protect any potential witnesses, keeping them from noticing anything if possible and erasing the memories of those who saw anything. They would also help coordinate with the Muggle leaders who knew about the magical world, keeping them informed about what was going on, while the leaders would let them know of any issues or attacks suspected to be caused by magic. With Harry's help, Arthur was much more knowledgeable about the Muggle world and its many intricacies, making him well-suited for the job. All of the work he had to do helped keep his mind from dwelling on his eldest son's betrayal of their family, though he was still very upset by it. Both Molly and Arthur were fully accepted into the ranks of the Hoods, and their measurements were sent to Jade so they could get their own uniform made. The others had already received theirs a few days ago, their codenames being added to them by Fleur for a small personal touch. Everyone was satisfied with them, liking how they fit each of them the way they wanted them to. Even Harry's had gotten an alteration, so it better fit his frame. On Friday of that same week, a breakthrough in the search for the horcruxes was made. Hestia was able to discover the last known address of the Gaunt family, using the old articles and records David had provided her. She told those in the know about it, and they all agreed it was a likely hiding place. So, on Saturday evening, Harry, Minerva, Hestia, Andromeda, Amelia, Tonks, and Samina apparat at the end of the street where the Gaunt shack was located. They approached slowly, with Hestia and Samina activating their magical reader and aura reader abilities respectively. The others continuously scanned their surroundings to look out for any sign of someone being there. Once they reached the ward line, Hestia held up her hand to stop them. "If there isn't a horcrux hiding here, then I'm not a witch. He has this place warded up tightly. Will you be able to disassemble it?" Harry asked. "I could, but that might alert Riddle to our presence since I'm not sure how connected he is to them," Hestia replied. "You're going to create a hole in the wards then?" Samina guessed. Hestia nodded. "I am, but it will take me a bit to do so. If you think it's the best way to go forward, then take all of the time you need," Amelia said, the others agreeing with her. They all stood waiting and keeping guard as Hestia worked. It took her about 20 minutes to finish, but when she was done, she had a sizable hole in the wards that extended all the way to the front door. "All right, we'll need to go in single file, but we can get in now," Hestia announced. They moved forward, with Harry right behind Hestia and Andromeda bringing up the rear. Their line was tight, as everyone made sure to follow the exact steps of the person in front of them. When they reached the door, Hestia scanned over it for any spells, finding none. She only had to push on it lightly for it to swing open. "Guess he didn't see any need to lock his door," Harry remarked sarcastically as they walked inside, causing Tonks to snort. "It's because he had too much faith in the ward's ability to keep everyone out," Samina noted. "He likely has protections over the area hiding the horcrux though," Minerva warned. "Do you see anything?" Amelia asked Hestia. Hestia scanned over the room with her ability, locking onto a spot under the floorboard in the far left corner. "There's a high concentration of dark magic in that area. There's also a strange ward over it, but I'm not sure what it does exactly." She walked closer to get a better look, the others following behind her. "I think it's some type of persuasion or alluring ward." Samina cautiously waved her wand over the area, coming to the same conclusion as Hestia. "I believe you are right. We must be very careful when opening it. If anyone starts to get any foreign or strange thoughts, back away as quickly as you can." Once everyone voiced their agreement, Hestia began dismantling the wards she could while Harry pried open the floorboard with a transfigured crowbar. Inside was a small black box, like those used for jewelry. Cautiously, Hestia spelled open the lid, revealing the Gaunt family ring inside. They didn't have a chance to focus much attention on it, however, as they all were struck by a strong pulling sensation emanating from the ring. They fought hard to ignore it, but then it started whispering in their ears, promising them anything they desired. It preyed on their hidden fears and dreams, swearing that the ring would give them the power to overcome or achieve them. They tried to step back to escape the mental assault, but it was hard to do so, their feet uncooperative and heavy as stone. "We have to get the ring into the box," Andromeda shouted, referring to the magic sealing box Samina had given them to hold the horcruxes in. "Easier said than done," Tonks complained. "Give it to me," Harry commanded clearly after a moment. Minerva saw the determination in his eyes. He can do it, Semina. Give him the box. Semina did as she asked without question. Be careful not to touch it with your hands, Hestia warned. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, conjuring a thick black cloth for protection. Then he released a deep breath before moving toward the ring. He took small steps to fight against the powerful urge to run forward. He tried to close off his mind from the whisperings as much as possible, ignoring the temptation they provided. When he was only a foot away, he was hit by a powerful wave of the ward's magic, and the urgent whispers turned into screams. It was impossible to ignore them, and Harry's knees buckled at their intensity. Images of him conquering Dumbledore and Voldemort began to flood his mind. Then they shifted, showing him with Minerva, together, both looking happier than he'd ever seen either of them. All the while, the screams told him that only the ring would help him achieve it. When he felt he couldn't take it anymore, the voice inside of him, which sounded just like Minerva, reminded him who he was and what he was capable of. This gave him the strength to fight back. No, I don't need or want your help, he shouted as he reached out for the ring. Once he had it securely wrapped in the cloth, he placed it in the box and closed the lid firmly, locking it away. Immediately, the dark, overbearing presence was gone, and everyone slumped down to the ground in relief. Well, that was horrible, Tonks remarked after they'd all caught their breath. Good job, Harry, Hestia complimented. This was voiced by the others in quick succession. 4 found. 3 more to go, Harry declared. On Monday the 12th, Harry, Minerva, and Tonks, who was his guard for the day, left right after breakfast to go to the ICW headquarters. Harry had been very nervous about his newts during their morning workouts, but the group as a whole were able to calm him down and reassure him that he was more than capable to pass the tests. Luna's advice to just calm down and be yourself and you'll be fine was especially helpful due to her seer abilities. Now he walked with a quiet confidence, ready to show all of the hard work he and Minerva had done in preparation for this. They were greeted at the testing office by a man named Rupert Smith, Amelia's contact whom she had set up the appointment with. Welcome, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall, and Auror Tonks, Rupert greeted once he took them back to his office, getting greetings in return. Thank you for setting this up anonymously for me, Harry said as he and the witches sat down in the chairs across from. You're welcome, Mr. Potter, but it was no trouble at all. Amelia is a good friend of mine, and I can definitely understand your need for secrecy, Rupert replied. Madam Bones asked me to send her regards. She wished she could have come, but being Minister of Magic has her very busy, Tonks stated. Yes, I can only imagine the mess Fudge left for her to clean up, Rupert joked. I believe calling it a mess is an understatement, Minerva remarked. Indeed, it is, Rupert agreed. Now, are you ready to go, Mr. Potter? Please call me Harry, and yes, I'm as ready as I can be thanks to Professor McGonagall, Harry answered. You definitely got lucky getting the internationally famous Mistress of Transfiguration as your mentor. One who I know is extremely talented in not only that field, but defense and charms as well, with a mastery in the former, Rupert acknowledged admiringly. Thank you, Rupert. But Harry's talents lie more in his own innate ability. I was simply his guide, Minerva said humbly. Then he had an excellent guide, Rupert conceded. As for the tests, I thought it'd be best if we do written sections for both first and the practical sections after lunch. I will be proctoring the written ones, but the practical ones will be proctored by 2 others. They have both taken oaths, though, so your secrecy will not be compromised. Sounds good to me, Harry agreed. Then let's get started, Rupert declared. He led Harry to a small room with a few desks to sit at. Minerva and Tonks had to sit in the waiting room, as they weren't allowed in the testing room for the written sections, though Rupert promised to let them watch the practical sections with him. Before we begin, I have one question. Where did you get that scar on your head from? Rupert asked, referring to his most recent one. Harry responded in a secretive tone, though they were the only ones in the room. This obviously needs to stay between us for now, but let's just say I had a run-in with an infamous werewolf who is no longer alive. It was probably more due to luck than anything, though. Rupert looked at Harry in shock, knowing exactly who he was referring to, having seen the report of Greyback's death in the papers. Now I'm even more excited to see what you can do during the practical tests. Getting over his shock quickly, he focused his attention back on the current exam. He explained the instructions and rules to Harry before handing out the first test, and the other materials he would need. Harry took the Transfiguration one first and the Dada one second, with a 15-minute break in between. He took his time answering the questions, making his responses as thorough as possible. Some of the questions were a bit difficult to understand since theory wasn't always his strong suit, but Minerva's preparation helped him to figure out what the questions were ultimately asking. During his break, he took time to organize and calm his thoughts, focusing only on the next test. When he was finally finished with both, Rupert took them to a restaurant nearby the office to avoid anyone recognizing them in the building's crowded lunchroom. There, Harry had a light, but filling lunch to bolster him up for the next tests. As they ate, Rupert let them know that Harry's tests were being graded as they speak, so he would have his results before they left. After they finished eating, they went back to the building, going to an area farther down the hallway than before. When they got to their destination, a witch and a wizard were waiting for them. Guys, this is Professor Khan and Sensei Tanaka. They will be the proctors for the Transfiguration and Defense tests, respectively. Proctors, this is Professor McGonagall, Auror Tonks, and Mr. Potter, Rupert introduced as they all shook hands. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Potter, Professor Khan said. I am eager to see how you perform today. As am I, Harry-san, Sensei Tanaka said. I can't wait either, Harry replied. The tests will be in the same order as before, so whenever you're ready, you can get started. Tonks, Minerva, and I will be watching from the viewing room, Rupert said. He and Tonks wished Harry luck as they started to walk away. Minerva held Harry back for a moment. Good luck, and don't hold back. Harry nodded his head. I won't. With that, Harry followed the two proctors into the testing room. Sensei Tanaka sat to the side to wait her turn while Professor Khan led Harry to the center of the room. There was a table there that held several objects and a few creatures on it. As I'm sure you can guess, we will be using these for some of the transfigurations you will need to do, Professor Khan began. For this test, I will simply ask you to do several types of transfigurations, and you will perform them to the best of your abilities. Sound good? Harry nodded in understanding, and Professor Khan began the test. As instructed, Harry was asked to perform many tasks progressing from simple to complicated. He gave it his all as he worked, being as creative as he could within the confines of the task's objectives. He used very little wand movements, able to do many of the transfigurations with a simple flick of his wand. Seeing how talented he was, Professor Khan gave him harder and harder tasks, trying to learn his limits. Harry had to use more wand movements for the more difficult spells, but he still performed admirably. The proctor was having fun watching someone with so much talent, and went on for longer than the test stipulated. As they watched Harry move through the test, Rupert turned to Minerva in the viewing room, his eyebrow raised. Does he realize that what he's doing is complicated for some professors of the subject? Probably not, Minerva admitted. Back down in the testing room, Harry and Professor Khan were wrapping up. Is there any other relevant ability or talent you'd like to show me before we conclude? Professor Khan asked. Would you like to see my animagus form? Harry asked in response. Once his proctor gave him the go-ahead, he took a deep breath before transforming, a fierce gray wolf taking his place after a few seconds. Harry shook himself before beginning to show what he was capable of in this form. First, he changed size, showing how big and small he could get. Then he ran around the room, displaying how much control he had over his movements as he leaped and twisted over and under obstacles Professor Khan placed in his way. Very impressive, Mr. Potter. There aren't too many natural animagus around, Professor Khan exclaimed once they were finished. Thank you. I've only been an animagus since the 30th of last month, but I try and work on it every day, Harry replied. I can tell. Do you have any other surprises? Harry glanced at the viewing window, his gaze on Minerva to ask a silent question. When she nodded in reply, he turned back to Professor Khan. Just two more. Then, without warning, Harry conjured a ball of flame in his hand and proceeded to manipulate it into various shapes to show his control over it. Just when his proctor was getting over his surprise, Harry did the same thing with air. He even made it visible so everyone could see it and finished off with a small tornado in the palm of his hand. That's everything now, Harry remarked when he was finished. Amazing, Mr. Potter. You seem to deserve all the fuss that's made about you, if not more, Professor Khan declared. Now you can take a 20-minute break before your next test. He turned to Sensei Tanaka, who had walked over to them. I hope you have as much fun during your turn as I just did. Sensei Tanaka glanced at Harry curiously. I'm sure I will. Back in the viewing room, Rupert was trying to get over the shocks Harry's performance had delivered to his system. Tonks and Minerva, however, were filled with pride, happy to see how far he'd come. His performance only confirmed their belief that he would be able to defeat Voldemort for good when the time came. He's something else, isn't he? Tonks noted when the man was silent for a few minutes. I can't believe he's only 16 and he's already that good, Rupert exclaimed. And a double elemental at that. Yes, though I expect you to keep that fact quiet until he decides to reveal it to the world, Minerva said, a hint of warning in her tone. Of course, Rupert agreed. Though it does make me wonder if you are as gifted as he is. After all, I'm already aware that you are a natural animagus. Yes, fire and earth to be exact, Minerva replied after a bit of hesitation. He got the perfect mentor for him, Tonks remarked. Rupert nodded in agreement. Indeed, he did. Meanwhile, Harry was catching his breath and refocusing his mind for the next test. When his break was over, Harry and Sensei Tanaka went back into the testing room, while Professor Khan joined the others in the viewing room. The room configuration had changed from before. There were 3 targets set at increasing distances and a table with several strange stones on top of it. The rest of it was taken up by what looked like a large artificial battlefield, complete with trees, buildings, and other features you would find in the real world. Sensei Tanaka cleared her throat before speaking. To begin, I want you to cast every offensive spell you know at the targets I've set up. You will have to hit each of the 3 targets with all of your spells. I will be checking your power, accuracy, and speed of casting. Also, to make sure I know what spell you're using, you will say them aloud. Understood? Yes, Sensei, Harry replied. Good. You may begin when ready. Harry paused for a moment before beginning. It took him about 15 minutes to get through his spell list. Sensei Tanaka was impressed at the amount of power he was able to put into each of them, especially since he'd just used so much magic earlier. His accuracy and speed were high as well, though she expected nothing less from someone who trained under Minerva. She was well aware of the formidable witch's reputation. She tested his shields next, sending spells at him while he had to use the appropriate spell or tactic to defend against her. This went on for about 5 minutes before she stopped. Very good. Next, I will check your knowledge of counter spells, Sensei Tanaka said as they walked over to the table. Each of these 20 stones have a different dark curse upon them. You will have to identify the curse and cast the appropriate counter spell to disable it. You will only get 1 chance, so pick your spells wisely. I will be timing you, so you will start on my mark. Once he was signaled to start, Harry got to work. He scanned over each stone carefully, thinking it through before deciding on a counterspell to use. It took him another 15 minutes to finish, with only a few giving him a difficult time. Sensei Tanaka finished recording his scores before leading him over to the battlefield. To finish your test, you will have to duel me. The only rules are these: no unforgivables, no lethal intent, and no elements. Everything else goes. To make things even more interesting, you will have to travel through the battlefield to reach me first. I will be waiting for you in a courtyard in the middle of it. On your journey, it will add in its own surprises and tests, so be prepared for that. To give you a boost, you will be allowed to take this energy potion once you reach the courtyard, but not before then. Any questions? No. I'm ready when you are, Harry said excitedly. You go on the other end of the battlefield then. It will start as soon as you enter it. Harry walked over to his starting point, taking a deep breath, stretching his muscles, and making sure his occlumency shields were in place. Then he stepped inside, not even 5 steps in, and he already had to jump out of the way to avoid being blasted by an unknown spell heading for him. Then he saw a very realistic training dummy running toward him as more spells were thrown in his direction. He dodged out of the way of those as he returned fire. They dueled for about a minute longer until he was able to blow it up with a well-placed bombarda. He walked up to it and crouched down to examine it more closely. The dummy, unlike the ones at the Black Manor, was very human-like, with 2 legs and 2 arms that had a large range of movement. It even had a face and hair on its head. If Harry didn't know that he and Sensei Tanaka were the only ones in the room, he could have mistaken it for a real person. As he was examining it, the training dummy disappeared without warning. No trace of it left. Well, this is going to be fun, he thought as he stood up. Then he started moving forward again. He swiveled his head around constantly as he walked, staying aware of his surroundings now that he knew to be on guard for surprise attacks. He kept going until he reached a relatively tall building. He climbed up the ladder on its wall, wanting to get a better view of the battlefield. Up there, he could see quite a bit of the area, yet he couldn't spot Sensei Tanaka anywhere. The battlefield reminded him of the ones depicted in war movies, with barricades and defense posts scattered around among the buildings. Before he got down, he took note of the location of the large courtyard where he would meet up with Sensei Tanaka. Once back on the ground, Harry started moving forward again. His next surprise came as he was walking down a street lined with shops. As he passed by a seemingly empty coffee shop, he heard a cry for help. Confused, Harry stopped walking and turned his head to determine where the sound came from. His ears led him to look at the coffee shop. Cautiously, he walked inside of it. The front was empty, but the sound seemed to come from the back. He peeked in the small round window of a door that led to the kitchen and almost burst into the room at what he saw. There were 3 men standing over a little boy, their wands pointed menacingly at him. Harry could hear them taunting the boy for being a muggle-born wizard. It's just a simulation, and they're only highly realistic training dummies. So calm down, Harry, he said self-placatingly. Still, Harry knew this was another test for him to pass. So he took a deep breath to think clearly. He looked around the room he was in to see if there was another entrance into the kitchen, spotting one that would bring him in behind the men. He quietly made his way over there, easing the door open to avoid making any noises. Before he could take them out, though, one of them hit the little boy with a curse, causing him to double over in pain. Harry reacted quickly, pinning them all to the ceiling and summoning their wands from them. Then he knocked them unconscious as he knelt down by the boy's side. Like he did with the stones earlier, Harry scanned over him, trying to determine which curse was used. After about 2 minutes of analysis, he determined it was a rare Japanese organ-decaying curse that slowly destroyed your organs from the inside out. Thankfully, he had learned about it and its counterspell from a book Samina let him read, and he quickly applied it now. Once healed, the boy gave him a smile before disappearing, his attackers going with him. Shaking his head, Harry stood up and walked out of the coffee shop to continue the test. For the next hour, Harry made his way toward the courtyard, dealing with whatever obstacles crossed his path. He had to save a group of people from a building inflamed with cursed fire, though not fiend fire. He had to defend against another surprise attack with 2 opponents. He was ambushed by 2 acromantulas and 3 inferi, thankfully at separate times. He even had to ward off a group of 5 dementors, discovering that his Patronus had changed into a feline that looked suspiciously like Minerva's animagus form, something he planned on examining closer when he had more time. Then he finally reached the courtyard to see Sensei Tanaka standing about 5 meters away from him. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter," she greeted as he came to a stop. "Now you only have to face me. I'll give you a 5-minute break, so take your potion and catch your breath. Then we will duel." Harry nodded before sitting down on a nearby chair. He gulped down his potion and calmed his mind. When the break ended, he got back up and stood across from Sensei Tanaka. They bowed to each other formally before beginning. Sensei Tanaka threw the first spell, a low-powered bombarda, to gauge his reaction time before the duel began in earnest. Their bodies moved fluidly as the duel progressed, neither gaining the upper hand at first as they learned each other's battle style. She was more of a tactical dueler, casting her spells accurately and efficiently, expending only as much energy as was necessary and no more. He, on the other hand, was unpredictable and used his environment to his advantage, transfiguration playing a big part in his strategy. He was also accurate with his casting. No words were heard as they battled, but there was plenty of noise from the debris they threw around and the buildings their missed spells hit. 20 minutes into the duel, Harry started feeling the fatigue from his busy day, despite the potion he took. His casting slowed down a bit, and he was having a harder time trying to avoid Sensei Tanaka's spells. Knowing he needed to end the duel soon before he ran out of energy to fight, he tried to devise a plan that would help him win. He darted behind a large barrier for a moment to catch his breath, fortifying it with a quick spell so it wouldn't be destroyed easily. After a minute, he'd come up with something, though it was a bit risky. "Well, it's not like she's going to kill me if it doesn't work," Harry reasoned. Resolve strengthened. Harry looked around for objects to use for his plan, locking on 4 medium-sized stones in front of a building 10 meters away from him. Since it would require less energy to transfigure those, Harry decided to use them. He stood up and peeked around his barrier to find Sensei Tanaka. Then he sprinted from his position, dodging the spells she threw at him. He wasn't able to miss a cutting curse that hit his left arm, but he ignored the pain, focusing on his plan. Once at his destination, he released a thick smoke around him to obscure her vision as he executed his plan. He made one alteration to it, grabbing a smaller stone to carry with him. For a minute, nothing happened, arousing Sensei Tanaka's curiosity as she wondered what he was doing. Then, 5 gray wolves, identical to Harry's animagus form, leaped from the smoke and raced towards her. She cast spells at them, but they leaped and twisted out of the way to avoid them. Harry's transfigurations were so good that it was impossible to tell which one was the real him without magic. She tried to hit them with the animagus revealing spell, but they dodged her efforts. As they got closer, they became a bit easier to hit them, and she was able to stop 2 of them. Neither one was him, though. The remaining 3 kept coming toward her, spreading out to circle around her as she continued to try and get her. When he got his chance, Harry separated from the other 2, transfigured the stone he'd taken with him into another wolf. Then he transformed back into a wolf, shrinking down to the size of a pup. While she was distracted, he snuck up behind her, transforming back into a human when he was close enough. She spun around when she felt his presence, but it was too late. His wand was already in motion, and before she realized what was happening, he had her bound up with ropes, her wand in his left hand. Instead of being angry about it, Sensei Tanaka gave him a small smile. "Very good, Harry-san. Very good indeed." Harry bowed humbly. "Thank you, Sensei. You are a very formidable opponent, as are you. Now, if you would just untie me, we can go meet with the others." Harry did as was asked, and the 2 of them left the room. Those who had been in the viewing room were waiting outside in the hallway for them. "That was incredible to watch, Harry. Absolutely brilliant." Rupert gushed as he walked over to shake Harry's hand energetically. "Yes, you were truly a wonder to watch," Professor Khan agreed. "Thank you," Harry replied, feeling good about how he did as well. Minerva and Tonks were silent for the moment, though Harry could see their pride for him in their eyes. Once Rupert got over his excitement, he led the 3 visitors back to his office. Then Rupert the other proctors left to finish grading Harry's tests. "See, Harry, we told you there was nothing to worry about. You were bloody amazing in there," Tonks said. "We'll have to show everyone you're dueling the pensive when we get back." "I agree," Minerva said before turning to Harry. "I'm very proud of your performance in there." "I wouldn't have been able to do it if it weren't for your mentoring," Harry replied. "I only guided you. It was due to your hard work, focus, and dedication that you have reached this level of proficiency. Whatever results you get, you have more than earned them," Minerva countered gently. "I thank you," Harry said, realizing she was trying to get him to accept her compliment. "See, that wasn't so hard, Harry," Tonks teased lightly. They sat in the room for about 10 minutes longer before the proctors returned. "This sheet has the results of your tests for you to read over on your own," Rupert stated. "But I'll go ahead and skip over that and just tell you how you did. With full consensus from all of us, we have decided to declare you a master of both defense against the dark arts and transfiguration." Harry's mouth dropped open as he didn't expect that. Tonks was practically bouncing around in her seat from excitement. Minerva wasn't surprised, though. She knew how much he deserved both masteries, having seen how much he'd grown over the past few years. He had already been talented when she started mentoring him, but now he was an incredible wizard with almost unmatched ability. "You have far surpassed what is expected of someone at Newt level. Your knowledge of theory and application of that theory, mentally and physically, in both subjects is at a master level," Professor Khan explained. "Your ability to recognize a very obscure curse, known mainly in my homeland, was impressive and shows that you have studied the subject intensely. The fact that you were able to beat me, despite being fatigued, is outstanding and worthy of praise," Sensei Tanaka added. "Therefore, we are proud to present you with masteries in both subjects." "Congratulations, Harry. You deserve it," Rupert concluded, handing Harry 2 pins and an ID card that would show his achievements, as well as his score sheets. Harry was so overwhelmed that he barely managed to say thank you. He, Tonks, and Minerva left shortly after that, the latter 2 having to guide him as he was still in a daze. He didn't even notice Tonks send out a Patronus message as he was too wrapped up in his own thoughts. When they arrived back at the manor, they were greeted by a round of cheers with everyone shouting congratulations to Harry. He wasn't surprised by it this time, having expected them to celebrate his test results. "Thank you everyone," Harry said. "I really appreciate all of your support." Then he made his rounds around the room, thanking each of them individually and accepting their compliments in return. The witches pulled him into warm hugs while the wizards shook his hand and patted him on the back. Then he was led into the kitchen where a veritable feast was spread out on the table, many of his favorite foods and desserts there. Everyone sat down at the table to celebrate, even the house elves. When the food was eaten, Harry was given a large box to open. "What's all of this?" Harry asked curiously, not having expected them to get him anything. "It's just a few things to help you out now that you're going to be a professor. We all chipped in together to get them," Andromeda said. Harry opened up the box to find an assortment of things inside. There was a dark tan satchel with expanded pockets, picture frames with images of his parents, Sirius, and the whole group, a professional stationery set, tools for grading schoolwork, and a few other items to decorate his office and classroom with. "Wow, thank you," he said. "You're also going on a shopping trip for a new wardrobe," Hermione informed him. "Ah, I am?" Harry asked warily. "Of course you are. After all, you have to get a new wardrobe for your professor look," Tonks exclaimed. She sounded a bit too excited to Harry. "Good luck with that one, mate," Ron remarked, laughing under his breath with Neville and the twins. Even Charlie and Matthew felt bad for the wizard, knowing how women could get when it comes to shopping. "Don't worry, Harry. We'll make sure you have fun," Ginny placated. "And I won't let Tonks get carried away," Hermione promised. "If you say so," Harry muttered. He still wasn't too hopeful about that, but realized he wasn't going to get out of it. Shortly after that, everyone either went home or to their rooms for bed. Harry was so tired that after taking a quick shower, he fell asleep seconds after his head hit the pillow. And I will not be adding anyone else to the hoods. There will be people who will help them, but not be part of the group. Also, I apologize to those who like Bill as a character. I do too, but for this story, he won't be the good guy. League of Hoods members: Harry, Alpha, Minerva, Lioness Hermione, Scholar Tonks Shifter, Andromeda, Barrister Amelia, Monarch Hestia, Sleuth, Fleur, Aphrodite Luna, Oracle Ron Tactician, Neville Terran means Earth, Fred Thing 1, George, Thing 2 Ginny, Firecracker Charlie, Bear Samina, Mystique Matthew Eagle, Arthur, Humphrey means Calm, Molly Matron. Chapter 15. And I just want to thank everyone for reading and or reviewing this story. Your comments and continued interest in this story is greatly appreciated. This will be another 2-chapter update. Hope you enjoy. Chapter 15. Andy, how do you think their Clemency shields are? Harry asked Andromeda after their morning training session, pulling her to the side. "You want to be able to tell them everything about Voldemort and yourself before you leave for your trip," Andromeda guessed. Samina had told those in the know that she, Harry, and Minerva would be going to Greece to collect the unicorn blood on the 16th. That was on Friday of this week. "Yeah, I don't want to go and not be able to tell them the truth if I can help it," Harry admitted. Andromeda thought on it for a moment. "I think they're able to more than adequately protect their minds at this point. All of them have worked as hard as they could to get where they are now. Also, most of them are still in school and have at least 2 more weeks to practice before they will be around those who would try to invade their minds." "Okay, I'll tell them after the meeting then," Harry decided. He was nervous about it, knowing that the truth would likely upset them, but it had to be done. At least Samina was working on a way to get it out of him, so it was less of a death sentence than it seemed like when he first found out about it. "Tell who about what?" Tonks asked, butting into the conversation. "Telling everyone else about the horcruxes," Harry clarified, his voice quiet to avoid being overheard. "Oh, well, if Mum thinks they're ready to protect it, then you should," Tonks agreed. "When are you planning on telling them?" "Today, after the meeting, since everyone will already be here waiting for us," Harry said. "Good idea, though it'll be a bit of downer on our shopping trip this afternoon," Tonks remarked. "Wait, what?" Harry exclaimed, caught off guard. "We told you about this last night, Harry. Keep up," Tonks said, dismissing his surprise. Andromeda could only shake her head at her daughter, knowing that she had not specified when the trip would be taking place. "Anyway, I'll just have to work a bit harder to make sure you have a fun time." As Tonks started listing off all of the things Harry would need to get during their shopping trip, pacing across the floor, Harry groaned in exasperation. He muttered about witches going overboard as he walked off to get ready and dress for the meeting, leaving Tonks still talking with only her mother left to listen to her. When she still didn't stop talking, Andromeda walked away as well. It took her a few more minutes to realize that she was alone. Wait, where did you guys go? 15 minutes before 9, Harry, Minerva, Andromeda, Samina, Hestia, and Matthew arrived at the Ministry of Magic to meet with the Hogwarts Board of Governors. All of their evidence was prepared and ready to go, with each prospective professor having a resume to prove their capabilities. Amelia and Hestia met them in front of the meeting room a few minutes later. They had left the manor earlier to take care of a few things for work. The area they were in was secluded, so they didn't have to worry about anyone seeing them there, and they could talk freely. So, they let you go after all, Harry joked. More like she kicked everyone out of her office saying, and I quote, "I'd advise you all to leave before I decide there's a need for employee restructuring." The whole lot cleared the room quick after that, Hestia explained, a satisfied smirk on her face. Go boss, Tonks cheered, while Harry laughed as his mind conjured up images of what the expressions on their faces would have looked like. They should have gotten out when I said it nicely, Amelia remarked unrepentantly. Well, that's one way to clear a room, Andromeda noted. Indeed, Minerva said, amusement clear in her voice. Then she focused them back on their upcoming meeting. Now, does everyone have everything you need? They all checked over their things one more time before nodding their affirmation. Good. Remember to wait for the signal before you come in. The plan was for Minerva, Amelia, and Hestia, as Amelia's bodyguard, would go into the room first, while the others waited outside. Once Minerva had received the governor's oath that the details of the meeting would be kept secret until the first official day of school at Hogwarts, she sent a Patronus to let them know it was time to come in. Don't worry, we'll be ready, Harry said, speaking for all of them. Let us start this meeting then, Minerva said as she moved to knock on the door. When she heard a verbal response, she pushed open the doors and walked in. Amelia was beside her with Hestia behind them both. All 12 of the governors were present, sitting on a raised dais arranged in a semicircle around the room. In the middle of the room, on the ground level, was a podium on a slightly raised platform. There was no other seating provided. The governors hadn't expected anyone besides Minerva to come, so they hadn't felt the need for them. That is why they were so surprised to see the minister walk in with Minerva. The three witches didn't pay them any mind, though as they strode up to the podium, Minerva expanding it so she and Amelia could stand behind it together comfortably. Once everyone was situated, Minerva began the meeting. Good morning, and thank you for agreeing to meet with me today. I assure you that I'm here to discuss a matter of extreme importance. You're welcome, Professor McGonagall, though I'm sure I speak for everyone else when I say we're caught off guard. Minister Bones, I was not aware you would be attending this meeting, Governor Kent, the head of the board, replied. We are sorry for the lack of prior warning of my attendance, but the circumstances of this meeting require an element of secrecy. Aurora Jones is here as my protection detail, though I'm sure you can understand that due to my change in status, Amelia stated. What do you mean? Another governor asked in confusion. Before we get into the reason for this meeting, there is something I must ask from all of you, Minerva said cautiously. Because of the huge nature of the subject and its need to be kept a secret until the right time, I require all of you to take an oath that you won't reveal the contents of this meeting or anyone who attends it until the welcoming feast at Hogwarts. Nothing we discuss here can be discussed at all. In fact, no mention of this meeting can be made to anyone until the time Professor McGonagall has specified, Amelia clarified. A few governors balked at the suggestion, but most had calculating expression on their faces. I believe we should assent to their requests. Neither Minister Bones nor Professor McGonagall are known for playing games. If they say the subject is serious, then we need to hear them out, Governor Greengrass declared, getting nods of appreciation from the two witches. Governor Kent called for a vote on the matter to make it fair. After a bit of hesitation from some, they decided to do as Governor Greengrass suggested, with only 3 protesting the issue. Once they had taken the oath provided for them, Governor Kent turned back to his guests. Now that we have satisfied your requests, will you tell us what this matter is about? Of course. But first, there are a few more people who need to join us, Minerva said as she sent a Patronus message to Harry. A few seconds later, the rest of the group walked into the room. The look on the governor's faces was full of shock and nervousness, especially due to Harry's presence. All except for one. Governor Greengrass sat back with a small smirk on his face, knowing that things had just gotten even more interesting. Harry casually flicked his wand at the podium, enlarging it to fit the rest of the group. "We have come before you today to discuss Headmaster Dumbledore's position," Minerva began once the rest of the hoods were in place. "Professor McGonagall brought this matter to my attention a few weeks ago. After careful consideration, I agree with her assessment of him. He is no longer fit to be the headmaster of the school and hasn't been for several years," Amelia stated. "How could you say that? This is Dumbledore we're talking about, and he has done an excellent job in that position for several years," one governor protested. The hoods took note of said governor in case he considered going against his oath. "We have evidence that proves he has failed to adequately protect the lives of the students over the past 5 years. His hiring practices are also questionable and have affected the quality of education the students have been receiving," Minerva declared. "Please explain your evidence to us," Governor Kent said before any of the other governors could voice their opinion. Minerva cleared her throat before beginning. In 1991, he allowed Professor Quirrell to teach defense, knowing that he was being possessed by Voldemort. He hid the Sorcerer's Stone in the castle, knowing Voldemort was after it with the intent to use it to come back to power. In 1992, he hired Lockhart as the defense professor, even though he was horribly underqualified for the position. Then he refused to close down the school or allow the Aurors to patrol it during the Chamber of Secrets event, despite the danger the students were in and those who had already been petrified. In 1993, he let the former minister force the Dementors to patrol the school, causing the students unnecessary trauma. All of which was pointless seeing as Sirius Black had managed to sneak past them in a locked prison. There was little hope that they would be able to locate him in a large castle surrounded by acres of open land. In 1994, he failed to adequately protect an underage student from being forced to participate in the Triwizard tournament. Even after that, he still didn't add any extra security or protection for the event, allowing that same student to be kidnapped from school grounds. It must also be mentioned that he was either unable to detect that his friend, Alastor Moody, was being impersonated by Barty Crouch Jr., or that he did nothing to stop him from carrying out his plan. Finally, during this past school year, he failed to find a proper teacher for defense and allowed Madame Umbridge to hold that position despite her being highly unqualified. Then he stood by as she abused her power and even tortured students who she saw as inferior to her with the use of a blood quill. All of the accusations caught most of the governors off guard, but it was the last one that had Governor Greengrass standing up in righteous fury. "Do you have proof that she used a blood quill on the students?" Harry stepped forward to show him his hand where the scars still remained from his time with Umbridge. "I was her favorite target, but not the only one. If it weren't for the help of Hogwarts' house elves, it would have been much worse. Minister Bones, are you planning on charging that woman for her atrocities?" Lord Greengrass demanded. "I will be attending to that matter very shortly," Amelia promised. In fact, she had ordered the woman to meet with her today. Trying to regain control over the meeting, Governor Kent spoke up. "These charges are very serious. Before we start making any decisions, is there any other evidence you have against Dumbledore?" Amelia wrapped up the argument Minerva had been making. "There is one more questionable hire to discuss. In 1981, he hired Severus Snape as the potions professor. While the wizard is good at making potions, he does not have the temperament to teach any class. Over the years, several students have made complaints about the man's lack of actual teaching, favoritism to Slytherin students, and cruelty to all other students. That's not even including the fact that Snape was a Death Eater who only got off on Dumbledore's word. Despite all of this, Dumbledore has protected him to the detriment of the students, and because of that, Snape has single-handedly decreased the number of qualified potion makers, healers, and aurors we have in this country." After pausing for a second, Amelia glanced at Harry, speaking once she had received his nod of consent. "We also have proof that Dumbledore should never again be in charge of the welfare of any child. As Lord Black's magical guardian, he has failed to perform even the basic duties that position requires. Dumbledore allowed Lord Black to be systematically abused mentally, emotionally, and physically by the family of his mother's sister. Not once did Dumbledore check in on him to ensure his safety and well-being, or even attempt to prepare him for his life in our world. In fact, Lord Black knew nothing about his parents or his heritage until he received his letter from Hogwarts. Dumbledore even lied to Professor McGonagall whenever she asked after Lord Black's welfare, claiming he was safe and happy when the reality was the exact opposite. When Lord Black brought his abuse to Dumbledore's attention at the end of his first year at Hogwarts, the man ignored it and continued to send him back there every summer. He didn't even try to talk to Lord Black's relatives or curb their abuse at all. These actions prove that Dumbledore is not only unfit to be headmaster of Hogwarts, but shouldn't be around children or in charge of their care at all. Minerva passed out the physical evidence they had brought with them to the governors as Amelia spoke. When Amelia was finished, they started reading over it. After about 10 minutes, Governor Kent looked up at his guests. "I am appalled by what you have revealed to us. While we knew there have been some incidents at Hogwarts in recent history, Dumbledore has always downplayed the severity of them. However, school is set to start in 20 days, and I'm not sure we would be able to fill all of the positions necessary before then. If we were to go down this path, school would have to be delayed." Governor Greengrass spoke up, a knowing glint in his eyes. "I believe that problem has already been solved for us. Professor McGonagall is the obvious choice for headmistress. She has proven her worth several times over as the Transfiguration Professor, head of Gryffindor House, and the Deputy Headmistress. I think it would be hard to find many who could contest her record, if it weren't for her. I'm sure the school would have fallen into ruin. Also, I'm sure that the rest of our guests aren't here just as backup." "Thank you. And you are correct, Governor Greengrass," Minerva admitted. "Knowing that this proposal would cause many positions to open up, I and Minister Bones thought it prudent to find qualified candidates to fill them." Amelia began to introduce everyone, giving their name and chosen position while Minerva handed out their resumes. "If you make Minerva the headmistress, then Professor Flitwick would be a good choice for her deputy. For History of Magic, we chose Andromeda Tonks. It's time Professor Binns retires permanently. For Potions and the head of Slytherin House, we chose Samina Easton. Snape definitely needs to go. For Transfiguration and the head of Gryffindor House, we chose Matthew Copeland." Amelia paused for a moment, making one governor believe she was done. "I thought you were prepared, but you seem to be missing one position, the defense professor," the governor interrupted smugly. "I was just getting to that," Amelia rebuked, glaring pointedly at the governor. He could only look at her for a few seconds before backing down. "Now for the last candidate, I need all of you to keep an open mind. After much consideration, we believe Lord Black is best suited for the position of defense professor. He is a mere child. How could he possibly teach anyone when he hasn't even finished school himself?" the same governor argued. Before anyone else could voice their protests, Minerva cut them all off. Her stern tones silenced them all. "Lord Black is more than capable of teaching the students. He has come face to face with dark witches, wizards, and creatures and come out alive every time. He has survived and persevered in situations where many of you likely would have given up, and he has already proven himself to be an excellent teacher. Under his tutelage, all of the students who were part of the group known as the Defense Association were able to pass their school tests, OWLs, and NEWTs, despite the lack of good or consistent teaching in that subject over the years. And if that doesn't convince you, you should know he received his masteries in defense and transfiguration at the ICW office." "Impossible," the argumentative governor cried irately. "There is no way this boy is capable of that. As for his supposed survival of situations against dark forces, I'm sure they're being overstated." Harry smirked darkly at the governor. "I have proof, in the form of memories verified by the official pensieve used for court trials. I can show them to you now. Are we really going to continue to entertain this craziness?" the governor replied. Governor Kent gave the man a dark look before turning back to Harry. "Please show them to us." Harry complied, handing over the memories he'd put together. They included his adventures during his time at Hogwarts and both of his practical tests from the ICW. Amelia gave the governors the official pensieve for them to view them in, enlarging it so all could watch at one time. The 12 men gathered around it before plunging their heads inside. 20 minutes later, they removed their heads from it, their faces pale with mixed emotions displayed on them. There was shock, horror, disbelief, and a bit of fear. All were impressed by what he'd accomplished, though, grudgingly or not. As they tried to regain their composure, Amelia handed them Harry's resume to read over. Before you decide, you should know there is no rule at Hogwarts setting an age limit for professors. As long as an individual is deemed qualified by the headmaster or headmistress and the board, they can become one, Minerva added after they'd had time to read over it. Very well, Governor Kent stated. Your points have been made. We will vote on your proposal. After a few minutes, the governors had decided by majority to go along with the Hood's plans. Then, they went over the specifics on how the information was to be revealed during the welcoming feast, and Amelia suggested she send a contingency of Aurors to guard the school and Hogsmeade Village for added security during the school year. Minerva also assured them that she would talk to the Hogwarts staff about everything before the meeting was ended. Amelia and Hestia went back to work while the others returned to Black Manor. The rest of the Hoods, except for Arthur, were waiting for them in the kitchen when they arrived. Did it work? Ron asked before they could sit down. Ronald, give them a moment, Hermione complained. It worked, Harry confirmed. Those who had attended it took turns telling everyone what had happened, with Tonks adding her own colorful commentary. When they were finished, Harry took a deep breath before broaching the other, less fun subject he needed to talk to them about. Now that Andromeda has deemed you accomplished enough in occlumency, there is something I need to tell you. When I first asked you to join me, I told you that there was something I was holding back from you until you were able to protect your mind from intrusion. I was referring to the reason why Dumbledore has treated me like a sacrifice and why Riddle was able to survive the night of my parents' murder. Whatever it is, mate, you can tell us, Neville encouraged, seeing how much what he needed to tell them bothered him. Susan could feel Harry's fear and anxiety, clearly due to her empath ability, and tried to reassure him. No matter what you tell us, we won't abandon you. We're here because you're our friend and leader, and we care about you. Everyone else voiced their agreement with Susan. Minerva placed her hand on his shoulder and spoke to him softly. I can tell them for you if you'd like. Harry shook his head. Thanks, but they deserve to hear it from me. Then he turned back to the others resolutely. There are these pieces of dark magic called horcruxes or soul containers. To create them, you have to perform a ritual and then literally split your soul by committing murder. Once you do, you can store that splintered piece in your chosen container. When one makes them, it gives them a way to prolong their life, as they can't be truly destroyed until the horcrux or horcruxes are all destroyed. It also makes them go insane, which is why most aren't crazy enough to make them. But Riddle did? Hermione guessed correctly. Yes, he made 7 of them in total, Harry confirmed. I discovered this one night while I was still in hiding from everyone, managing to use our connection to get memories from him. I know exactly which items he used as horcruxes. Do you know where they are? Charlie asked. One is already destroyed, Harry said as he glanced at Ginny. Ginny had an expression of horror as she realized what Harry was referring to. Riddle's diary? Exactly, and it's amazing that you were able to fight against it for so long, Harry pointed out. We're also in possession of 3 others, and believe a 4th to be hidden in Hogwarts. Another one stays close to Riddle as it's his snake Nagini. How do you destroy them? Fred asked. Normally by destroying the container. Basilisk venom, fiend fire, and the killing curse are 3 proven methods, Harry answered. Hermione, the smart witch that she is, had figured out why this subject seemed to bother Harry so much. Her tone was full of horror when she voiced her realization. He made you one, didn't he? Some looked at her in confusion, while the others who had caught up with Hermione's realization became upset. Harry confirmed their suspicions. Yes, on the night Riddle killed my parents and tried to kill me, he unintentionally made me a horcrux. It's why Dumbledore believes I have to die and why I share a connection with Riddle. But there has to be another way, Ron protested. The others voiced their objections as well. There is another way, Samina announced, making them all go quiet. It is why Minerva contacted me in the first place, and it is why Harry, and I will be leaving for a short trip on Friday. Then she gave them an in-depth explanation of the ritual. How risky is it? Fleur asked. It can be very risky if the steps are not followed properly or if Harry didn't meet the requirements. Even then, there still are no guarantees. But I can tell you that this is the best choice I know of, and Harry is a better candidate for it than anyone I've read about or seen before, Samina explained honestly. There is also the fact that he doesn't have to do it alone, which can't be said for the other methods I know of. Are you okay with it, mate? Ron asked Harry. I am. So, if she says it's the best way to go, then I believe her, Harry replied confidently. So how are you going to get a unicorn to willingly give you their blood then? George asked. By gaining their trust, Samina replied. In less than a week? Susan asked in a little disbelief. I have it on good authority that Harry will be successful as long as he trusts his instincts and believes in himself. Samina replied mysteriously, sending an obvious glance at Luna. The others looked at Luna pointedly, though the girl in question wasn't bothered by it. That's what the Nargles told me, she stated as if that answered everything. Anyway, now that we've dampened the mood, it's time for us girls to take Harry here shopping. Tonks exclaimed excitedly. But I haven't eaten lunch yet, Harry protested. He looked at the other wizards for help, but they offered none. Sorry, Harry, but it's best not to argue against these things, Matthew remarked wisely. I've prepared something for you all to take with you, Mrs. Weasley said. Harry gave her a look of betrayal. Don't look at me like that, young man. You do need new clothes for your new job. It's best you get it over with now, instead of dragging it out. Harry looked at Minerva as his last resort, but she shook her head at him. Defeated, Harry allowed himself to be dragged out of the room by Tonks with Hermione, Ginny, and Susan following behind them. Where are you taking me anyway? Harry asked between bites of his sandwich. They had taken a portkey Amelia had provided them with, and were now walking down what seemed to be an abandoned street to a shop a friend of mine owns. Her name is Eliza, or Lizzie, and she sells all kinds of clothes and accessories, magical and muggle. Tonks replied. Trust me, she'll be able to find everything you want and need. Don't worry, Harry. We won't treat you like a dress-up doll, Hermione promised. You'll have full decision-making power over what clothes you get, Ginny said. We're just here to help us all, Susan concluded. So just try to enjoy it. Shopping can be fun when you do it the right way, Tonks exclaimed. Harry sighed, realizing he shouldn't be giving them a hard time when they were trying to help him. All right, I promise to try and have fun. That's the spirit, mate, Tonks replied as she wrapped her arm around his shoulders. They kept walking until they made it to the end of the street. In front of them was another abandoned lot with a derelict house like the many they'd passed by. Tonks ignored the dubious looks she was getting from the others and led them around the back of the house until they were standing in front of the back door. Are you sure this is the right place? Susan asked hesitantly. It's like how you get on the platform for the Hogwarts Express, Tonks explained before literally walking through the closed door. Shrugging their shoulders, the other four followed behind her. On the other side of the portal was a huge store with at least 3 floors inside of it. They walked over to Tonks, who was talking to someone whom they guessed was Lizzie. Hey guys, this is my friend Lizzie, Tonks introduced, confirming their assumptions. Lizzie, this is Hermione, Susan, Ginny, and Harry. Nice to meet you all, Lizzie greeted. Nice to meet you as well, Hermione replied. Same here, Ginny replied. Yeah, I really like your shop, Susan remarked. It's always good to meet a friend of Dora's, Harry said. So, you are the young man who's in need of a wardrobe then, Lizzie said, focusing on Harry. I guess so, Harry shrugged. He needs a more mature look that makes people take him seriously without him looking like a stuffy old fart, Tonks explained. Trying to impress a special someone then? Lizzie teased. Kind of, Harry admitted, getting curious looks from the others. Well, I'm sure we can find you exactly what you're looking for. You're going the right direction, though, because that beard of yours definitely makes you look older and gives you a bit of a rugged look. In a good way, of course, Lizzie said, referring to his now full goatee with a circle beard. Thanks, Harry said bashfully, stroking it a bit. Now let's get you measured, and then you can start picking out some clothes, Lizzie announced. She took out a measuring tape from her pocket, waving her wand at it. It flew around Harry's body, taking all of the measurements necessary before flying back into Lizzie's hand. Okay, so first I need to know if you want to go with a more muggle or magical look. Definitely muggle. In fact, I'd rather not have any robes at all, Harry replied. Then you won't have them. Let's go look around and see what catches your attention, Lizzie said. She led them to the 3rd floor where the men's department was located. They perused through the many racks and shelves for about 10 minutes. Harry found a few styles that interested him while the witches made a few suggestions of their own, without trying to force anything on him. He agreed to try on a few of their choices because of that. Once he had enough things to start with, Lizzie made sure they were the right sizes before taking them to a dressing room. Harry tried all of them on without protest, discarding the styles he didn't like and keeping the ones he did. With Harry having decided on a style, the real shopping began. He actually found himself having fun with the girls. They joked around with him, sometimes picking out things just to get a laugh out of him. However, they never tried to tell him what to wear or force him to try on something he wasn't comfortable with. An hour later, Harry had a full wardrobe of clothes. For tops, he got V-neck and crew-neck sweaters, a few shawl collar pullovers, an assortment of long-sleeved, three-quarter sleeve, and Henley button-up shirts. For bottoms, he went with more formal jean styles and slacks. He even got a few ties, 3 suits in black, light gray, and dark gray, along with 2 sport coats in black and light gray. Once they had all of that, they went to the shoe section to get a few pairs of dress shoes and boots. The last section they went to was the outerwear one. There, Harry perused over the large selection of jackets and coats before picking out a black leather racer jacket and a winter military jacket in army green with a liner that could be taken out so he could wear it during the warmer months. That last item was by far his favorite, and Lizzie promised to customize it, so the patch on its left breast would have the Potter and Black family crest with his first and middle initials and last name written underneath them. By the time they were ready to go, Harry was glad he'd been convinced to go on this trip and thanked all of the witches profusely for their help. They left his wardrobe with Lizzie, so she could add the necessary charms and enchantments for comfort and durability. On the way back to their Portkey Point, Tonks asked Harry the question that had been on hers and the other 3 witches' minds since earlier. So, are you really trying to impress her? Or was that just an excuse you told Lizzie? Dora, Harry exclaimed. We already know about your feelings for Professor McGonagall, Susan stated. Wait, how did you two figure it out? Harry asked Ginny and Susan. I'm an empath, Harry. I can literally feel your emotions, Susan said, giving him an incredulous look. Harry chastised himself for forgetting about that fact. My brothers can't get anything past me, so you shouldn't think you can either. Besides, anyone who pays enough attention to the two of you could figure it out, Ginny replied. Just great, Harry groaned. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, Harry, Susan assured him. I like my teacher more than I'm supposed to. How is that not embarrassing? Harry asked rhetorically. Technically, she is no longer your teacher. She's your boss after our meeting this morning, Tonks pointed out. How is that any better? Harry asked. There are no rules against the headmaster or headmistress being involved with their professors, Hermione informed him. Really? Harry blurted out, unable to contain himself. The 4 witches smiled at his enthusiasm. Yes, Harry, really, Hermione confirmed. It doesn't matter, Harry said. They shook their heads at his obliviousness. Are you going to at least ask her to be your anchor for the ritual? Tonks asked. I don't think that's a good idea, Harry said, causing Hermione blow out a breath in frustration. Harry James Potter, you need to get over yourself and ask her to be your anchor, she ordered. But nothing. This is a life or death situation. If you don't have the right anchor, you could irreparably damage yourself, or worse. I will not let you go into that ritual without the person best suited for that position, and that is Professor McGonagall. So, either you ask her, or I will do it for you. Harry looked at Hermione in shock before her words registered to him. He realized she was right. The stronger he felt about his anchor, the better the ritual would go. Plus, he couldn't pretend that Minerva wasn't the person he trusted the most to do this for him. You're right, Mione. This is a serious situation, and I'm acting like an idiot. I'll ask her myself, Harry agreed. Hermione pulled him into a hug. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I just don't want you to die, she whispered. I know. Besides, your job as my best friend is to tell me when I'm being an idiot, Harry whispered back. Well, now that drama's over, let's get back before they decide to send a search party out for us, Tonks suggested. They all followed after her as she led them the rest of the way back. While Harry was getting a new wardrobe and finding out that shopping with women could be fun, Minerva was on the receiving end of an uncomfortable conversation. She and Molly happened to be in the kitchen alone at the moment, with the others off doing their own thing. She was reading one of the books Harry had given her from his vault while Molly was reading a book on healing magic. Both were drinking tea as they read, the atmosphere peaceful. This is why Minerva was so caught off guard by Molly's questions. Minerva, may I ask you something personal? Molly said, gazing at the other, which intently. What is it? Minerva replied, still too engrossed in her book to notice the warning signs. How close are you and Harry? Minerva almost choked on the tea she had been drinking and had to clear her throat before she could respond. We are friends. Her tone was cautious, afraid of where this conversation was going. Of course, it's just I've been noticing that the two of you seem very close. Molly's tone was innocent. Well, I've been mentoring him since he was forced to compete in the tournament. We've spent a lot of time together because of it, and it has forged a strong bond between us. Minerva stumbled as she tried to use the right words to avoid suspicion. Unfortunately for her, Molly was the mother of 7 children, and she was used to having to read between the lines when it came to them. I suppose that's true. She paused, making Minerva think she would drop the subject. Her next words erased that hope. Though I do wonder why your room is on the 3rd floor with Harry's. According to Winky, that is the family floor. Minerva didn't know how to answer that one. When she had asked Dobby herself why she had been put in that room, his answer had not helped her. He said it was the mistress's room before popping away with a smirk, as if that explained everything. Of course, the fact that she had done nothing to change rooms after finding out about it didn't help her either. So, your feelings for him go beyond friendship then? Molly asked knowingly. I do not want to lie to you, Minerva admitted. Then don't. Harry makes it very easy to forget his age because he normally doesn't act like it. And he's unfortunately seen far too much of the dark side of life to be considered a child. Add in the interests and hobbies you both share, and it is easy to see how you became attracted to him. I try my hardest not to. Even now, I still refuse to talk to him about it and try and keep my distance. I'm sure you do, but fighting against your feelings of any sort concerning Harry is almost impossible. I know that personally. After all, what helped me make my decision concerning Dumbledore was the thought of how much he had made Harry suffer. That erased any loyalty I had felt for him. Minerva looked at her in surprise. You are not upset? If we were talking about different people, I would be. However, with the way Harry's grown up, and because I know you would never try to take advantage of anyone, let alone him, I am not. I want both you and Harry to be happy, and while it would be a unique relationship with its own challenges, I believe the two of you could make it work. Everyone who figures it out keeps telling me that. Then why don't you listen to us and tell him how you feel? Minerva looked away. I don't know. Well, I think it's time you figured it out. Harry and Minerva weren't the only ones busy that afternoon. Amelia Bones made good on her promise to Lord Greengrass. She had called Umbridge into her office an hour after the meeting with the board on the pretext of discussing her position in the ministry. Hestia was the only other person in the office when she arrived, giving Umbridge a false sense of security. The toad-like woman strutted into the room as if she was about to be given a promotion. Amelia smirked internally while her face gave nothing away. Hestia stood out of Umbridge's eyesight and had no qualms about displaying her smirk, thinking, that toad has no idea what's coming to her. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Madam Umbridge. Amelia greeted cordially once the woman was seated. Of course, Minister Bones, Umbridge replied, her tone overly sweet. How may I help you in the ministry? Before we get to that, there is some background information we need to go over. Don't worry, it's just so I can make sure I place you in the right position suited for you. Umbridge felt a flicker of doubt at that. What would you like to talk about? First, let's discuss the things you've accomplished during your time in the ministry. Umbridge relaxed at that and began touting the things she'd done to help better Magical Britain. She got so caught up in talking about herself that she failed to notice the change in Amelia's expression when she praised her more controversial measures, especially the ones that attacked Muggleborns or magical beings. When Umbridge had finally finished, Amelia pivoted the conversation to the real reason for the meeting. What about your time at Hogwarts as the defense professor? Amelia was even more satisfied by the look of unease on Umbridge's face after having to listen to the woman talk just now. What do you want to know about it? How about you tell me why you thought it was okay for you to use blood quills as a form of punishment against the students? Umbridge jumped out of her seat in fear. I don't know what you're talking about. She tried to turn around and run, but Hestia blocked the doorway. The aura had a dark look on her face, letting Umbridge know she wouldn't hesitate to draw her wand if necessary. Don't lie to me, Umbridge. I have proof from several students that you did, all of who are either half-bloods or Muggleborns. You did a good job of making sure that the scars from your torture remained. You can't prove that. I can and I will. You may have thought you were going to get away with it, but that was your mistake. You should have known that from the moment I took office. Your days were numbered. You can't do this to me. I am innocent. Or Hestia. Take Madame Umbridge to our secret holding cell to await trial. Only those we mentioned earlier are to know of her imprisonment. With pleasure, Minister, Hestia said as she gleefully slapped the magic-suppressing cuffs on the abhorrent woman's wrists. I only gave those brats what they— Ow. Umbridge was cut off by Hestia jerking her around a bit too hard. As the two left the office, with Hestia having to silence Umbridge, who was yelling empty threats at both of them. Amelia sat back in her chair with a satisfied expression on her face. For the next 2 days, Harry spent hours trying to figure out how to ask Minerva to be his an anchor and possibly admit his feelings to her. After frustrating himself to no end, he decided to ask for some help. So, he went to Andromeda. "Hey, Andy, can I talk to you for a moment?" Harry asked after he had knocked on her bedroom door. "Of course, Harry," she replied, beckoning him in. "Thanks, I'll try not to take up too much of your time," Harry said as he sat down in the chair beside her bed. "There's no need to rush. What seems to be bothering you?" "Well, I need to ask Minerva to be my anchor for the ritual." Andromeda waited for him to say more. "Is that all?" Harry looked down for a second. "No, I'm sure you already know this, but I like Minerva. And I mean really like her. At first, it was a simple crush in my 3rd year. But then I got to know the real her, and well, I was kind of doomed after that. I could control it before, though. Even pretend like my feelings didn't exist. But after my fight with Greyback and becoming an animagus, I can't do that anymore, and it's driving me crazy." Harry stood up and began pacing the floor. "Sometimes it feels like torture worse than any dark witch or wizard has ever put me through. To be so close to her and yet so far. But anytime I try and convince myself to just tell her, I chicken out because I'm afraid to lose her. Afraid to ruin the most important friendship I have. I can't do all of this without her. And now I'm getting ready to do this ritual, and I want Minerva to be my anchor, but I don't think it's a good idea. She'll know all of my memories, even the ones I haven't really talked with her about. And that's not even counting what other side effects we might get. I just don't know what to do anymore." As Harry finished his rant and stopped in front of her, he looked so lost, and her first instinct was to pull him into a motherly embrace. She knew that wasn't what he needed right now, though, and instead she moved to calm him down. "Come sit down, Harry," Andromeda said, patting the space beside her. He did as he was instructed, plopping down onto the bed and lowering his face into his hands. Andromeda rubbed his back as she talked to him, her voice calming. "Harry, the first thing you need to realize is that everything you're feeling right now is completely normal." Harry looked up at that. "What do you mean?" "I mean that when you're in love and you haven't told the person how you feel, it can drive you crazy." Andromeda turned her body to face him. Harry didn't even try to deny his feelings. "I'm not supposed to feel that way about her, though. She's my professor, my mentor, and she's also your very good friend. But none of that truly matters because the heart wants who it wants, and that is especially true for people like us. Magical people have soulmates? Not exactly. We don't form a magical bond as soon as we lay eyes on each other. However, when our magic meets someone whom it is highly compatible with, it tends to urge us to spend more time with that person. It doesn't consider any other factors, including age. We can ignore it, of course, but the feelings remain. In your case, those urges are intensified because of the changes your body is adjusting to. The fact that you already like and respect her as a person and spend a lot of time with her only increases that intensity. So, what do I do about it then? You talk to her. What if it makes her uncomfortable and she no longer wants to be around me because of it? If you truly believe that, then you don't know her as well as you think you do. Do you really think Minerva would abandon you that easily, after all you've been through together?" Andromeda's voice was stern as she chided him. "No." Harry put his head down in shame for even thinking that of Minerva. Andromeda lifted his head up with her finger under his chin so she could look him in the eyes as she spoke to him. "You are afraid, and that is okay. I'm not promising you that telling her will be easy. But no matter what, you will still have Minerva as a friend at the end of the day." "I know. I'm just being an idiot as usual." Andromeda shook her head. "No, Harry, you are not an idiot. Unfortunately, you did not have the childhood you should have due to manipulative old men and cruel relatives that can make you feel insecure about things like relationships and feelings. Yet despite not growing up in a loving environment, you have the biggest heart of anyone I've ever known, and when you trust it, good things happen. You just have to remember that when you start overthinking things. But no one is perfect. That's why you have friends and family to help you when you need it and vice versa. Okay, I'm going to talk to her while we're in Greece about being my anchor and my feelings. Thank you, Andy, for listening and calming me down. You're very welcome." Harry stood up, getting ready to leave, but a thought had him turning back around. "You are my family, by the way. I don't tell you enough how much I appreciate everything you've done for me, but I do appreciate you." Andromeda's eyes teared up as she got up and pulled him into a hug. "And I am honored to be part of your family. You're much better than the one I was born with." "Ditto." They stood there for a moment until Andromeda pulled away, wiping at her eyes. "Now, you need to go finish packing your stuff for your trip. And remember what I told you." "I will. I promise." The next morning, training was canceled since Harry, Minerva, and Samina had an early flight to catch. Instead, everyone who didn't live at the manor came over at around 7 to send the trio off. The house elves and Molly had even prepared some meals they could take with them, so they could focus completely on their task. Everyone else wished them luck and said their goodbyes. The trio apparat to the parking lot of the airport after they left the manor. They were flying from Glasgow International in Scotland instead of Heathrow in London to avoid the orders that were posted there, as they didn't want to be recognized. After checking in, they made it through security with no problems and found the seating area by their gate number easily enough. There was a bit of a delay, though, so they would have to wait for almost 2 hours until they could board. "Is this normal?" Harry asked. "It happens from time to time," Samina replied. Sensing Harry's nervousness, Minerva took him around for a walk to take his mind off of it. They looked in some of the shops near their gate, picking up a few snacks as they went. As they walked, they stood close enough to each other without holding hands, showing that they were very comfortable around each other. They talked quietly to each other as they went. Minerva wasn't wearing her glamour either, since they were unlikely to run into anyone they knew in the airport. While they were in one of the clothing stores, an older woman noticed this. "If you want the hoodie, I'll get it for you," Harry offered when he noticed Minerva's gaze lingering on a particular item. "It does look comfortable, but I don't know where I would wear it," Minerva countered. She didn't usually wear things like it, but was starting to see the appeal in muggle clothes after spending so much time around the younger witches in the group. Harry shrugged, not seeing the problem. "Whenever you want to. It's okay to get things just because you like it sometimes. I don't want you to waste your money on me. You want it, and I'm more than willing to get it for you. That's not a waste." When Minerva tried to argue against that, Harry shook his head at her and pulled the hoodie off of the shelf. He checked to make sure it was the right size before handing it to her. "See anything else you like?" Minerva sighed lightly and gave him a small smile. "No, this is all." "All right, let's go pay for it then." The two of them walked toward the register, but were stopped on their way by the woman who'd been watching them. "Sorry, but I couldn't help but comment on how well the two of you fit together. You make a good couple." We're not." "It's okay. Your secret is safe with me," the woman said knowingly. "But may I give you both a bit of advice?" Harry and Minerva nodded. Age does not always determine compatibility or incompatibility. Sometimes people just connect on another level. That connection does not care for the standards of the world, and that is just fine. Anyway, you two enjoy your trip wherever it takes you. Then she walked away without another word. Harry and Minerva took a moment to recover from the unexpected, yet thought-provoking talk. Then Harry went to pay for their purchase, and they both silently agreed it was time to return back to their gate. If Samina noticed anything off about them, she didn't mention it, only thanking them for the snacks they brought back to her. Nor did she comment on Minerva's new hoodie. Shortly afterward, the plane began boarding. They were part of the first call, due to them flying first class. "So, this is what first class looks," Harry remarked as they sat down in their seats. He was sitting beside Minerva with Samina in the row in front of them. "I told you it was nice," Samina said as they got settled. It took 30 minutes for the plane to be completely boarded. Then the flight attendants went through the safety information, and the plane started moving shortly afterwards. The weather was a bit stormy outside, and the plane shook a little as it started to move. Minerva noticed Harry tensing up beside her because of this. She placed her hand over his clenched fist to soothe him, and eventually, he started to relax a little. "It's okay to be nervous, Harry," she whispered so only he could hear her. "After all of the things I've seen and faced, I shouldn't be afraid of this. This is something you've never done before, and you have no control over. It's not like flying on your broom. You don't have to rely on someone else then. That is a good reason to be nervous." "If you say so." Minerva shook her head at him, muttering about men and their pride issues. Harry ignored her, trying to focus on his breathing as the plane began to take off. As it started lifting into the air, Harry clenched his hand again, keeping them that way until it leveled off. Then he chanced a glance out of the window and was a bit amazed at the view. It combined with Minerva's ministrations, calmed him down, and he was finally able to fully relax. He enjoyed the rest of the flight, especially after Minerva cast a charm to release the pressure in his ears, so they stopped popping. The in-flight meal they got actually tasted pretty good, and the movie he and Minerva picked, called Die Hard, had enough action in it to entertain both of them. Overall, it wasn't as great as flying on a broom, but it was worth doing again. Once they had landed and made it through customs, which thankfully didn't take long, they headed out of the airport. Samina led them toward a secluded area in one of the parking lots where they wouldn't be noticed. There she gave them the coordinates for their destination, so they could apparate to the forest. A few seconds later, they arrived in a small clearing with a river to the west of them. So how are we going to find the unicorns, and how exactly am I going to get one to trust me enough? Harry asked after surveying his surroundings. Unicorns tend to stay by sources of water, so we'll follow the river until we come across them. As for getting one to trust you, I can only give you the same advice from earlier. Trust your instincts, Samina replied. There's no other advice you can give me, Harry pleaded, only to not force it. They will come to you when they're ready, Samina said. But we're a bit short on time right now, Harry pointed out. You have to trust Luna's ability as a seer. If she says you have enough time, then you have enough time, Samina countered. Harry groaned and turned to Minerva, but she stopped him before he could complain. Don't look at me. I didn't even know you could get blood from a unicorn willingly until Samina told us. You're just going to have to trust what she says. Harry sighed in exasperation. Is there anything else I should know before we start this journey into the unknown of ours? Just that unicorns aren't the only magical creatures in the forest, so we should remain on our guard, Samina replied. Brilliant. Knowing my luck, I'll run into the most dangerous creature here, Harry muttered. Then he started walking toward the west to reach the river. After taking 15 paces, he turned around to face the witches. Are you two coming? Minerva and Samina looked at each other and shook their heads at him before following after him. He turned around and kept walking, though his pace slowed to give them time to catch up. Did he not enjoy the flight? Samina asked, wondering what was causing his grumpiness. No, he enjoyed it once he got over his nerves. I think he's just worried about getting everything ready for the ritual. He may not talk about it, but I can tell it gets to him sometimes. Plus, he has the habit of running into trouble without trying to, and he expects that to happen now. That explains it. Don't worry, he'll apologize later once he calms down. I'm sure he will. Then Samina got a mischievous expression on her face, though it might help if you did something to assuage those worries of his. Minerva ignored the innuendo. When they reached the river, Harry flipped a galleon to decide which way to go. It landed on heads, so they turned to the north and followed the river that way. The path along the river was filled with boulders, cliffs, and pits, making it hard to walk on. To make the going easier, Harry and Minerva changed into their animagus forms. Harry even made his form larger and crouched down so Samina could ride him. As gratitude for his actions, Samina cast a spell to mask both animagi's scent and silence their footfalls to avoid being detected by other creatures. It took them about 2 hours of travel before they finally caught sight of the unicorns. Several of them were gathered together on the opposite side of the river. From what the trio could see, there were 25 adults standing around and 16 foals playing by the water. Samina hopped off of Harry and held up her hand for both animagi to stop. We have to be very quiet now, she said as they transformed back. The river was very narrow where they were, and only a few meters separated them from the other side. How should we approach them? Minerva asked, very slowly. We should stay on this side of the river until they notice us and deem us non-threatening, Samina instructed. Should we try and find another way across the river to the north or south of them? Harry asked. No, once we're in their sight, we should stay that way. Leaving and reappearing behind them would only spook them even more. I doubt you fancy trying to chase after them, and that won't win us any points with them, Samina explained. With Samina's points made, the trio slowly moved forward until they reached the edge of the riverbank. They sat down in clear sight of the unicorns, drinking some water while they waited to be noticed. It took about 10 minutes for a unicorn to notice their presence. When it looked up, Its ears were perked and alert. Its reaction started off a domino effect, and soon the entire herd was looking at them with the foals shepherded behind what were likely their mothers. On the other side of the river, the trio remained completely still, their eyes trained on the herd. A tense silence formed over both groups for several minutes with the sound of the river fading in the background. Then, as if a spell was spontaneously broken, the unicorns returned to their previous activities. Only a few kept glancing at them periodically, but for the most part they were no longer seen as a threat. "What now?" Harry asked. "We should stay here for a while, eat lunch, and keep watch over them. If they don't move from there, we can try and cross the river to see how they'll react," Samina replied. Seeing no problem with that, they set things up so they could eat and rest. "I want to apologize for being short with you both earlier." "You didn't deserve that," Harry spoke up. "It's okay, Harry. I can appreciate the tremendous amount of stress you're under right now. The fact that you haven't truly gone off on anyone yet shows your restraint," Samina said. "Exactly. So all is forgiven," Minerva added, satisfied that his apology was accepted and that they were not cross with him. He handed out some of the sandwiches packed in their bags. 3 hours later, the herd still hadn't left, so Samina told them they should try and cross the river. Minerva found a small clearing near where the unicorns were, so they aimed for it. With Harry in the front, they slowly waded through the water, watching for any reactions. It took them about 15 minutes to cross the few meters of water, as they had to stop and wait any time the unicorns got skittish. Once in the clearing, which had a clear view of the herd, the trio started setting up camp. Minerva and Samina put up wards around their clearing and the magical tent, while Harry fetched water and firewood. Some of the unicorns watched their actions curiously, but none seemed overtly threatened by them. Harry joined them inside the tent once he had everything situated outside. The inside of the tent was more spacious than the one he'd been in with the Weasleys for the Quidditch World Cup. It had a living room, a kitchen, and 3 doors leading to the bedrooms. Samina informed him that each bedroom had its own bathroom when he asked about it. After getting his stuff situated in the room designated as his, and taking a quick shower to wash the day off of him, Harry offered to heat up some of the stew they had. Getting their agreement, he went outside and started a small fire, placing the pot full of stew over it. While he waited and stirred the pot occasionally, he watched the unicorns, keeping an eye on them in case they decided to leave. In the calm, everything else that was on his mind came to the forefront and he got lost in those thoughts. "You know, you could have done that on the stove inside," Minerva remarked as she came to sit beside him. "I wanted to watch the unicorns, see if it would help me figure out how to gain their trust," Harry replied. He jumped a bit at her arrival, having not sensed her coming. "Anything come to you yet?" "Not really, but I haven't been at it for too long yet." Minerva turned to look at him, studying his expression. "You seem like you're too busy thinking about something else." "I am. Do you want to talk about it?" Harry took a deep breath. "I should have asked you this the moment Samina told us about the ritual, but will you be my anchor?" Minerva was a bit surprised. When he hadn't asked her to do it within the first few days after they learned about the ritual, she'd assumed he wanted to pick someone else. "You want me to be your anchor?" Harry chuckled lightly. "There's no one in this world I trust more to do this for me than you. I didn't ask before because I was worried about the side effects of the bond. I didn't want to put you in an uncomfortable situation. Harry, I promised you I would do whatever I could to help you get that thing out of your head and survive this war, and I meant it. We can deal with the side effects as long as you're free of riddles." Presents. She also was concerned about the bond and what it might entail, but refused to let that stop her from helping him. "Well, that was easier than I thought it would be." "Thank you." Minerva shook her head at him. "You really have to stop overthinking things." "I know. I'll try and work on it some more. Anyway, the stew is done, so let's go eat." They both got up then, with Harry levitating the stew behind him. He thought about admitting his feelings to her, but decided to wait for now. It didn't feel like the right time just yet. He did tell Samina that he had picked Minerva as his anchor once they were inside of the tent. When she did the compatibility spell, the two of them glowed a bright gold. She simply explained it meant that Minerva would have no problem being Harry's anchor, though there was a mischievous smirk on her face. For the next 3 days, Harry, Minerva, and Samina followed the herd around wherever it went. They traveled all throughout the forest, running into a few harmless creatures, magical and muggle, as they went. At night, They would take turns keeping watch, just in case the unicorns were forced to leave as they slept. Every day the trio were able to get closer and closer to them, though they still hadn't made direct contact. The fourth day of their trip started out just like the others, with the trio waking up and exercising before they went to make contact with the unicorns. To their surprise, this morning Harry was greeted by one of the foals who had trotted over to their campsite as they were putting everything away. It was a particularly small one, yet very brave as it had come over here all on its own. He stopped what he was doing and knelt down slowly, trying not to startle it. Minerva and Samina also noticed what was going on and stopped to watch the interaction. "Hey there, little one. What are you doing over here?" he greeted, his voice gentle. The foal neighed in response, moving closer to him. Harry slowly reached out his hand, giving it plenty of time to move away. Noticing what he was doing, the foal moved even closer so he could pet it. Happy about this change of events, Harry gently pet the little unicorn for a few minutes, enjoying the moment. While he did that, Harry examined it more closely and found out that the foal was female. "This was fun, little one, but you should probably get back to your mommy." "You don't want to worry her," Harry said, as if she understood what Harry was saying. The foal bowed her head once before trotting away. When she saw that Harry wasn't following her, she turned around as if to tell him to come on. He looked back at Samina and Minerva, who silently ushered him along. Properly encouraged, he followed after the filly, a female foal, as she led him back to the rest of the herd. One of the unicorns appeared agitated as he and the filly reached the herd, making Harry think it was his little friend's mother. He was proven correct when the filly trotted over to it, prancing happily around its feet to show that she was okay. Then she walked back over to Harry, guiding her mother to him as if to introduce the two. The mare, female horse, sized him up once she was a few feet in front of him, trying to see if he was a threat. When the filly moved to his side and started butting her head against his hand so he would pet her, the mare decided he was safe and bowed her own head so he could pet her too. This is the scene Minerva and Samina walked into once they finished packing everything back up. They stood back to watch, not wanting to spook any of the other unicorns and mess up the progress he was making. After he finally noticed them, Harry gestured for them to join him. When they reached him, Harry turned to the two unicorns in front of him to make introductions. "Guys, these are my friends Minerva and Samina. I promise they won't hurt you just like I won't hurt you." His tone was soft as he spoke. The unicorns seemed to understand what he was saying as they moved to allow the witches to pet them. The other unicorns in the herd looked up at the display, their curiosity piqued. Slowly, they started to gather around the humans in a circle to get a closer look. Still, they kept some distance between them as they were unsure what to make of the trio. Then a large stallion with a huge horn, who was obviously the leader of the herd, walked straight for Harry. The herd moved to the side to give him passage. Once he was less than 2 feet away from Harry, he stopped and stared at him intently. Everyone was quiet during this moment, and Harry felt like his entire existence was being examined. He remained steady, though, not daring to look away from the stallion's intense gaze. It felt like an eternity passed as the exchange occurred, though in reality, it was only a few minutes. Just when Harry thought he was going to be rejected, the leader moved closer and bowed his head to allow Harry to pet him. "Nice to meet you too," Harry spoke as he cautiously stroked the large unicorn's coat. After this breakthrough, Harry, Minerva, and Samina were allowed to spend the rest of their day among the herd. Instead of following them around from a distance, they were right in the thick of them. The foals, colts, and fillies alike especially flocked to Harry, vying for his attention any time they could get it. He was glad to oblige and had a great time playing around with them. The filly who had come to him first was glued to his side, though, not getting more than a couple feet away from him the entire day. She was the only foal of the herd still retaining her golden coat, which characteristic of unicorns still under the age of 2 years. Harry considered her the bravest since she had approached him on her own, taking that leap of faith before any of the rest. He became very fond of her and even nicknamed her Aurelia after throwing out several names to her until she approved that one. Minerva and Samina spent their time with the mares of the herd for the most part, though they kept their eyes on Harry when they could. By the time they all stopped for the night, Harry was thinking that nothing would happen to ruin the great day he'd had. Eventually, the group found a large clearing near the river to stop for the day. The unicorns were settling down for the night, and the trio had already set up their tent and eaten dinner. Harry and Minerva were sitting down by the fire, Aurelia laying by Harry's side as he petted her while Samina was in the tent. The night sky was clear, and the stars were shining brightly. Feeling a high after his successful day, he decided it was time he embraced his Gryffindor side and finally talked to Minerva. "Hey, Minerva," he called out softly. She turned her gaze from sky to look at him. Yes, looking at her, he realized there was no way he could get over his feelings for her. "There's something I need to tell you. I don't know how you're going to take it, but well, you deserve to know. I just ask that you keep an open mind and let me finish before you respond." Minerva had a hunch what he was going to say and didn't know if she should stop him or let him finish. In the end, she knew they needed to talk about it. "Okay, it didn't take long for me to see you as my favorite professor at Hogwarts. Part of it was because of my interest in transfiguration, but most of it was due to who you were. The way you defended me during the Chamber of Secrets chaos only solidified that opinion. Then in my third year, I realized I'd developed a crush on you. It happened after you sat me down and talked to me about Sirius and what he'd been accused of doing. Instead of talking down to me or acting like I couldn't handle the information, you explained it all out to me like the normal human being I am, not once belittling me. You even voiced your own doubts about it. At the time, I could count on 3 fingers the number of people who've treated me with pure honesty the way you did." Harry paused for a moment before continuing. "Then the next year and the tournament came, and you started teaching me in secret to make sure I was prepared for whatever I would face. It gave me the opportunity to really get to know you. I got to see your humor, your intelligence, your passion, your fiery temper that entertains me when I'm not the recipient of it. But most importantly, I learned how big your heart really is and how strong your devotion is to those you care about. That transformed my crush into something much stronger, and the past year only increased those feelings. Spending time with me over the summer whenever you could get away with it. Getting me clothes that fit me, so I no longer had to wear Dudley's old stuff. Defending me against Umbridge several times throughout the year. Continuing to train me. Listening to me when I needed to vent, and helping me to remain calm in spite of all the pressure I was dealing with." Harry chuckled as he kept going, unable to stop now that he had said so much. "Then, after I pushed you away and threw every single thing you'd done for me in your face, you didn't abandon me or stop caring. The moment I appeared in front of you, you got me the help I needed and stayed right by my side as I healed. Then you talked to me. You didn't throw what I did and said in my face, though. No. You forgave me without hesitation. You listened to me as I told you my worries and fears. Even after telling you about the horcruxes, you stood beside me and promised to do any and everything you could to help me. How could I not fall in love with you after that? Now, with the scar from Greyback and becoming an animagus, I can't ignore how I feel anymore." Minerva's heart beat rapidly at his declaration. While she knew he was attracted to her, she hadn't been sure of how deep his feelings were. Harry wasn't done yet, though. "And before you respond, I know there's an age difference, and I know most wouldn't approve of us, but I don't care anymore. I've decided to take what the woman in the airport told us to heart. If you don't feel the same way, then I promise this will be the last time I say anything about it to you. I value your friendship way too much to ruin it. But if you do care about me the way I care about you, I ask you to give us a chance. I know we'll have a lot we'll need to get through, but if it means a chance at happiness, true happiness, then it's worth it." "Harry, I'm supposed to be your professor," Minerva pointed out. "Technically, I'm no longer a student. I'm a professor now. Then I'm your boss, and there's no rule stating a relationship between us is illegal. Besides, it's not like we're going to go around broadcasting it for the world to see. You're still a teenager. You should be with someone closer to your age. But I don't want that. I want you. And before you bring it up, I'm emancipated and considered of age according to the law. Legally, there's nothing stopping us." Minerva sighed as Harry countered every argument she tried to bring up. To be honest, she wasn't trying very hard because despite everything she wanted him badly. Harry cut her off before she could give him another excuse. "Do you love me? It's not that simple. Just answer the question, Minerva. Do you love me? And don't try and lie to me, because I don't deserve it." Minerva looked away for a moment. She knew that once she admitted her feelings to him, there would be no way to take them back. She couldn't lie to him either, because he knew her well enough to be able to tell whether she was telling him the truth. Just when she was about to answer him, though, a large boom sounded out around them. Harry jumped up to his feet, wand drawn. What was that? Minerva stood as well, wand in her hand. I don't know, but it came from over there. She pointed toward the forest in a northwesterly direction. The unicorns were afraid, turning their heads in all directions as they tried to determine where the threat was coming from. Several more booms sounded out, coming from too many different directions. Aurelia had woken up from her sleep and was hiding behind Harry's legs in fright. Samina dashed out of the tent in alarm, armed and ready to fight whatever was the source of that noise. She was about to ask what was going on when several black cloaks spilled out of the trees into the clearing from all sides. Are those what I think they are? Harry asked, worry in his tone. Yes, they are Lethifolds, Minerva confirmed, and they're not supposed to be here. They're not native to Greece because it isn't a tropical climate, Samina added. Let's worry about how they got here later. Right now, we need to make sure they don't try and kill us or the unicorns, Harry said, nodding to each other. The three of them began casting their patron uses at the threat surrounding them, both Harry and Minerva ignoring the fact that theirs resembled each other's animagi forms. The trio made sure to try and point the creatures away from the unicorns as much as possible, moving as much as they could to stand in front of the herd. Their efforts pushed the Lethifolds back, but for some reason they weren't fleeing. I thought they reacted to the Patronus the same way Dementors do, Harry remarked. They're supposed to, Minerva confirmed. Something isn't right here, Samina warned. That something showed itself when a large pack of Krups burst from the trees, followed by over 20 wizards. The Krups didn't appear to be normal, as their eyes were glowing red, and they were bigger than any either of the trio had seen. A dark energy emanated from them as well. Samina also noticed that the wizard's garb looked familiar, and it only took her a few seconds to understand why once she spotted the blood-red E on the clasps of their capes. Those men are part of a secret group called the Experimentalists, or E for short. They go all around the world, capturing magical creatures who they perform illegal tests on in an attempt to enhance their abilities. Most countries have capture orders out on them, and the more prominent ones are on the most wanted lists, Samina explained. Oh, that's just great, Harry groaned. Do you think they're after the unicorns? I'm sure of it, Samina confirmed. We have to do everything we can to stop them then, Minerva urged. The wizard in the middle of the group stepped forward and swept his wand out in front of him. This caused both the Krups and the Lethifolds to freeze their movements. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. My name is Jace, and I'll give you only one chance to get out of our way, or we will kill you. Harry, angry that his conversation with Minerva had been interrupted and that the trio's and the herd's lives were in danger, had no patience for playing games. How about I give you a counteroffer? You take yourself, your men, and your illegally modified creatures and go back to wherever the heck you came from, and I won't make this a very bad night for you. Harry's cold, authoritative tone had Minerva shivering slightly with arousal, reminding her that while he was young age-wise, he couldn't be considered as anything less than a man. Why are you arguing against being with him again? Her mind thought incredulously. Jace shook his head at Harry dismissively, thinking his words were an empty threat. You should have taken my offer. There will be no others. Then he waved his wand again, and the creatures continued their attack. The Krups bounded after the unicorns while the Lethifolds swarmed the trio. Samina moved to try and help the herd while Harry and Minerva tried to keep the Lethifolds back. Some of the unicorns tried to help Samina in fighting off the unnaturally aggressive Krups while the others protected the foals. After a few minutes, the enemy wizards started firing spells at them, making all of their jobs even more difficult. When Minerva stumbled over a rock as she walked backward to dodge a dark, cutting curse, one of the Lethifolds surged forward to take advantage of the situation. It swooped down on her and began trying to suffocate her as she fell to the ground. Harry saw this and quickly moved to help her, his mind working on autopilot. Without conscious thought, he used his elemental abilities to form a ring of fire around him and her with a barrier of air pushing out on all sides to prevent anyone or anything from reaching them. It also happened to block the wizard's view of Samina, giving her cover from spell fire for the moment. Then he sent a Patronus at the Lethifold attacking her, though this one was different. Instead of the usual bright silver, translucent appearance, It was golden and much more solid as it charged after dark creature hovered over Minerva. The golden cat launched itself at the lethifold once it was close enough. Instead of causing it to back off or flee, it caused physical damage, the cloak-shaped figure disintegrating before their very eyes. A piercing scream like none Harry or Minerva had ever heard was emitted from it, and after several seconds the lethifold was nothing more than a pile of ashes on the ground. Harry ignored this phenomenon for the moment, rushing down to Minerva's side. She was coughing as she tried to regain her breath. "Minerva, are you okay?" he asked, panic in his voice. He pulled her into his arms as he frantically examined her for any sign of injury. His hand was on her neck to feel for any bruises. Once she'd regained her composure, she put her hand on his chest to calm him down. "I'm okay now thanks to you. I'd ask how you did that, but right now, I'm just glad it happened. I'm pretty sure my magic reacted to my anger. All could think of was not getting to you in time," Harry tried to explain. Minerva sat up, mostly recovered now. "Think you could do it again?" Harry stared into her eyes intently as he replied without hesitation. "Definitely. Good. You destroy the rest of the lethifold. I'll watch your back." Plan made. Both of them rose to their feet. Harry dispelled the wind and fire barrier, something Minerva planned on asking him about later, before they both turned their attention on the remaining lethifold. After a nod to each other, Harry reformed his golden Patronus while Minerva readied herself to defend him. Working together, the two of them were able to successfully destroy the rest of the creatures, while preventing their shocked enemies from stopping them. By the time they had finished, some of the wizards were reconsidering the attack. "Who are you?" Jace asked, a hint of fear in his voice. Minerva answered for Harry. "He's Dark Wizard's worst fear. Unfortunately for them, some don't realize this until it's too late. I'd advise you to go before you find out what that means personally. You won't be taking your dogs with you, though, since I've managed to round them all up," Samina added, moving to stand beside Minerva. Behind her, all of the mutated Krups were round up and enclosed in a magical barrier on all four sides. Jace glared hatefully at both of them. "I don't care what you think or say. I'm still going to kill you, and we're going to get the prize we came here for." Emboldened by their leader's words, the wizards started attacking the trio again. Even though they were a bit tired and outnumbered, the three of them fought back fiercely, giving their enemies a hard time. Harry and Minerva incorporated their elemental abilities while Samina showed her knowledge of ancient and arcane magic, using spells her friends had never heard of before. Jace ran straight for Harry, backed up by two others who seemed to be some of the better duelers in the group. Harry had his hands full, but took the challenge head-on, showing why he had received his 2 masteries. Seeing that some of the others were trying to sneak up on Harry as he fought his 3 opponents, Minerva took on as many of the wizards as she could. Her wand and other hand were blurs as she fought like a one-woman army, proving why she had gained her reputation. Her spells were powered by anger, yet she managed to remain in control the entire time. Samina noticed the movements of the enemies as well and helped to distract as many as she could. She also worked to protect the unicorns from any stray spell fire, casting shield charms, or finding makeshift barriers to throw in the way of it. Within 20 minutes, only 2 of the enemy remained standing, the others incapacitated in one form or another. Harry had managed to knock out his 3 opponents and send them flying, including Jace. He saw none of them get back up. The remaining 2 surrendered, seeing that it was all over. Harry moved to take count of the unicorns who had calmed down once they realized the danger had passed. He took stock of their injuries, healing the ones he could and taking note of the ones that needed more experienced hands. Samina and Minerva rounded up the wizards, tying them up together and destroying their wands. Once they finished, they realized Jace was not among their captures. At around the same time, Harry noticed movement out of the corner of his eye and turned his head toward it. Jace had snuck up on the herd during the battle after he realized he was outclassed, and now he was standing dangerously close to Aurelia, whom Harry had lost track of. Before he could react fast enough, the leader snatched up the little golden unicorn and sprinted toward the forest. With no hesitation, Harry chased after him. Since he couldn't take a clear shot without risking hitting Aurelia, he had to pursue him on foot. He didn't even think to change into his animagus form until Minerva came bounding up behind him in hers. Lightly chastising himself, he transformed as well. Within a few minutes, The two had almost overtaken Jace. In front of them, there was a cliff, and they could hear the sound of a waterfall nearby. It got louder as they ran. Feeling cornered, Jace turned around when he was less than 4 meters from the edge, his wand drawn and Aurelia in his other arm. There was a wild look in his eyes, and his clothes were torn and bloody as he desperately searched for a way out of his situation. "Stay back," he shouted, waving his wand wildly. "Just put the unicorn down, and we'll let you go," Harry tried, his voice calm, though his emotions were racing. No, I'm in charge here, not you. You'll do what I say, or one of you will die. Be reasonable. You have no way out of here," Minerva said. "I'm getting out of here, with this unicorn, and you're going to let me," Jace argued. Harry looked at Minerva, both silently agreeing that Jace wasn't going to listen to reason. Their actions caused Jace to panic even more, and he started casting curses at them, causing them to have to shield and duck out of the way. He was outnumbered, though, and Harry and Minerva were able to gain ground on him soon enough, even without being able to fire any spells back at him. Jace was unable to focus much on Aurelia as he tried to fend off the duo, and when she got her chance, the little unicorn squirmed her way out of his arms. Harry reacted quickly to this, dashing forward to get her as Aurelia ran toward him. Unfortunately, Jace noticed this sent a curse of unknown origin at Harry to try and stop him. It hit Harry just as he managed to wrap Aurelia in his arms, sending both of them in the air in the direction of the cliff edge. Before Minerva could react, they were flying over the edge and into the unknown. "Harry, and hope you enjoyed the cliffhanger. I'll try not to keep you waiting for too long." League of Hoods members: Harry, Alpha, Minerva, Lioness Hermione, Scholar Tonks, Shifter Andromeda, Barrister Amelia, Monarch Hestia Sleuth, Fleur, Aphrodite Luna, Oracle Ron Tactician, Neville Terran means Earth, Fred Thing 1, George, Thing 2 Ginny, Firecracker Charlie, Bear Samina, Mystique Matthew Eagle, Arthur, Humphrey means Calm, Molly Matron. Chapter 17, and, as always, I thank you all for reading and reviewing this story. On a serious note, I hope everyone's being careful during this health pandemic and taking all of the necessary precautions that you can. If anyone's sick with the virus, I hope that you get better soon. Chapter 17. Jace was unable to focus much on Aurelia as he tried to fend off the duo, and when she got her chance, the little unicorn squirmed her way out of his arms. Harry reacted quickly to this, dashing forward to get her as Aurelia ran toward him. Unfortunately, Jace noticed this sent a curse of unknown origin at Harry to try and stop him. It hit Harry just as he managed to wrap Aurelia in his arms, sending both of them in the air in the direction of the cliff edge. Before Minerva could react, they were flying over the edge and into the unknown. Minerva didn't have much time to contemplate Harry and Aurelia's fate as Jace re-engaged her in battle. His attacks were ferocious and more accurate now that he believed he had the upper hand again. Minerva fought back mechanically as she tried to calm down the panic that gripped her heart. "Please don't be dead, Harry. You have to survive," she thought over and over as she blocked or dodged Jace's attacks. Then Jace had to open his mouth, arrogance and overconfidence dripping from his tone. "Your boyfriend is dead, and you will be too if you don't give up now," he taunted. "If you stop fighting now, I promise to make your death quick." He really should have stopped talking at that point, but he didn't recognize the warning signs Minerva was displaying. "Though, I'll of course have to punish you for beating my men and destroying my creatures, but I can make it worth your while. Even show you what it's like to be with a real..." He couldn't continue because at that point Minerva had had enough of him. In righteous fury, she sent a flurry of cutting, burning, and overpowered stinging hexes right at him. Caught off guard, he was unable to stop, dodge, or shield against them. Every single one hit their mark, causing him extreme pain, especially in a certain private area. While he was distracted, she conjured up a block of concrete around his standing form, encasing his entire body except for his head in it. He couldn't move an inch. "You let me out right now, you stupid," Jace yelled. His words were cut off as Minerva made the concrete around him tighter, squeezing his body painfully. It didn't break any of his bones, though his wand did get crushed. For good measure, she silenced him, so she no longer had to hear his voice. It grated on her already frayed nerves, and she was afraid she might not be able to stop herself if he insulted her or Harry again. "You better hope he and the unicorn lives, because if they don't, Prison will be the least of your worries, she spat. And by the way, he is much more of a man than you could ever hope to be. Then she ran over to the cliff's edge. She searched desperately for any sight of Harry and Aurelia. After 15 minutes, though, she found no sign of them. While Minerva was dealing with Jace, Harry was trying to figure out a way to save himself and Aurelia. The river they had splashed into was carrying them rapidly toward the waterfall, which appeared to have a rather large drop from what Harry could see. He tried to move them closer to the shore to the left of them, but it was impossible at the moment. Whatever spell Jace had hit him with was causing a paralysis that was getting increasingly worse as time went on. It was taking everything he had to fight the curse enough to be able to move even a little. Aurelia was clinging tightly to him, well aware of the danger they were in. Harry wished he could do something to soothe her, but he was just as afraid as she was. Despite his best efforts, there was nothing he could do to stop them from falling. Instead, he tried to brace himself and Aurelia as much as he could in his limited condition. A few seconds later, they had reached the waterfall. Before they reached the edge, they slammed into a boulder, separating them from each other. Harry couldn't do anything, helpless as the distance between him and Aurelia increased. Then he was tumbling down the waterfall, unable to control his trajectory. It felt like he was falling for several minutes. In reality, it was only about 10 seconds. When he reached the bottom, he was pulled under the water, almost completely paralyzed except for his mouth now. He was unable to stop his descent and was sure he was going to drown. In his mind, he was laughing hysterically, thinking how ironic it was that after managing to survive Voldemort's attempts to kill him, an enemy he hadn't met before would be the one to cause his death. Just when he'd lost all of his air, the water seemed to release him, and he floated back to the top, gasping for air. The river carried him on until it deposited him on a grassy shore 5 minutes later. He lay there, the water gently lapping over his body. For 15 minutes, he stared at the sky, thankful he was still alive, but unsure how he was going to get back. He didn't know how long the paralysis would last, or if it would even go away without someone magically removing it. So there was nothing he could do. Despite his situation, Aurelia and Minerva were his biggest concerns at the moment. He was worried that something bad had happened to his little unicorn, or that she was lost somewhere all alone. He was also concerned about Minerva being left with Jace. It's not that he didn't think she could take care of himself. He knew she could. He just didn't like the thought of her getting hurt at all. Or worse, killing someone for him. She didn't need that on her conscience. He was too lost in his thoughts to pay much attention to his surroundings. That's why it shocked him when he felt a small, soft nose nuzzling his hand. "Aurelia," he gasped. "You're okay." Aurelia nickered happily, licking gently at his fingers. Then she laid her head on his stomach to look at him. "Hey girl, I need you to do something for me," Harry said after a moment. "I can't move my body at all right now, so I'll need you to get some help from me. Do you think you could find your way back to where the rest of your herd is?" Aurelia wore what seemed like a thoughtful expression on her face before nodding her head once. "Good girl. I need you to go back there, find my friends, and lead them here. Think you can do all of that?" Aurelia nodded her head again, determinedly. "Be careful then." She moved closer to him, nuzzling her nose against his cheek. Then she trotted off into the forest to complete her mission. Harry released a sigh of relief. Now I just have to wait and hope that some animal won't come out and eat me before she gets back. Others might not have much faith in a baby unicorn's ability to complete the task. But Harry wasn't others. Minerva realized she couldn't find Harry from the cliff edge, so she reluctantly headed back to the clearing, dragging Jace behind her. After interrogating him, she managed to get him to admit that the spell he used on Harry was a full-body paralysis curse. It was similar to Petrificus Totalis, except this one could cause permanent damage if it wasn't removed with the counterspell within 6 hours. This knowledge only made her worry even more, and she prayed to whatever deity who would listen that she finds Harry before then. Even more furious with him, she accidentally let him bump into many trees and rocks on the way back, taking a small amount of pleasure in his pain. Samina met her at the entrance of the clearing. "Thank goodness you're back, Minnie. You guys had me worried there for a wait. Where's Harry and Aurelia?" Minerva tried to control her emotions, but her voice still wavered some. He was trying to get to Aurelia. Just as he reached her, this bastard hit him with some kind of paralysis spell, and it sent them both flying off the cliff edge by a waterfall. After dealing with him, I tried to find them, but they were already too far down the river for me to see them. Samina could see how close Minerva was to breaking down. Let me put him with the rest, and then we can figure out how to find Harry. She took over the levitating of Jace, harshly dropping him by the rest of his accomplices. She made sure to get the exact spell Jace had used and was grateful it was one she knew the counter spell to. Then she asked the unicorns to keep watch over the captives before heading back over to Minerva. She led the woman to sit by the fire, bringing her a cup of tea a moment later. I can't lose him too, Samina. I don't think I'll recover from that. Not this time, Minerva said after she drunk some of her tea. Then stop talking like you've already lost him. Harry knows how to survive. Either we'll find him, or he'll find us. We just have to calm down and think clearly. You know, he told me he's in love with me before those bastards arrived. I didn't know how to respond and gave him excuses for why we couldn't be together, but he saw right through them. Right? Through me. Then he asked me if I loved him. I was about to answer him until they showed up. What were you going to tell him? I couldn't lie to him. He said he didn't deserve that, and he was right. I love him, and that scares me. I wish I would have just told him that. Samina shook her head at Minerva and cut her off. Now you will have to tell him you love him after we find him. Minerva took a deep breath, releasing all of her fear and worry to clear her mind. Samina was right. She could feel that he was still alive. She just had to find him. Okay, where do you think we should go first? Samina chuckled internally despite the serious situation. She really has it bad for him to get as worked up as she is, she thought before answering the question. Did you see any way down the cliff where you were? No, though it wouldn't hurt to look again. I was more focused on the river and the waterfall than the cliff itself. Let's go then. Samina placed a few wards around the campsite to alert her if any try to enter it before following after Minerva. Once they reached the cliff, they spread out and started examining the area around it. An hour later, both witches came to the conclusion it would take a long walk to find their way down and around to the bottom of the waterfall, especially when they didn't even know where to start. Needing to regroup, they went back to camp. Minerva felt like throwing something out of frustration. It's already been almost 3 hours and we have no idea where to start looking for them. If Matthew was here, he could fly around and search for them. I think we should split up, Samina said. One of us needs to find a way to the bottom of the waterfall, and the other needs to stay here in case he or Aurelia come back. So, who should do what? Before Samina could answer, her proximity wards went off. She got up and went to investigate it, followed by Minerva. Both hoped it was Harry. When they got there, it wasn't Harry waiting for them, but it was the next best thing. Aurelia stood there, poking the invisible barrier with her hoof as she tried to get inside. Samina quickly made a hole to allow the little unicorn entrance, who ran straight for her mother. The two unicorns greeted each other happily for a moment, Minerva and Samina standing to the side. Once she was done, Aurelia turned around and ran to Minerva, neighing urgently to get her attention. Do you know where Harry is? Minerva asked as she knelt down in front of Aurelia. When she nodded her head, Minerva asked another question. Can you take us to him? Aurelia nodded again, before taking off to cross back through the ward line. When the witches didn't follow her immediately, she turned around, urging them to come. Samina quickly summoned her emergency medical pack, in case Harry had any other injuries. Then she and Minerva followed after the little unicorn, hoping Harry wasn't too badly off when they got to him. Harry had been laying in the same spot for over 4 hours now. He was fighting sleep hard, but it was starting to get really difficult now. He had run out of thoughts to keep him busy or entertained at this point. The only thing that had kept him up this long were the sounds of the forest. He perked up as much as he could in his condition whenever he heard something similar to footsteps, hoping it was Minerva or Samina. He really wished it wouldn't take them much longer to find him. After all of this, all he wanted to do was get his paralysis fixed, get Minerva to admit she loved him, and go to sleep. And yes, with all the time he had to think about it, he had figured out that she did love him, even if she hadn't said the words to him just yet. He started dozing off a few minutes later, his mind trapped between the waking world and dreamland. That's why when he started hearing faint voices, he thought it was part of his imagination. So he ignored them, thinking the delusion would go away if he didn't pay it any attention. When they got louder, he realized they might be real and wished he could turn his head around to investigate them. It wasn't until he could clearly hear their voices and heard footsteps that he realized it was them. Because of his paralysis, he couldn't even talk now and was unable to call out to them, but he wasn't too worried. He knew Aurelia would lead the way. A minute later, Minerva's face appeared above him upside down, and he felt his head move into her lap. He wished he could smile at her. He wished he could kiss her. "Harry, thank Merlin you're okay," Minerva exclaimed, stroking his hair. Aurelia moved till she was in his view as well, butting her head against his cheek. "Don't worry, Harry. I'll have the paralysis gone in a few moments," Samina called out as she waved her wand over his body. Minerva continued to run her fingers through his hair soothingly, an act that served to calm both Harry and her. Unable to help herself, she leaned down and placed a kiss on his forehead. Samina pretended not to notice it. Once Samina was done, Harry felt the curse lift, and he tested out his ability to move. With Minerva watching him very carefully, he slowly sat up and moved his arms and legs around. While he was very stiff and sore, it was much better than not moving at all. "How are you feeling?" Minerva asked, moving to sit on her knees in front of him. "Pretty stiff and sore, but better." "Thank you," Harry replied gratefully. Aurelia had moved closer to him, so he could pet her, something he quickly obliged. "And thank you, little one, for bringing them to me. I knew I could count on you." Aurelia whinnied happily in response. Samina smiled at him. "You're welcome. I'd advise you to try not to move too much until you've gotten some rest, and you'll likely need a nice warm bath to help relax your muscles. You'll be sore for a few days, but you should be fine otherwise. Don't worry. I'll be personally making sure he takes it easy for the next 3 days at least," Minerva said, giving Harry a stern look. Harry's mind was a bit sleep-addled, but he couldn't help but like the sound of that. He didn't mind being restricted for a while as long as she was his guard. Samina smirked at them both. "I'm sure you will. Now let's get back to camp so we can get you in bed, Harry." She coaxed Aurelia to come to her, while Minerva helped Harry to stand up, her arm wrapped around his waist and his around her shoulder. Once both witches had their side-along partners secured, they operated back to camp. Back at camp, Harry got Minerva to let him check on the unicorns quickly before she brought him into the tent. Aurelia wanted to follow them, but Harry managed to convince her to stay with her mother for the night. He promised to see her when he woke up. Samina had already retreated into her room, giving the two the privacy she felt they needed. Once they were inside Harry's room, Minerva sat him down on the bed and went to run him a warm bath as Samina had suggested. When she returned to the room, Harry was struggling with taking his boots off. "Let me," she said softly as she bent down to take them off herself, taking his socks with them. "Thank you," Harry said as she got up and sat on the bed beside him, his tone just as soft. "Minerva, I..." She had placed her finger on his lips to quiet him. "I didn't get a chance to answer your question earlier, but I can now. I'm in love with you, and that scares me for many reasons. Some I've already voiced, but there are others. Almost losing you has made me realize that those reasons don't matter, though. I've been given a second chance at happiness, and it's about time I take it instead of letting it pass me by out of fear. Also, I know I can no longer hide how I feel about you anyway. At least not from you. So, we can try this?" Harry asked, gesturing between the two of them. Minerva smiled at him and moved closer, placing her hand on his cheek. "Yes, we can explore this side of our relationship. I just ask that no matter what happens, we remain friends. I value our friendship more than any other I have and would hate to lose it." "Deal!" Harry exclaimed, showing his youthfulness for once. "I mean, yes. I don't want to lose your friendship either." She could only chuckle at him. "Now come. You need to take your bath so you can get some sleep." "Not before I do this," Harry said. Minerva looked at him in confusion until he started leaning into her. Seeing no reason not to, she leaned in as well, meeting him eagerly. The moment their lips connected, they knew they had made the right choice in pursuing this. What Harry had intended to be a short kiss deepened quickly as Minerva moved her hand to the back of his neck, playing with the hairs there and causing him to shiver in pleasure. Harry moved his hands to her waist and slid them up her back, making her shiver as well. He barely restrained himself from pulling her into his lap. The stiffness and soreness of his body were forgotten as he put his all into it, trying to express his feelings as best he could. Minerva matched his passion, curling her legs up so she could get closer to him and placing her other hand on his bicep. She gripped it tightly, partly to help her restrain herself from going too far. She was a bit surprised by how good Harry was at this, knowing he didn't have much experience. He seemed to be a natural, though, his lips making her body tingle in a way it hadn't in a long time. When they finally needed to come up for air, they rested their foreheads against one another, smiling brilliantly as they tried to catch their breaths. Wow, Harry summed up, unable to express how good he felt. Indeed, but we can do more of that later. You need to take a bath, Minerva replied as she moved back. Do you need help getting there? Harry moved back as well and tried to stand up on his own. He was still too stiff and sore for that, though, as he almost fell down. Minerva just managed to catch him before he hurt himself further. I'll take that as a no, Minerva said. Yeah, I need your help, Harry admitted as Minerva stood him up. She walked him to the bathroom, stopping in front of the tub. It was full of water, with bubbles covering the surface. Okay, I'm going to ease you into the bath and then switch your clothes off. Harry nodded in compliance, starting to really feel his exhaustion, now that all of the excitement was over with. He helped her as much as he could as she lowered him down in the water. Then she handed him a washcloth with soap already on it so he could wash himself. While he did that, she washed his hair, being careful to not get any shampoo in his eyes. When Harry had done as much scrubbing as he could, she had him lean forward so she could get to his back, cursing the Dursleys in her mind for the scars there. Once he was completely clean, she magicked out the dirt from the water. Then she raised its temperature and poured in some healing oils to help work on his injuries. I'm going to let you sit in here and soak for a bit while I go take my own shower. Hopefully the oils and warm water will make you feel better, Minerva informed him. Harry nodded to show he heard her. She made sure the water level wasn't too high and that his head and neck was comfortable enough, since she knew he would likely drift off before going to her own room. Minerva was on her way back to Harry when Samina stopped her, having been sitting on the couch in the living room. How is he? Samina asked. He's doing okay, all things considered. Just very stiff, sore, and exhausted. Hopefully some of that will go away after his soak in the tub, Minerva replied. And before you ask, yes, I did talk to him, and we're going to try this relationship. We also kissed, and it was very nice. She couldn't help but smile as she mentioned the last part. Samina smiled as well, happy to see her friend opening herself up to life. It's about time, she exclaimed as Minerva rolled her eyes at her. But I really am happy for you both. I won't keep you, though. Both of you need to get some rest. You can give me more details tomorrow, or rather later today. Minerva gave her friend a short hug before returning to Harry. As she had suspected, he was asleep when she got back, and she had to gently rouse him. Getting a towel that she magically expanded to cover more of his body, she helped him stand up and wrapped it around him. Harry complied completely, not having enough energy to be embarrassed about how naked he was in front of her even with the towel covering him. He was silent as she led him to sit on his bed, waving her wand over him to dry him off. She walked over to his bag and rummaged around until she had shorts and a t-shirt for him to sleep in, switching it onto his body. Then she pulled the covers back and helped him lay down comfortably. As she was walking away to move to the other side of the bed, Harry finally spoke up. You're going to stay, right? His tone was hopeful, as he didn't want to sleep without her. Not now that they were in an official relationship. Of course, I am, Minerva assured him gently. She climbed onto the other side and moved until their bodies were flush as she lay down on her back. Harry turned over onto his side and tentatively wrapped his arm around her waist. When she didn't tell him to move, he gripped her tighter. She moved her hands up to play with his hair, coaxing him to move his head on her shoulder, his face in the crook of her neck. Comfortable now? She asked once they both stopped moving. Very. Are you? He replied, his warm breath on her skin causing her to shiver a bit. I am. Now go to sleep. I'll be right here if you need me, she said, continuing to stroke his hair. Within a minute, he was out. Minerva followed shortly after him, feeling more content than she had in a long time. And they're finally together. Thank you all for your patience as I took my time to get to this point. Next chapter will have more fluff moments between them. Chapter 18, and so, I know it's been a really long time since I updated. All I can say is that I had a bout of writer's block, and then life got busy. But I finally managed to crank this one out. Hopefully you all enjoy it. Harry's Minerva Chapter 18. When Minerva woke up the next day, she felt more refreshed than she had since the night she and Harry argued at the top of the astronomy tower. Harry's arms were still wrapped around her waist, almost possessively so, and his face was buried in her hair. She could feel him breathing on the strands, and it brought her a sense of peace because it meant he was alive and safe. She was still in the same position on her back as well, one hand buried in his messy locks and the other on his bicep. The latter hand started caressing his arm lightly, as she enjoyed being able to touch him without feeling so guilty about it. She luxuriated in the feeling of contentment for a few more minutes until nature called for her to get up. As she tried to get up, Harry's arms clenched tighter around her. She attempted to ease her way out, but he wouldn't budge. Giving up, she tapped his arm to try and wake him. "Wake up, Harry. I need to go to the bathroom." Harry stirred after a few seconds, blinking his eyes to clear his vision. "What's the matter?" he muttered sleepily. "I just have to go to the bathroom," Minerva repeated. It took Harry a second to realize that his arm was wrapped tightly around her, preventing her from getting up. "Oh, sorry," he said as he released her. "It's okay. I was quite comfortable," she said, waving off his apology as she got up. Harry stretched out his body, trying to work out the stiffness and soreness he felt all over as he waited for her to return. When she was finished in the bathroom, Harry went inside, needing to use it as well. Minerva was sitting up in the bed when he was done, much more awake than he had been last night. He realized that she was wearing only a short, silk sleeping gown that did nothing to hide her long, toned legs. He couldn't help but stare for a moment. "Is something wrong?" Minerva questioned knowingly, breaking him out of his trance. "Nope. Just admiring my girlfriend," Harry quipped as he moved to sit down beside her. Minerva smiled at the reminder of the change in their relationship. Her smile turned into a look of concern when she saw how stiffly he was moving, though. "How are you feeling today?" "Better than yesterday thanks to you and Samina, but I'm definitely still sore, tired and stiff," Harry admitted. "I tried stretching a little, but it didn't seem to help much." "I'll have to get Samina to give you another potion for that," Minerva noted. Then an idea popped into her head, and she hesitated only briefly before bringing it up. "There is something I can do for you right now that might help." She was a bit nervous about her idea because of how new their relationship was, but figured Harry would tell her if he felt uncomfortable. Harry looked at her curiously. "What's that?" Instead of responding, she grabbed her wand off of the bedside table and wordlessly summoned something from her room. A bottle of the same oils she used in Harry's bath last night came soaring into the room after she opened the door. She made sure the door was closed once more before gesturing for Harry to remove his shirt, helping him when he struggled with it. Then she had him lay down on his stomach. It was a testament to how unconditionally Harry trusted Minerva that he didn't protest her requests once, even though she hadn't actually answered his question. When he felt her pour the warm oil onto his back, he got excited as he realized she was going to give him a massage. The moment her hand started rubbing the oil strategically into his back, a moan of pleasure escaped from his lips. Minerva couldn't help but be satisfied at the effect she had on him. She was very thorough with the massage, making sure to work out all of the kinks and knots she found along his body, reapplying oil when necessary. Starting on his back, she worked her way up to his neck and out to his arms, feeling the defined muscles there. Then she progressed down to his legs, moving his shorts up so she could get to his thighs. She kept going down, working his calf muscles and even his feet. By the time she had him turn around, Harry was in a state of bliss. She laughed lightly at the look of pleasure on his face and gave him a short kiss before starting on his front, moving from the bottom up. She was careful not to get too close to certain areas, wanting him to stay relaxed. Once she was done, she sat back to admire her work. "How are you feeling now?" "Much better," Harry replied as he sat up. There was still some soreness, but he definitely wasn't as stiff as before. "That wasn't too much too fast, right? We haven't exactly discussed the physical side of our relationship." Hearing the unsureness in her voice, Harry was quick to reassure her. "Minerva, I might act much older than my physical age most of the time, but I still have the hormones of a 16-year-old male. It was perfect and you're amazing. Trust me." Minerva shook her head at him fondly as he continued. "As for the physical side of our relationship, I'm pretty much going to follow your lead, seeing as I don't really have that much experience in that area. You're going to have to teach me." Minerva smiled mischievously. "It's a good thing you're a fast learner. Though I have to admit, your instincts are pretty good so far." "Really?" Harry said as he moved closer to her. "Imagine how good I'll be after more practice." Minerva leaned toward him. "Well, practice does make perfect. And I am definitely an overachiever, at least when it comes to the practical part," Harry said before he closed the distance between them so their lips could connect once more. Things were just starting to heat up when they heard a knock on the door. "Sorry if I'm interrupting something or waking you up, but I just thought I should check on you too, since it's after 12, Samina called through the door. Harry laughed lightly, his head on Minerva's shoulder while she replied, "It's okay, we're already awake." "Well, there's food for you in the kitchen whenever you're ready for it," Samina said. Harry's stomach growled in response to that, loud enough for Samina to hear. "We'll be there in a moment," Minerva said. They heard Samina chuckle as she walked away from the door. Minerva kissed him one more time before saying, "Come on, you need to eat." She removed the oil from his body with her wand and handed him his shirt. Harry put it on, having less trouble with it this time before they headed out of the room. The table was set with a full English breakfast, a pitcher of water, and a pot of tea when they got to the kitchen. Samina sat at one end with a cup of tea in front of her. "I'd ask if you two got enough sleep, but I can see from your stress-free appearances that you did. Seems like finally admitting your feelings to each other was a good idea after all," she said pointedly. "Yes, I should have taken your advice earlier, as I feel much better now that it's all out in the open," Minerva admitted. "Like a huge weight's been lifted off my shoulders," Harry added. "I'm glad and I hope that in each other you can find the happiness you both deserve," Samina replied. "Now eat up. Once you're done, we have prisoners, altered crumps, and unicorns to deal with." Both did as she suggested, digging into the food in front of them. As they ate, Samina noticed something else about Harry that she just had to comment on. "Harry, I must say that you're moving around easier than I thought you would be after your ordeal." At the small blush that appeared on Harry's face, she smirked mischievously. "Oh, and what remedy did Minerva use that's making you blush?" "That's a private matter," Minerva said in her and Harry's defense. Her cheeks were also tinged pink. "Spoil sport," Samina replied. She left it alone, though, knowing that the couple were private people. That wouldn't stop her from teasing them later after they had time to become accustomed to their new relationship. Once Harry and Minerva finished eating and all three of them got dressed for the day, Samina had them sit down in the living room so they could discuss their next moves. "So now that you two are okay, we need to decide what we're going to do with our prisoners and the modified Krups. Harry, you also need to ask the herd's leader for what we came here for. Do you think he will say yes?" Harry asked unsurely. "You just helped save them and rescued their youngest member after she was kidnapped. I think you have earned enough of their trust to ask that of them," Samina assured him. "Okay, I'll go try and talk to him once we're done here," Harry said. "As for the prisoners, this may sound harsh, but can't we just leave them out here in the forest and let the creatures have them? Allow nature to make them pay for their crimes against nature?" Samina clarified. "Exactly," Harry replied. He was still angry about Minerva being attacked and Aurelia being kidnapped, and his inner wolf was demanding justice. The three of them turned that idea around in their minds for a few minutes, until Minerva reluctantly decided to be the voice of reason. "I know they don't deserve it, but we'll have to turn them into the proper authorities." Harry sighed in reluctance. "Sometimes it really sucks to be the good guys." "Yes, it does," Samina agreed. "I'll take care of it, though. I know someone who will make sure they pay dearly for their crimes. I also have a friend who will take care of the Krups. Hopefully, they will be able to reverse whatever was done to them." "We'll defer to your judgment," Minerva said. "All right, that's settled then. You two can take today to rest while I take care of that, and we'll leave by Portkey tomorrow," Samina decided. After that, the three of them exited the tent and headed over to where the herd was camped out. Aurelia ran to Harry the moment she saw him, stopping just short of barreling into him. He sat down beside her, feeling too sore to support himself in a crouch. "Hey Aurelia, how are you feeling today?" Harry asked her as he stroked her coat. She butted her nose against his cheek and gave him a look of concern. "I'm doing all right, just sore," he replied to her obvious question. Aurelia looked up at Minerva as if she knew of Harry's tendency to downplay things sometimes. "He really is doing much better," the witch explained, ignoring Harry's noise of protest. "His mate took very good care of him," Samina added. She laughed at the look Minerva gave her and Harry's small blush. Aurelia turned back to Harry and gave him a nod to show she was satisfied by their answers and licked his cheek happily. Minerva helped him stand back up once he was done. Then they all continued walking over to the rest of the herd. The rest of the foals greeted them energetically once they'd reached the herd, prancing around them excitedly. All three humans got down on their level so they could pet them. The leader stood back for a few minutes, allowing the young unicorns to have their time. When a few minutes had passed, he moved forward, nickering at the unicorns surrounding the humans to get their attention. Almost immediately, They stopped what they were doing and moved back to make room for him. Except for Aurelia, who remained by Harry's side. Harry and the others stood to their feet to properly greet the great stallion. Surprising them, the leader allowed Minerva and Samina to pet him before focusing his attention on Harry. After letting the wizard pet him, he stared intently into his eyes. Harry was confused for a moment until he felt a foreign presence in his mind, passive and non-threatening. He hesitated to let it in fully, but his instincts screamed at him to trust it. "Hello, Harry Potter." A deep voice spoke in Harry's mind once he'd lowered his shields. "Who is this?" Harry asked, completely startled. "I am the leader of this herd, but you may call me Zion," the voice responded. "You can talk?" Harry asked in amazement. "Only a select few of us can talk to humans, though we are able to communicate with each other," Zion replied. "Wow, this is incredible." Zion chuckled. "I'm sure it is. I did this because I wanted to be able to thank you properly for what you, your mate, and your friend did for my herd. If you three had not been here, I fear what would have happened. You're welcome. I'm just glad we were able to help you, as am I. Now, I believe there is something you'd like to ask of me." "There is. I have a piece of a dark wizard soul inside of me that I need to get removed. In order to do so, I am going to undertake a ritual that will purify me. It requires the blood of a unicorn that is freely given." Zion hummed thoughtfully. "I can feel the dark presence that you are referring to inside of you, yet it seems not to have corrupted your heart. This is a gift we do not normally bestow on anyone. However, I believe that your actions yesterday and your pure heart show that you are worthy of it." "Thank you, Zion. I will never be able to fully express how grateful I am for this gift. Your actions are thanks enough. The blood will not come from me, though. Our youngest foal, the one you've named Aurelia, has become very fond of you. Last night, she expressed her desire to go with you and become your familiar." Harry gasped in shock. After discussing this with her mother, "I have decided to grant her request. She will be able to give you the blood you need for your ritual." Harry was a bit overwhelmed and took a moment to gather his thoughts. "I don't know what to say. I've never even heard of a unicorn becoming a familiar. I can tell that you've had a hard life, yet you have not let it change the admirable person you are. While having a unicorn as a familiar is something that is unheard of and has only happened a few times in history, you are one who truly deserves it. Deserves her. I know that you will take excellent care of her." "I promise," Harry replied, completely sincere. "Very well. My herd will stay here in this area until you three leave." Harry felt Zion's presence leave his mind. He focused back on the real world, noticing that Minerva and Samina were looking at him in concern. "Are you okay, Harry?" Minerva asked. Harry nodded once to Zion before answering her. "Yeah, Zion and I were just having a discussion inside my head." "He actually talked to you?" "I didn't know that was possible," Minerva said in surprise. "It is very rare. Most either don't know about it or believe that it is a myth. You, Harry, are a very extraordinary wizard to have experienced that," Samina explained. Harry smiled brightly. "That's not all. Zion said Aurelia here wants to be my familiar, and he said she could give me the blood I need." He sat down to talk to the unicorn at his side while they digested that information. "If you really want to be my familiar little one, I'd love that." Aurelia nodded a few times before ducking underneath his hand. She urged him to place his hand on top of her head. When he did so, he felt a surge of magic. It didn't alarm him, as it was similar to what he'd felt when he bonded with Hedwig. He and Aurelia glowed to signify that it was complete a few seconds later. His new familiar licked his palm and whinnied happily, making him smile at her. "I really shouldn't be surprised with you doing the impossible by now," Minerva remarked. "How rare is this, Samina?" Samina let out a dry laugh. "This is the first time I've ever heard of it happening." "Wow, I really managed the impossible this time, if even Samina's never heard of it," Harry laughed. He was still in shock as well, but it was funny seeing the normally knowledgeable which baffled by something. "Well, it's a good thing we're taking a portkey, because I doubt we'd be able to hide a unicorn on a plane," Samina said after a moment. "And now that my mind has been completely blown, I'm going to go take care of our prisoners. Try not to do anything else impossible while I'm gone. I don't know if my old heart could take it right now." She walked over to where they had left the members of the experimentalist group tied up. She pulled out a small jar with tiny holes in the top to allow air through. With a wave of her wand, the entire group was shrunk, dropped into the jar, shaken up for good measure. Their leader, Jace, was still encased in the concrete Minerva had put him in. Samina walked over to the Krupps next and shrunk them as well. Putting them in a small cage, she pulled out. She handled them with much more care than the men. Then with a wave goodbye to Harry and Minerva, she operated away. Harry looked at Minerva and burst out laughing. She followed him a few seconds later. I've never seen her so frazzled before, Minerva said once the two of them had calmed down. Harry shook his head in amusement before giving her a mischievous look. So, what are we going to do for the rest of the day? You're going to rest. That means no overexerting yourself whatsoever, Minerva replied sternly. Define no overexertion for me. I just want to make sure we have the same definition in mind, Harry said cheekily. She rolled her eyes at him, though an amused smile was on her lips. To answer him, she grabbed his hand and gently pulled him over toward the tent. When they were by the fire pit, she conjured up a soft love seat by it and made him sit down on it. Then she sat down beside him. This is what I mean. Minerva was true to her word about Harry resting for the day. He was only allowed to get up to either use the bathroom or stretch his muscles. She stayed by his side, only leaving for bathroom breaks and to bring out food for them to eat. Aurelia was there with him as well, the other foals in the herd joining them periodically throughout the day. Since he was unable to get up and run around with them, Minerva conjured up a few soft, baseball-sized balls so he could play fetch with them. Harry didn't mind the restrictions too much, though, especially since he got to spend quality time with Minerva, talking and laughing. The fact that she was wearing the hoodie he'd bought for her at the airport only made him feel better. It also didn't hurt that she used this time to help him improve his kissing technique. In the evening, something came to Harry's mind that had him sitting back, lost in thought. What's the matter? Minerva asked him, seeing the contemplative look on his face. He smiled to allay her worries. Just wondering how everyone will react when we get back. It's not like we'll be able to hide it from them. Not that I wanna, neither do I, and we would be doing them a disservice if we did. As for how they'll react, I'm sure we will be teased a bit by those who either knew of our feelings or at least suspected them. He laughed at that. I'll never hear the end of it. That's for sure. You and me both. But in the end, I believe they'll all support us. Some just might need time to wrap their minds around it first. He nodded in agreement before he thought of another problem. We'll have to hide it when school starts back up, won't we? Yes. That will be best for right now, though we should prepare in case it does come out before we're ready for it to. She gave him a sad smile. I wish we didn't have to, though. Harry pulled her to him, wrapping his arm around her waist and tucking her into his side. Me too. I wish I could shout to the world that I have the most amazing woman in the world. He chuckled as he spoke next. I'll definitely have to use my occlumency to stop myself from hurting any man that looks at you a certain way. It'll be hard not being able to claim you as mine properly. She put her hand on his chest as she laughed. Yours? You have a bit of a possessive streak there. Harry shrugged, unable to deny it. Blame it on the wolf in me. I'll try and tone it down if it bothers you, though. No, I actually like it, she said as she ran her hand slowly across his chest. Then she poked him lightly. Just don't treat me like I can't do anything for myself, and we'll be fine. Trust me, I am well aware of how capable you are. It's a big part of what I find attractive about you. I want someone who's my equal, someone I can lean on, someone who will challenge me and let me know when I've messed up, someone who I can rely on to have my back, no matter the danger. A partner. Minerva leaned up until their lips were just barely brushing against one another. Good answer. Then she kissed him slowly. Her hand trailed a gradual path from his chest to up and around his neck until it was buried in the soft, messy locks of his hair. Harry moved the hand that was holding her down to her hip, gripping her tightly. His other arm wrapped around her to stroke her back lightly as they continued. She kept the pace slow, showing him a few new tricks as they went on. Like with everything else, he was a fast learner, and both were soon releasing small moans of pleasure. When the need for air finally came, she moved back from him gently. She disentangled her fingers from his hair and moved it to his chin, caressing the soft hairs of his beard that he'd grown there. I take it that you like my beard, Harry remarked amusedly, his arms remaining around her, just in a more relaxed position. Minerva smiled. I like some of it. What would you like me to change? Maybe if you only had the circle beard and remove the hair off of your cheeks? That's what I'll do then. It'll probably also help the students see me as older than my age, Harry noted. Speaking of school, are you going to keep your glamour off when we go back? I think so. I'm tired of hiding myself. Anyone who has a problem will just have to deal with it." They lapsed into a comfortable silence after that. Aurelia, who had left them to spend time with her mother, came back and sat on Harry's other side. Noticing her, he put his hand on her back and stroked her gently. Several minutes later, he broke the silence with a question that popped into his head. "Hey Minerva, would it be okay if I called you by a nickname, something only I could call you?" Minerva looked up at him from her position on his shoulder. "It depends on what it is. What about Mina?" She turned the name around in her mind. "That is an acceptable name and something no one's ever called me before." Harry shook his head at her formality. "Mina, it is then. Already giving each other pet names, I see," Samina called out, appearing from behind them. She laughed as both of them jumped in shock, having not heard her apparate into camp. "Samina, don't do that," Minerva complained. "Sorry, I couldn't resist," Samina replied as she tried to get control of her laughter. "Anyway, the prisoners are facing long and harsh sentences in Greece's magical prison, which is just as bad as Azkaban, even though it lacks dementors. Most won't likely live long, enough to finish them. As for the Krupps, the friend I mentioned agreed to take them. He thinks he should be able to reverse the damage done to them." "Well, that's some good news," Harry noted. "Do you have the portkey ready for tomorrow?" Minerva asked. Samina nodded. "Yes, it is all set to drop us off on your lands. I also got supplies for Aurelia here, including stuff to make a stable for when she gets bigger and a small bed to keep in your room for her." "You thought of everything, didn't you?" Harry said, impressed. "I had to make up for you, Aurelia, and Zion blowing my mind," Samina remarked pointedly. "We come here to ask unicorns for blood, and we're leaving after defeating a group of animal torturers and you gaining a unicorn as a familiar. I told you to expect the unexpected when it comes to Harry," Minerva pointed out in amusement. Samina gave her a look. "You didn't exactly tell me he would defy the known parameters of reality." She shook her head in exasperation as Harry and Minerva chuckled at her. "But mind being blown to the side, everything is ready for tomorrow. We need to leave early so I can start preparing the ground for the ritual, since tomorrow will mark the 7 days before it." She had brought the necessary potions with her, carrying them in her portable potion lab compartment of her trunk to keep working on them during their trip. After Harry and Minerva agreed, they all ate dinner, eating the last of the beef stew Molly had packed for them. Then Samina and Minerva packed up everything they could, setting out clothes for all three of them to wear in the morning. Harry wasn't allowed to help, as Minerva said he was still on resting restrictions, but he didn't complain too much. Aurelia left to spend her last night with the herd, sleeping with her mother since it would be the last time she would see her for a while. Harry promised that they would come back whenever they could. Once that was done, they all got cleaned up and retired for the night, Minerva sleeping with Harry. They both agreed that there was no point in sleeping separately, since they were officially in a relationship now, something Samina teased them about until they closed the door on her. Before the two of them went to sleep, Minerva had Harry trim his facial hair until it was completely off of his cheeks, and to her satisfaction. The next day, the trio were up and ready before 6 a.m. Scotland's time. Once they had all of their stuff together, Samina folded up the tent and cleared the campfire area, while Minerva shrunk everything up and put it in the pocket of her robes. Then they went to say goodbye to the herd and pick up Aurelia. They made sure to greet and pet each unicorn, not wanting to leave anyone out. Harry was piled on by the foals, all of them getting their turn to lick his cheek before Zion shooed them off of him. Then Harry stood up and bowed respectfully to the unicorn leader, getting one in return. Samina and Minerva rubbed Zion's head as well before stepping back. Aurelia nuzzled her mother one more time before trotting over to Harry's side to be picked up by him. After Harry waved his hand in a final farewell, Samina made sure everyone was holding onto the portkey before activating it. When they arrived at Black Manor, all of the hoods were gathered in the kitchen eating breakfast. Harry set Aurelia down on the floor beside him as they walked toward it. Molly, who was facing the doorway, was the first one to see them. "You're back," she cried as she leapt out of her seat and hurried to greet them. As she pulled Harry into a hug first, she didn't notice Aurelia move behind his legs out of fear at the loud sounds. The rest of the hoods greeted them as well, getting up to pass around hugs and pats on the back. Then they were ushered into the kitchen to sit down and eat by Molly while she hurried to get them plates of food. Hestia was the first to pick up on the extra the trio brought back with them, spotting the little golden one as Harry walked by her to get into the kitchen. Harry, is that what I think it is? She asked, her voice full of surprise. Harry smirked mischievously as he replied. If you mean, is she a baby unicorn? Then yes, she is. Her name's Aurelia, and she's my new familiar. He then pointed out who everyone was for Aurelia, while the others tried to wrap their minds around his announcement. Luna was the only one who didn't look surprised. He had just finished introducing everyone and sat down beside Minerva when Ron exclaimed, "How the bloody hell did you bond with a unicorn? Language, Ronald." Molly and Hermione yelled at the same time. Well, it's a long story, but Harry began to answer after laughing at Ron. He was cut off by the entrance of Hedwig, who swooped into the kitchen and landed on the table in front of him. She gave him a piercing look, letting him know he better explain himself properly, or there would be trouble. "Hey, Hedwig, it's good to see you too, girl." Harry tried, but her expression didn't change. All right, before you get mad at me. She saved my life. I got hit with a paralysis spell, and she was able to find Minerva and Samina and guide them to me. If she hadn't, the effects of the spell would have become permanent. When she wanted to come along, I couldn't leave her behind. Hedwig continued staring at him for a few seconds longer before turning her gaze to Aurelia. The little unicorn returned the gaze determinedly, not backing down. Harry sat back nervously, hoping the two creatures would get along. Hedwig had been with him since he entered the magical world, and there was no one who could replace what she meant to him. But he also had become very fond of Aurelia over the last few days. After what felt like an eternity to him, the owl and unicorn nodded respectfully to each other. Then Hedwig hopped onto Harry's shoulder and nuzzled her head against his cheek. Harry let out a sigh of relief and began to stroke her feathers the way she liked him to. He reached his other hand down so he could rub Aurelia's head at the same time. Well, now that scarily tense moment is over, I think you need to explain this story of yours from the beginning. Tonks spoke up, breaking the silence that had come over the kitchen. With the disaster averted, the three of them began to tell the others all about their trip to Greece as they ate. When they got to the part about the arrival of the modified creatures, Charlie's knuckles tightened at the mention of the experimentalist, having heard of them during his time in Romania. Who are the experimentalists? Neville asked curiously. Charlie answered, his tone bitter. A despicable group of men and women that travel around the world capturing magical creatures so they can experiment on them with no care to their well-being. Hence the name. 3 of them infiltrated the sanctuary in Romania and tried to make off with some of the dragon eggs, but we managed to stop them in time. Having run into them as well, I can agree with that description, Matthew noted. No better than poachers, they are. When Harry told them about destroying the Lethifolds, they were interrupted by Ron's exclamation. I don't think I heard you right. Did you just say you destroyed the Lethifold? Ron asked in disbelief. Don't you know by now that nothing is impossible for our great and powerful Alpha? George joked. Yeah, experiencing the impossible for him is just a regular day, Fred added. He destroyed all of them, in fact, Minerva clarified. Yeah, well, I was angry and it just kind of happened, Harry tried to explain. But you were able to replicate it, Hermione pressed. Her mind was already trying to figure out how he did it and what type of emotion he used to power it. Harry shrugged. I was still angry. I haven't had time to practice it, though. He held up his hand to stall any more questions from Hermione, seeing the eager for new knowledge look on her face. I promise I will practice it once I'm clear to practice magic again, though I'll need to actually face a Demented to determine if it will have the same effect on them. I'm sure we can arrange for that, Hestia said. With that ability, we might be able to eliminate one of Riddle's threats for good. I'd ask you to teach it to the Aurors as well, but it's best we keep this ability hidden for now. I still haven't been able to clear the office of all possible threats, yet since most of them are likely unmarked, Amelia remarked. You're okay with us destroying the Dementors? Harry asked Amelia. I want you to destroy every last one of them if you can, Amelia replied forcefully. They may serve as convenient prison guards, but they have a nasty habit of following any Dark Lord who is strong enough to offer them what they want most. As far as I'm concerned, we are much better off without them. I can hire human prison guards and make them sign magical contracts if need be. Good riddance, NYM exclaimed, getting looks from everyone. What? I hate those things. I'm sure we all can agree on that sentiment, Andromeda said. That's for sure. Third year was horrible with those things around, Susan noted. Neville nodded in agreement, having struggled with the Dementor's presence that year as well. Once they were sure no one had any more questions for the moment, the trio continued the story. There were gasps of shock when they described Harry and Aurelia's trip down the waterfall and the curse that was put on him by Jace, everyone making sure he was okay before he continued the story. There was laughter when Minerva described how she punished Jace for hurting Harry. The twins, to her annoyance and amusement, got on their knees in front of her, swearing their allegiance to her brilliance until their mother made them get up. No one interrupted again until Harry started describing his talk with Zion. Wait, you talked to a unicorn in your mind? Is there anything that's impossible for you? Charlie asked, astounded. How can you still get surprised by that after learning that Harry has a baby unicorn as a familiar? Tonks asked incredulously. Charlie gave her a look of mild irritation as he defended his reaction. There are very few creatures who are known to be able to talk to humans, Dora. Unicorns aren't one of them. It is an extremely rare occurrence, but I've come across a couple others who claim to have experienced it, Samina explained before Tonks could reply. I admit that I wondered if it might happen to Harry. I was proven correct. She turned to Luna. Did you see this happening? Yes, though if I had given any of you 3 prior warning, it wouldn't have happened, Luna replied. Zion had to know that you had. Nothing but pure intentions without any expectations of a reward besides the blood for the ritual. She looked down a little guiltily. That's also why I couldn't tell you about the danger. You might have taken a different path and avoided it entirely, meaning it would have taken you longer to convince the unicorns to give you the blood. She kept her head down, unsure if they would forgive her for not warning them about the danger. It's all right, Luna. We don't blame you for what happened, Harry assured her. Minerva nodded in agreement. I may not understand much about your ability, but I know enough to realize that sometimes knowing the future can bring worse consequences than not knowing it. Besides, what we faced was nothing that we couldn't handle. Exactly, Samina added. Luna looked up at their words, seeing no anger towards her in their eyes. Thank you. With that moment over, Harry finished describing his conversation with Zion and his bonding experience with Aurelia. Then Samina explained what happened to the criminals and the modified creatures to wrap up the story. While everyone else took a moment to come to terms with what they heard, Samina gave Harry and Minerva a pointed look. The couple looked at each other, silently communicating. Then Harry spoke up, getting everyone's attention. There's something else we need to tell you, and we ask that this information is kept secret from anyone who's not in this room, Harry began. Don't worry, Harry, it'll be a hood secret, Andromeda said after everyone nodded their assent. She already had a suspicion of what it was, having noticed that he and Minerva seemed a bit closer than they had before the trip. Hestia, Fleur, and Susan noticed something as well. Well, we know that many of you have already noticed how close me and Minerva are. During our trip, we talked things over and decided to stop ignoring our feelings and deepen our relationship. Harry managed to get out. Minerva slipped her hand into his on the table, interlacing their fingers proudly. She got a small but meaningful smile from him in return. What are you talking about? Ron asked in confusion. He means that he and Professor McGonagall are a couple, Susan pointed out helpfully. Oh. Ron replied simply, unable to think of anything else to say. And it's about time too, Tonks exclaimed happily. If you two hadn't done something on the trip, I was thinking about locking you in a room for a few hours until you figured it out. Andromeda gave her daughter a reproving look before turning back to Harry and Minerva. Ignoring my daughter's suggestion, I am happy for you both and wish you all the luck in the future. As am I, Fleur said. I can tell that you two genuinely care for each of their thanks to my Vila senses. As can I, being an empath and all, Susan added. I think I can speak for everyone else when I say congratulations, you two, Amelia said as she raised her cup to them, an action repeated by the others. As Minerva and Harry looked around the table, they were glad to see not one disapproving look among their friends, young and older. Some were shocked by the declaration, but none were upset or disgusted by it. Thank you all, Minerva replied as she and Harry raised their cups in response. It means a lot to know that we have your support. Since we're making announcements here, I guess I should tell you that David finally asked me out. We're going out for dinner on Friday, Hestia informed them. Congratulations. I hope everything goes well, Amelia said. She was followed by similar remarks from everyone else. Of course, Tonks just had to be different. Oh, good. That's another couple I won't have to lock up somewhere. Harry spoke up before Andromeda could rebuke her daughter. I wonder if there's someone I need to lock you up with, Dora. That way you and he could, as you put it, figure it out, the knowing look in his eye made her realize that he might actually know who she liked. She decided it was in her best interest to remain silent. Wonders never cease around you. do they, Harry? You actually managed to leave her speechless for once, Andromeda remarked in amusement. Everyone laughed at that before Fred and George changed the subject. We have an announcement to make as well, George began. It's something we finished up for you, Harry, while you were gallivanting in the Greek forest, Fred continued. Though technically it's for everyone, George clarified. But we thought you should get the first one, Fred concluded. Just show him already. Ginny cut in before they could keep going. Properly chastised, the twins passed him a small box. Harry opened it up to find a digital watch. He pulled it out to examine it, noticing it had a few buttons with runes engraved on them. What does it do? He asked in confusion. Remember those communicators we were working on? Ginny asked rhetorically. Well, that is it. Then she showed him her own wrist, which had a thinner watch wrapped around it. Fred and George also flashed theirs. We went with watches instead of phones since they're easier to keep up with and less likely to arouse suspicion. It's voice-operated, but you have to press and hold that button for it to work, Fred explained, pointing to the button in question. Then all you have to do is say, call, and the name of the person, George continued. We've programmed them to respond to all of our code names. To set that watch to you, you have to press that same button and say, I, Alpha, claim this communicator while channeling a small amount of your magic into it. It should glow when you finish, Ginny concluded. Harry did as he was instructed, the watch glowing to show his success. To prove that they worked, Ginny went outside the kitchen and called Harry on her communicator. It vibrated on his wrist, and the screen displayed Ginny's codename, Firecracker, on it. George told him how to answer it, which was one of the other buttons. When he pressed it, Harry heard Ginny's voice clearly, as if she was standing right beside him. Surprisingly, everyone except for the twins couldn't hear her at all. Ginny walked back into the room as Fred explained that phenomenon. The watches are all connected on a sort of network. When you set the watch, it integrates your magical signature into that network. Only those on the network can hear the call, making it hard for others to eavesdrop on our conversations, George noted. There is also a button that controls whether your background noise is heard by whoever you're on a call with, Ginny added. I'm so proud of you three, Molly gushed happily. To think you've been able to put this together so quickly. Yes, well done you three, Arthur expressed proudly. I may have to ask you to make something similar for the Aura department, Amelia observed, seeing the value in the product. Happy that everyone liked the invention, they passed out the rest of them, helping them get the watches set to themselves. Then everyone went in different rooms in the manor and tried calling each other to test them out. After that, those who had to go to work left, with Samina leaving as well to work on prepping the ritual space she'd picked out on Minerva's grounds. And the next chapter will have more on everyone's reactions to the new couple and a difficult conversation between them. League of Hoods members: Harry, Alpha; Minerva, Lioness Hermione; Scholar Tonks; Shifter Andromeda; Barrister Amelia; Monarch Hestia; Sleuth; Fleur, Aphrodite Luna; Oracleron, Tactician; Neville, Terran means Earth; Fred, Thing 1 George; Thing 2 Ginny; Firecracker Charlie; Bear Samina; Mystique Matthew Eagle. After breakfast, Harry and Minerva were surprised by a visit from Poppy. You two can't even go on a short trip without running into trouble, can you? The healer said as she ushered them to the infirmary room. It had been Winky's idea, as she thought they needed a designated room to keep healing supplies and for Molly to teach Susan in. Harry laughed at her words. Well, you know me, Poppy. I have to keep you on your toes and all that. Minerva shook her head at him fondly. Please ignore him. We honestly didn't try to, but this one here always has to play the hero. Who, me? Harry said in mock surprise. It's not my fault our conversation was interrupted by a notorious group of creature torturers and their experimental captives. Besides, you were right there beside me in the fight. I didn't play the hero by myself. Really? I distinctly recall you inventing a way to destroy Lethifold on the spot. Yeah, well, they hurt someone very important to me. So they deserved it, Harry muttered. Minerva couldn't help but send him a tender smile at that, and Poppy picked up on it. Wait a minute. There's something different about you two. Her eyes lit up a second later. You finally talked to each other, haven't you? Yes, we talked, and we're together, Minerva confirmed. Yep, I managed to convince her that I'm awesome, Harry joked, slinging his arm around her shoulders. Minerva shook her head at him, but left his arm where he put it. That's not the way I remember it. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Details aren't important. The point is that I eventually convinced you to give us a chance. Only after you almost died, she countered. I'm pretty sure you would have given in earlier if we weren't interrupted, he challenged. Minerva pretended to think about it for a moment. Then she wrapped her arm around his waist and pulled him closer. Yes, I would have. You had very successfully shot down all of my excuses. Not that I was trying too hard by that point. Just being stubborn, Harry muttered, getting swatted on his chest by Minerva, who heard his comment. Poppy, who had been watching the entire exchange, smiled at them. However it happened, I'm glad it did. Even after only a few days of admitting your feelings and being together, I can tell that you're much happier. We are, they replied simultaneously. Well, let me quickly check you over so I can get out of your hair. Once she was done, she declared them fine, just asking Harry to take it easy for the rest of the day. Then she gave both of them a hug, congratulating them again, and left. After he and Minerva talked to Dobby, Winky, and Creature, assuring them that they were just fine after his Greek adventure, Harry decided to go talk to Ron, Neville, and the twins. He wanted to get their honest opinion about his new relationship as well as spend some guy time together. They went into his study, spreading out in the seating area by the fire. Aurelia went to lay down in front of the fireplace, wanting to feel the warmth as she took a nap. Creature popped in and brought them some drinks and snacks. So, you and Professor McGonagall, how did that even happen? Ron asked after he ate some of the crisps provided. Honestly, it just happened. I mean, I had a bit of a crush on her in third year, but it's not like I thought anything would come from it, Harry admitted. What changed? Neville asked. The tournament. Harry ran a hand through his hair. With most of the school against me, I spent a lot of time avoiding everyone. Since Minerva was training me, that meant I spent most of my time with her. I guess I got to see her in a way I hadn't before. After that, it got harder and harder to ignore it. Everything she did for me during the summer and fifth year made me realize I wouldn't be able to ignore it at all. Eventually, and after a lot of encouragement, I finally decided to tell her, hoping for the best. For once, things worked out in my favor. Okay, I can see how you fell for her. But, and don't take offense to this, mate, how did you get her to fall for you? Ron asked. Fred cut in before Harry could answer. Don't you know he's the master at doing the impossible? Yeah, racing dragons, slaying evil werewolves, destroying Lethifold, and getting amazing older women to fall in love with him is all in a day's work for our great leader, George exclaimed. Harry shook his head at their antics. I don't know about all that. Truth be told, I'm not really sure what she sees in me. I'm just glad she sees it and decided to give us a chance. Well, regardless of how it happened, it's good that you found someone who makes you happy, Neville said supportively. Even though it's not a conventional relationship, it makes sense. You and Professor McGonagall are pretty unique in your own rights. I know we joke a lot, but we're also happy for you too, George said. Yeah, we knew it would take a strong woman to stand beside you with everything you deal with on a regular basis. I doubt you can find someone better than her to do that, Fred added. Thanks, guys. It's good to know I can count on you. Then Harry turned to Ron. What about you? Are you going to be okay with this? Ron nodded firmly. It'll take me some time to get used to it, but yeah, as long as you're happy, then I'm good. He smirked as he jokingly said, just don't tell me what you two do in private. She may be your girlfriend, but she's still Professor McGonagall to me. Harry chuckled. You don't have to worry about that, mate. Minerva would kill me if I even know about it. Glad that everyone was supportive of his relationship, he changed the subject to something less serious. As they talked, Harry sat back and relaxed, realizing that despite everything he'd been through and everything he would face in the future, life was pretty good right now. Minerva, meanwhile, was chatting in the bottom floor sitting room with Molly and Andromeda over tea. Go ahead and ask your questions, Andy, Minerva said after the room had been silent for long enough. You seem happier and more relaxed now, Andromeda noted. Harry does as well, Molly added. We are. It is easier now that we aren't hiding our feelings from each other, Minerva admitted. Who brought up the conversation? Molly asked. Andromeda looked at Minerva, realizing the answer immediately from the look on her face. Harry did, didn't he? When Minerva nodded, she let out a short laugh. I guess my talk with him helped then. What talk? Minerva asked. He came to talk to me the day before you three left, all stressed out and confused about how he was feeling and how the side effects from his encounter with Greyback were making him feel. I just gave him a few words of encouragement and advice on how to handle everything, basically telling him to just tell you how he feels. Minerva nodded in understanding. Then I think that the advice we got from woman in the airport and his good mood at getting Aurelia to come to us gave him the courage to talk to me. What woman at the airport? Molly asked in confusion. Minerva quickly went over their encounter in the airport shop, including the talk about the hoodie and how the woman gave them advice, thinking they were already a couple. Very wise words to live by, Andromeda acknowledged. Indeed, and hopefully something both of you will remember when it does eventually come out, Molly added. But don't worry, you'll both have the full backing of the hoods to set the record straight when the time comes. Andromeda smirked at her next words. After all, we have to support our alpha and his mighty. Lioness, tell me, how long have you waited to say that one? Minerva asked sarcastically. Andromeda smiled unrepentantly. Since we decided on the code names. And you wonder where Dora gets it from? No, I don't, but I can't let her know that. Andromeda and Minerva looked at each other for a few seconds before laughing. Molly smiled at the two friends. I can understand that. If the twins knew where they really get their mischievousness, they would never let me live it down. Yes, those two definitely need no extra encouragement. Minerva agreed, as all three of them laughed at the thought. Well, jokes aside, I am glad that you and Harry found each other. You both deserve to have someone who brings you such joy. Molly noted, Indeed, I haven't seen you so carefree. Well, ever really. Harry either, Andromeda observed. Thank you both for your support. I can speak for Harry when I say we truly appreciate it, Minerva replied humbly. It felt good to have friends that had their backs and accepted them for who they were. Harry was cornered by Hermione, Susan, Ginny, and Tonks after lunch. Luna had gone home for the day to spend time with her father. Without asking him, the witches dragged him to the library so they could interrogate him about how he and Minerva finally became a couple. Aurelia, who had been with him, followed along. Well, tell us the whole story and spare no details, Tonks urged as they sat down. She was practically bouncing in her seat. Give him a moment, Tonks, Hermione admonished, though she too was eager to hear the story. Tonks ignored her. I've been waiting a long time to hear this story. All right, Harry laughed as he stroked Aurelia's coat. The conversation started right before the attack. He began, launching into a description of their conversation. Then, before she could answer me, Jace and company arrived. That explains why you were angry enough to invent a Patronus strong enough to destroy Lethifolds, Susan observed. Harry let out a short, dark laugh. That's an understatement. First, they interrupted a very important conversation. Then one of them tried to kill her. The wolf in me wanted to tear every single one of the Lethifolds and their handlers apart. He shook himself for a moment to clear his dark thoughts before continuing. As I was falling down the waterfall and I got separated from Aurelia, I worried that I would never get to hear her answer. I mean, by that point I knew it, but I wanted to hear her say the words, you know. A small contented smile formed on his face. But then, Aurelia found me, and I knew everything would be okay. He scratched his familiar behind her ears in thanks. So, when did she finally tell you? Ginny prompted. After we got back to the tent. I was trying and failing to take my boots off while she went to run me a bath. Seeing the suggestive face Tonks made, he threw a balled-up piece of parchment he had in his hand at her before continuing. When she came back in the room and saw me struggling, she did it for me and sat down beside me. Then she told me she loved me and wanted to be with me. What else happened? Tonks asked when Harry had been silent for far too long in her opinion. What do you mean? Harry asked innocently. Don't give me that. Did you kiss? Or more? Tonks, that's none of your business. Hermione exclaimed. Come on, you gotta give me something. I've been trying to get you two together for forever. Tonks pleaded. Harry rolled his eyes at her. Yes, we kissed, but anything else is none of your business. Minerva would kill both of us if I said any more than that, and you know it. Fine. Don't tell me, Tonks mock pouted. But seriously, I'm so glad you're finally together. I am too. Hermione spoke up after sending Tonks a stern look. I already told you earlier that I thought the two of you could be good for each other, and watching your interactions has only confirmed that opinion. Plus, it's really nice to see you so happy for once. You've been through far too much, so I'm glad you finally get some long overdue happiness, Susan remarked. I agree, Ginny added. When she saw the concerned look Harry gave her, she elaborated. I know I used to have a crush on you, but after last year I came to a realization. What was it? Harry asked. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're too old for me. At least mentally speaking. I knew that I couldn't be the kind of person you need by your side. So I decided to be as good of a friend to you as I can instead. So yes, I'm really happy you have someone now. Thank you. All of you. I'll need likely your help when I mess up and need advice to fix it, Harry said sincerely. Don't worry, Harry. You can always talk to me, Hermione assured him. Me too. Just because you're together now doesn't mean you can't still come to me for advice, Tonks added. Ginny and Susan also voiced their support too, before Harry decided to ask them a question. So, now that my love life is settled for now, what about you girls? Anyone you got your eye on? He waggled his eyebrows dramatically. Tonks blushed slightly, giving herself away. Ah, so the looks I've been seeing you give a certain someone were not part of my imagination then. I don't know what you're talking about, Tonks denied. Really, but the two of you have been spending a lot of time together recently, Harry countered. We were best friends at school. It's been a while since we've seen each other regularly, so we were just catching up, Tonks deflected. Ginny's eyes sparked with understanding. You're talking about Charlie, aren't you? I know for a fact that you two dated while you were in school, which is why it won't work now, Tonks pointed out, not even asking how she figured it out. She was well aware of how observant Ginny could be. We're better off as friends. Harry's tone was kind, not wanting to pressure her. Maybe that was true then, but now both of you are older and more mature. You've grown up and aren't the same people you were in school. You never know what might happen if you tried now. Tonks knew he was right, but she was still hesitant. You get yourself a girlfriend, and now you're a relationship guru. Her tone was light to show she wasn't upset. Harry shrugged. I'm in the honeymoon phase where I want everyone around me to experience the joy that I am. He laughed with her before continuing. Anyway, I'm just saying you should think about it. Tonks nodded. I will. Harry clapped his hands before addressing the other three witches. Anyone else want to share their feelings? At the deadpan looks he got, his expression morphed into a mock pout. Oh, come on. I talked about mine, so it's only fair. Sorry, Harry, but you'll have to figure it out yourself just like we did, Susan said. Please. No, Harry. So that means you do have your eyes on someone then. Get out. Ush him. After Harry was kicked out of the room by the girls, he headed downstairs to the living room, Aurelia at his heels. Minerva was sitting down on the sofa when he got there, and she beckoned him over when she noticed him. He plopped down beside her and put his arm around her shoulder. Aurelia laid down in front of his feet, nuzzling her nose against Minerva's leg in greeting. How are you feeling? She asked in concern, noticing that he was moving a bit stiffly. I'm all right. Just a little tired, Harry assured her. I probably just need to make sure I take a long hot shower tonight to loosen up my muscles. How did your friends take the news? Minerva asked once she was sure he was all right. She absent-mindedly reached down to stroke Aurelia's head, having grown almost as fond of her as Harry had, especially since the little one had saved Harry's life. The girls already knew and were actively encouraging it, so they were happy for us. Ginny apparently got over her crush on me, as she said she realized that I'm too old for her. Minerva laughed at him. Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to take that as a compliment. As for the guys, they were shocked, but they support us too. According to Neville, we are both unique people, so it makes sense that we would be together. The twins see it as another example of me doing the impossible. And Ron, he's more confused about how I managed to convince you to fall for me. He's okay with us, though. He's just going to need some time to get used to it. Well, at least they support us. I thought they would since no one said anything at breakfast, but it's nice to get confirmation, Minerva noted. Andromeda and Molly are happy for us as well, but they already knew about our feelings. I am as well, in case you wanted to know, Matthew interjected as he walked out of the kitchen. A little surprised, but pleasantly so. Mind if I join you for a moment? Go ahead, Minerva replied, gesturing for him to sit. Sometimes, I thought I'd never see you try another relationship, Minerva. What changed? Matthew asked curiously. This one right here did, Minerva said, putting her hand on Harry's thigh. I thought I was done with that area of life, but he made me see differently. Well, I knew it would take an amazing wizard to earn your affections, Minerva, and an amazing witch to earn yours, Ace. Now I've been proven right on both counts, Matthew observed. Did you know before we told everyone? Harry asked. I knew the two of you had a strong friendship, but I didn't realize it was that deep. Now that I look back, though, I can see the signs, Matthew said. You two look good together and seem to be very compatible. I wish you a long and fulfilling relationship. Thank you, Matthew, Minerva replied. Matthew stood up, intending to give the couple some time alone. He said one more thing before he left. Oh, And Ace, if you ever need any advice, you can talk to me. I know a little bit about relationships. Thanks, old man. I'll likely have to take you up on that, Harry replied. When Matthew was gone, Harry stretched his arms tiredly and yawned. You sound like you need a nap. I think I do. Everything's starting to catch up to me, he admitted. Lay down. You could take one right here. I'll just ask Winky to bring me a book to read while you get some rest. He nodded and moved around until he was laying with his head in her lap. Minerva called for Winky once he was situated. How can I help you, mistress? Winky asked when she popped in. Could you please bring me one of my books on my nightstand? It doesn't matter which one, Minerva answered, not even bothering to correct the elf, as she knew it was her way of showing respect. Winky came back with the book and a blanket for Harry. Minerva thanked her and covered Harry up with it before settling back in the sofa with her book. Mistress, huh? I think I like the sound of that, Harry muttered sleepily. Minerva rolled her eyes at him playfully. Of course you would. She ran the hand, not holding her book, through his hair. Go to sleep. I'll be right here when you wake. Harry patted her thigh in response, drifting off a few minutes later. When the others got back from work, they made sure to properly congratulate the new couple. Hestia, Fleur, and Amelia had already suspected that it was going to happen, so they simply gave their support. Luna congratulated them too, mentioning that she knew it was a possibility due to her gift. Arthur and Charlie were a bit surprised, with the son more shocked than the father. Both also expressed their support though, and Arthur offered his advice as a married man to Harry whenever he needed it. Andromeda and Molly also made sure to congratulate Harry personally before the group ate dinner. When the meal was over, Harry and Minerva excused themselves early as both were ready for bed. Harry slowed down as they got closer to his room, trying to decide what to say. Noticing his hesitation, Minerva shook her head at him. This is no different than when we were in the tent. This feels a bit more permanent, though. We just got together 2 days ago, Harry pointed out. I mean, should I ask you if you want to move your stuff in, or is it too early for that? Or maybe you'd prefer if we moved into your room? Or maybe you want to keep your stuff in your room until we're more established in our relationship? Or Minerva cut off his babbling by placing a finger on his lip. Harry, calm down. You're thinking too hard about all of this. For night, let's just sleep in your room and we'll worry about the specifics tomorrow. Harry sighed in relief. I can do that. Good. Now I'll go take a shower in my room and come join you when I'm done. You need to do the same, Minerva said before walking away. Shaking his head at himself, Harry went inside his room to do as she suggested. He noticed Aurelia laying down in her bed by the window as he made his way to the bathroom. He sighed once he was in the shower and the hot water poured down on his aching muscles. He stood under it for a few minutes, letting the heat relax his body before he started washing himself. Thanks to the potions Samina and Poppy had given him and Minerva's ministrations, he was feeling much better. Still, he went slower than normal as some of the stiffness and soreness still remained. A pair of shorts were on the bathroom counter when he got out, and he quickly threw them on and went out into the room. Minerva was waiting for him on the bed. When he saw the appreciative look that she was giving his naked chest, he smiled mischievously. Is there something wrong? Minerva shook her head. Nope, just admiring my boyfriend, she remarked, echoing his words from yesterday. Harry laughed and headed for the closet to find a sleeveless shirt. His smile changed into a look of confusion when he saw the obviously feminine clothes lining the left wall. Amina, I think our elves made the decision that we were just discussing for us, he called out. What do you mean? Minerva asked as she got up and joined him. When she saw her clothes hung up neatly across from his, she understood. Oh, honestly, I really should have suspected that after Dobby told me the room I was staying in is for the mistress. Seems even your elves were trying to put us together. I can ask them to move them back if you want, he offered tentatively. He decided not to focus on the fact that his elves were apparently matchmakers too. Minerva looked at him for a moment as she thought before shaking her head. No, as long as you're fine with it, it's okay. It was bound to happen soon anyway. And there's no point in me having to keep going to the other room to get clothes if I'm sleeping in here. Harry nodded in agreement before realizing something. Wait. Why didn't you just tell me that a few minutes ago? Because you were having a moment and needed to calm down, so I figured telling you later was better. But since my clothes are already in here, there's no point in having them moved back. Harry smiled sheepishly. I was freaking out? Wasn't I? Just a little bit. But it's okay, Minerva said gently as she pulled him to sit down on the bed with her. This is your first real relationship, and it's far from a conventional one. So it's okay to be nervous or unsure about some things. I know, I feel very unprepared compared to you, Harry remarked as he ran a hand through his hair. Minerva pulled his hand into her lap, interlacing their fingers. If it makes you feel any better, it's been so long since I've been in a relationship that I feel unprepared as well. Well, I guess that makes me feel a little better. Still, I'm going to have to work on my confidence. That will come in time. Trust me, Minerva assured him, putting her other hand over his heart. Besides, I fell in love with you because of your heart, not your ability to be all macho. Great, you're making me sound like a sap. Now I'll have to go flex my muscles and whatnot to regain my manliness, Harry remarked in amusement, flexing his other arm for show. Minerva rolled her eyes at him. Trust me, I will never mistake you as anything less than a man. A very good one at that. You make it impossible for me to think otherwise. It's the muscles, isn't it? I knew you liked them, Harry laughed. Instead of a verbal reply, she pushed against his chest until he got the message to lay down. I think it's time you got some rest. You're still recovering, and it seems you're a bit delusional from exhaustion. Harry laughed again as they moved up to the head of the bed. Minerva snuggled up into his side, her arm wrapped around his waist. He wrapped his arm around her back, his hand on her hip. So, are you going to admit that my muscles attract you or not? Harry asked after they were both comfortable. Minerva slowly and deliberately ran her hand up from his wrist to his shoulder and down his chest, stopping at his fully formed six-pack. I guess they are a bit of all right. A bit of all right. I'll have you know I worked hard to get them, Harry cried in mock outrage. She laughed and kissed his cheek. Fine, fine. Yes, your muscles are lovely. Now will you please go to sleep? You need your rest. Yes, Mina. While Harry and Minerva were drifting off to sleep, Voldemort was wide awake meeting with a new ally. After suffering several losses over the last couple of months, he realized he needed to rebolster his forces before he made any more moves. The fact that the Potter brat had somehow managed to claim the Black Lordship and have Amelia Bones elected as the Minister of Magic threw wrenches into his plans that he hadn't accounted for. He was also concerned about how the Hooded Stranger and then the Aura Department were able to foil his raids. To counter this, he decided he would only tell select people about certain plans at the very last minute. He'd strengthened his mental shields in case anyone had been subtly reading his mind without him knowing. He also performed a small ritual to give him some protection from seers. It wouldn't fully block their ability, but it would obscure what they saw. This way, either his enemies wouldn't learn about his plans, or he would find out who was spying on him and could dispose of the traitor. However, he couldn't let his enemies think he was beaten. That's why he was devising an attack that would hit multiple places at once, spreading out their forces and making them unable to stop him from causing mass destruction. While he kept the details to himself, he had put Bellatrix in charge of training the new recruits a few weeks ago. Meanwhile, he was traveling around the world looking for like-minded people who would follow him. Even with the latest blows to his power, he had still managed to convince several witches and wizards of low moral standards to take his mark. His forces now numbered in the hundreds as he had recruited Dementors, giants, trolls, vampires, and werewolves, as well created many dead bodies that he could turn into inferi when necessary. At the moment, though, he was meeting with a witch who could help him gain valuable inside information from the Ministry. When he reached the chosen location, a small alley in Muggle London, 10 blocks from the Ministry, she was already there waiting for him, a large, black bag on the ground beside her. "My lord," the witch said quietly as she got down on one knee and bowed her head. "Are you ready to fully join me?" Voldemort asked coldly. "Yes, my lord. I have brought my tribute and am ready to prove my worthiness," the witch replied reverently. "Show me." The stood back up and opened the bag, revealing the Muggle woman she had taken captive and tied up. She levitated the woman out and dropped her onto the ground. Then, without warning, she whispered the Cruciatus Curse. She used it on the woman repeatedly, holding it for several seconds at a time as she enjoyed the screams of pure agony falling from the woman's lips. "Good. Now finish it." The sickly green light crashed into the woman who knew no more. The witch fell down to her knee once she was done. "Very good. You will be an excellent addition to my army. I will not be able to mark you right now, but once your mission is complete, you will receive it. For now, continue to do what I asked of you. We will meet again on the last day of the month. I look forward to it, my lord." Chapter 20. Harry's Minerva Chapter 20. The next day, After being cleared by Poppy and Minerva, Harry went into the training room to work on recreating his altered Patronus. It was still early in the morning, so everyone was there to watch him. It took him a few attempts and a bit of advice from Minerva, but soon his golden version of Minerva's animagus form appeared out of his wand. They all walked over to examine it more closely, Hermione going into full research mode. "It's completely solid," Hermione observed, her hand on the Patronus's fur. "Do you know what exact emotion you focused on to make it work?" "Hold on, let me do it a few more times to be sure," Harry replied. It took him 3 more times before he thought he had the answer. "It's anger, righteous anger to be exact. But it has to be protective in nature." "That makes sense." "At the time, you were angry that Professor McGonagall was being attacked, and you wanted to be able to protect her from the Lethifold," Hermione concurred. "Do you think it can be replicated by others?" Amelia asked. After a moment of thought, Harry nodded. "I think so. It takes a little bit more power than a normal corporeal Patronus, but not enough to make it impossible. The same principles apply about concentration and wand movement. The focus is just different." "We should try right now then," Tonks suggested eagerly. "Any other advice you can give us?" Ron asked. "It helps if you have a person or people in mind that you want to protect. Try to think about someone or something threatening them and how much you want to prevent them from being harmed." With those words from Harry, they all started working on it. At first, everyone only managed to create the golden mist. Minerva was the first one to get it completely, and her golden form of Harry's animagus joined her own animagus form from Harry. They got awes from some of the witches at the fact that their patron uses matched each other, making them blush slightly. A few minutes later, the others started getting it too. Harry went around the room like he used to with the DA, giving advice to those who were still struggling with it. By the time they all left to eat breakfast, all of them had been successful. They now had another weapon to use against Voldemort. The morning after that did not bring good news, unfortunately. Luna woke up with the sense that something bad was going to happen soon. She hadn't seen anything concrete in her dreams, so she tried to discern the future through her seer trance. She got down on the floor with her legs crossed and her arms resting on her thighs. Then she took a deep breath and closed her eyes, sinking into the trance. At first, all she saw was darkness. Then images began to appear before her. They were too fast for her to make out anything clear, but what she did see only increased her worry. She saw chaos and destruction, heard the screams of those in pain, and evil laughter. No matter how much she tried to focus her sight to see everything with more clarity, she couldn't. She couldn't tell where or when any of what she saw was supposed to happen, but she knew it would be soon. Something was blocking her ability, and she needed to tell everyone else. Luna waited until breakfast to inform everyone. "There's something you all should know about, though I have nothing concrete to give you." Her tone was completely serious as she spoke, getting everyone's attention. "Did you see something, Luna?" Harry asked in concern. "Nothing clear. Something is blocking my sight," Luna admitted. "How is that possible?" Ron asked. "There are a few rituals that can achieve this, though they are very dangerous and come with a high price," Samina said. "Likely not high enough for Riddle to pay," Minerva noted. "Is this permanent?" Andromeda asked. "No, they only work for one situation, and you can't perform another one for at least a year afterwards," Samina explained. "He must be planning something big to go to all those lengths to hide them," Charlie remarked. "What were you able to see, Luna?" Matthew asked. "Luna's sight. I saw burning and destroyed buildings, people running and screaming in fear, and Death Eaters causing complete chaos. But I couldn't tell where any of it was happening. Any identifying marks for location were blurred, and you couldn't tell when it would happen either, right?" Harry asked. Luna shook her head. "I just know it will happen soon. Have you seen anything in Riddle's mind recently?" Hestia asked Harry. "No, he's been pretty quiet. All I've been able to get is that he's been recruiting, but I couldn't tell who or how many he's managed to draw to his side." Harry paused for a moment. "Now that I think about it, it's been even harder to sneak into his mind at all. He's likely strengthening his shields more often." Hermione broke the silence that had come over them. "What if he is planning something for the day we go back to Hogwarts?" "That would make sense," Hestia agreed. "It would fit with his tendency toward the dramatics," George remarked. "Yeah, what better way to frighten everyone and regain momentum than to attack on such an important day," Fred noted. "So, what can we do to prepare if we don't even know where he's going to attack?" Neville asked. "We'll have to prepare for anything," Amelia stated. "It's best that we all are on our guard for the next week or so." I'll talk to Scrimgeour and have him increase the aura guards in Diagon Alley, the Ministry, St. Mungo's, and Hogsmeade. I can have the task force do more patrols around popular Muggle areas as well, Arthur said. But what if he tries to attack the children on the Express? Molly questioned. We'll have to be ready to face it, Harry answered. We can ask some of the DA to help too, Susan suggested. As long as they still have the coins. We can warn them to be prepared at least, Ginny added. Molly didn't like the idea of them fighting any threat on their own, but she knew how hard they had all been training. They were about as ready as they could be. Very well. But you all be careful and don't take any unnecessary risks. Don't worry, Mum, we won't, Ron assured her. Those of you who work in YEA I can keep an eye out too. If we see anything, we can call to alert everyone, Fleur proposed. That goes for everyone. If any of you see anything suspicious, at all starting today, call the group, Minerva instructed. All of the hoods nodded their heads in agreement. That night there was an order meeting. Because they hadn't officially quit just yet, Hestia, Molly, and Arthur had to be in attendance so Dumbledore wouldn't get suspicious. There wasn't much of note discussed as not much had happened recently. Remus informed them that only 3 werewolf packs, consisting of around 32 members, had sided with Voldemort. Those were mostly the ones who had mindsets similar to Greyback, and despite his death, hated the magical world for how they'd been ostracized. The rest were staying neutral, as they gave Amelia time to prove that she would be a better minister with respect to her policies on them. Snape told them that Voldemort was planning something, but was keeping most of the details to himself. Since the Hoods already knew that, this information didn't help them much. Recruitment efforts to the Order were non-existent. With Amelia, a more than competent leader, in charge of the ministry, no one felt the need to join a secret group. Everyone else had very little to offer, and the meeting ran for less than an hour. Dumbledore did mention his plans to meet with Harry when he got to Hogwarts, something the 3 of them smirked internally at. If only you knew what was coming for you, they thought universally. 2 days before the ritual, Minerva woke Harry up as she tossed and turned while in the throes of a nightmare. It only took him a few seconds to realize what was going on, and he immediately pulled her into his arms the moment he did. Remembering what she'd done for him, he spoke soothing words as he tried to reassure her that everything was okay and that he was right there. She was muttering about someone named Cal and how she was so sorry. Having heard the name only a few times before, Harry wasn't sure what she was seeing, but he did his best to help her. It took her a few minutes to calm down and wake up, and when she did, she was more disoriented and confused than he had ever seen her. Mina, look at me. Harry spoke gently to get her attention. It's me, Harry. I'm right here, okay? Harry, Minerva whispered, his voice drawing her back to reality. Yeah, it's me. You're okay now. You were having a nightmare. I'm sorry for waking you up, she said in a small voice as she put her head down in embarrassment. Harry gently lifted her head up and caressed her cheek with the back of his hand. No need to apologize, especially after I've done the same to you so many times. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Minerva buried her head into Harry's chest, taking in his warmth and feeling the beating of his heart. He in turn wrapped his arms around her protectively, trying his best to give her the strength she needed. They sat like that for several minutes, nothing but the sound of their breathing and hearts beating filling the room. When she started to pull away, Harry felt it was safe to ask her a question. Do you want to talk about it? Minerva, feeling unsure, hesitated. I don't know. It's okay if you don't, but I'm here when you're ready, Harry reassured her. She nodded in response before getting up out of the bed. I'm just going to take a shower. You try to get some more sleep. Are you sure? Harry asked, concerned by her state. She looked fragile right now, something he'd never seen before. Yes, I think I might just go for a walk around my property to clear my head. I'll be back later. Harry wanted to say more, to ask if she wouldn't mind some company, but he felt so out of his depth that he was unsure if that would upset her or not. He didn't want to pressure her. Okay, see you later then. She nodded before heading to the bathroom, leaving a confused and worried Harry behind. Harry tried to go back to sleep, but his concern for Minerva prevented that. An hour after she left, he decided there was no point in continuing to lay down, so he got up and threw on some workout clothes. Then he went into the training room, hoping that doing some exercises would help him relieve the stress he was feeling. By the time the others arrived for the morning workout, Harry was still just as wound up as he'd been earlier. How long have you been here? Andromeda asked as she walked over and pulled him to the side. A little over an hour, Harry replied. What's wrong, and where's Minerva? She had a nightmare. I tried to ask her about it, but she wouldn't say anything. Then she went back to her house. Harry sighed in frustration. I didn't want to press too hard, but I'm worried. I've never seen her look so lost. Andromeda was confused for a few seconds until she remembered something. Wait, what day is it today? The 26th. Why? Oh, Andromeda said, realizing the importance of this day. With everything that had been going on, it had snuck up on her. What do you mean? Do you know why she's so upset? Harry asked, desperate for an answer. I don't think I should be the one to tell you. Well, this isn't a good day for her. So, what am I supposed to do? How can I help her? Andromeda sighed, wishing Minerva would have talked to him about this before today. Let's just give her some space right now. Hopefully she'll come back soon and talk to you about it herself. If not, though, you should go to her. This is a conversation she needs to have with you, regardless of how uncomfortable it is. You deserve to know, all things considered. Harry didn't really like that answer, but he saw the wisdom in it. All right, I'll give her until lunchtime then. If she's not back by then, I'll go talk to her. When the others questioned Minerva's absence, he just told them she had a rough night and needed some time alone before focusing them on their workouts. Breakfast was a quiet affair, as everyone wondered where Minerva was. No one asked Harry anything else, as they saw he was concerned as well. They just hoped everything would be okay between the two of them. Afterwards, Harry went to sit in the living room by the flue, hoping Minerva would return soon. About 20 minutes after he sat down, the flames of the fire turned green, but it was Poppy, not Minerva, who stepped out of them. Hello, Harry. Samina wanted me to do a checkup on you and Minerva just to be safe, Poppy greeted. Then she noticed his worried demeanor and took a closer look at him. Is everything okay? Harry ran a hand through his hair. Minerva had a nightmare this morning, and then she went back home to be alone for a while. She wouldn't tell me what it was about, but Andromeda said this isn't a good day for her. I don't know what to do to help her. Poppy immediately realized what was wrong. Tell me, has she ever mentioned someone named Cal to you? I've heard her say his name before, and she was calling it during her nightmare, but we've never talked about him. Does he have something to do with this? Poppy sighed sadly. He has everything to do with this. She really should have talked to you about him before now. Poppy shook her head in frustration. Let me check you over, and then I'll go talk to her. Don't worry, by the time I'm finished, she'll talk to you. I'll come back here when we're done. Thanks, Poppy, Harry said gratefully. Don't mention it. She quickly gave him a physical, seeing nothing concerning. Then she packed up her things and headed for the flue, intent on making a stubborn which-see reason. Minerva had been sitting in her spot by the river thinking. She'd gone for a run to try and clear her head, but it hadn't helped her much. She was still in turmoil. It wasn't that Harry had seen her have a nightmare. She'd known it was bound to happen with her moving into his room, and he'd done a good job of helping her through it. No, it was the content of the nightmare that caused her to flee as issues she'd never fully dealt with rose to the surface. They overwhelmed her, and instead of facing them, she ran. She ran and left poor Harry alone and confused. It was something she regretted, and she promised herself that she would apologize to him. But in that moment, she had allowed her emotions to dictate her actions. Her silent reflection was interrupted by the arrival of Poppy, who stalked toward her like a woman on a mission. What are you doing here? Minerva asked in surprise. 2 reasons. 1, because Samina wanted me to do a quick checkup of you and Harry before you take the purging potion tonight. And 2, because I want to know why you haven't told Harry about Cal yet. Before Minerva could answer her, Poppy held up her hand. Let me do this first. Minerva nodded in acceptance, and Poppy did the same thing she'd done for Harry, seeing no problems as well. Now explain. I don't know. I know that I should have, but it never seemed like a good time. Minerva, there's never a right time to tell someone about something like this. You're procrastinating, Poppy pointed out. I just feel so conflicted. I'm scared that he might think less of me for what I did. I'm worried that talking about Cal will show that I'm not over him yet. I don't like feeling like I'm leading Harry on. Like no matter what I do, I'll never be able to fully give myself to him. Like no matter how much I care about Harry, I'll always be Cal's wife. Or that by being with Harry, I'm somehow betraying Cal's memory. Or, at the very least, that I'll end up comparing the two of them and mess everything up. Poppy sighed and pulled her friend into a hug to calm her down. Minerva, the first thing you need to do is stop overthinking things. Harry is not Callum Baker, And if you think about this clearly, you'll realize that Cal grew up in a stable home, for one, and never had to deal with the kind of pressures that Harry has. Cal was outgoing and loved to be the center of attention, while Harry prefers to keep to himself and select people and likes to avoid attention as much as possible. Cal showed you that there is a chance of a life beyond what you'd experience growing up. That just because your parents had the relationship they did, it didn't mean that all relationships had to be that way. He taught you how to enjoy and embrace life. But Harry, he's like your kindred spirit. He gets you in a way no one else does because you have similar backgrounds. You both had horrible childhoods for similar reasons. You both know what it's like to feel unwanted and alone with no one to turn to. And you both were strong enough to rise above it all, to become the amazing people you are. I didn't think about it that way, Minerva admitted, seeing some of the truth in Poppy's words. I know. You were too busy worrying, but you need to realize that they are not the same person. And you aren't the same Minerva that you were with Cal. You've changed. You're right. They aren't the same people. Exactly. As for betraying Cal's memory, you know just as well as I do that he would want you to be happy. He wouldn't want you to shut yourself off to love out of guilt. Minerva nodded. You're right again. Cal will want me to be happy. Good. Now that you've admitted that out loud, let me remind you that Harry loves you. He will not think badly of you because of what happened. But nothing, Minerva. The only reason Harry might be upset with you is if you hide it from him and let the first time that he learns about all of this be on the night of the ritual. That stopped Minerva in her tracks. Poppy was right. Harry was going to see all of her memories and her his. She wouldn't be able to hide this from him, and it would be better if she explained it herself. Backing out on being his anchor didn't even cross her mind. It wasn't even an option. I need to talk to him. Now you're talking sense, Poppy said, a smile on her face as she stood up. Don't worry. I'll send your love to you. Then the healer started walking back toward the house, operating closer to the house after she took a few steps. Minerva took a deep breath and tried to organize her thoughts in preparation for what would likely be a difficult conversation. Harry practically ran into the floor the moment Poppy said Minerva would talk to him. When he tumbled out of her fireplace, it took all of his self-control to stop himself from running all the way down there. Then he remembered that he could apparate and was permitted to do so within the wards. So he did that, popping a few meters away from where she was. He could see her outline from his position, and he stopped in his tracks as he had no idea what to say to her. Harry, I know you're there, Minerva called, ending his indecision. He walked forward until he was standing in front of her. Hey, Harry said quietly. Hey, I'm sorry for running out on you. You didn't deserve that, Minerva began. It's okay. I get it. Whatever your nightmare was about, it really upset you, Harry replied. Minerva nodded sadly. It did. Andromeda said something bad happened on this day. Please sit down. I promise I'll explain everything. Once Harry did, she turned so she was facing him and tentatively reached for his hand. Understanding what she wanted, he grabbed her hand into his and held it securely. I was married once. His name was Callum Baker. We, along with Poppy, were in the same year and house at Hogwarts and became close friends. Minerva sighed as she continued. Cal was like a breath of fresh air. He showed me that despite everything I saw and experienced in my parents' house, I didn't have to spend my life alone to avoid repeating it. That it was possible for me to have a good life, one full of joy and companionship. He did that by being annoyingly confident and persistent. Literally, he bothered me until I would have a real conversation with him, and I'm glad he did. He helped me to open up to Poppy and let her in as a true friend. Over the years, I went from being annoyed by him and his need to be the center of attention to falling in love with him. We dated in our last year at school and got married shortly after graduation. While Poppy went on to become a healer, we enrolled into the Auror Academy. Our marriage lasted 3 years until he was murdered while we were on the job. How? Harry asked gently. Have you heard of a Death Eater named Anon Dalahov? Yeah, he's part of Riddle's inner circle. I think he helped kill Molly's brothers. Exactly. Before he became a Death Eater, he went to school with US and joined the Aurors at the same time as Cal and I. I didn't realize this at the time, but he developed an unhealthy obsession with me. Once, while we were Aurors, he tried to pursue me. When he found out that I was married to Cal, he apparently began to hate him. His hate grew so powerful that he set up an ambush to kill Cal and kidnap me. She paused for a moment to take a deep breath before continuing. It was during a case that another which named Mia, Cal, and I were investigating. We had received word that the group of dark wizards we were looking for had a safe house in Berkshire, so we went to surveil it. After spotting 2 of the men we were looking for go inside the building, he suggested that we get closer. When we were 5 meters away from the entrance, we were attacked by 11 wizards, including Dolohov. The 3 of us were completely taken by surprise. I was unable to react fast enough to stop Dolohov, and he hit Cal with the killing curse while his back was turned. Cal never had a chance. A sob escaped her unbidden, and she paused to try to regain her composure. When Harry pulled her into his arms, tears began falling down her face, and she cried hard into his shoulder. He ran one hand up and down her back, and while the other stroked her hair, as he did all he could to comfort her. They sat there for what felt like hours, and Minerva cried in a way she hadn't in a long time, releasing emotions and pain she didn't realize she still carried with her. Tears fell from his eyes as well, feeling her anguish as clearly as if it was his own, and he buried his face into her hair. When both of them finally calmed down and their tears had dried, Minerva pulled away and turned her face so Harry couldn't see her. "Minerva," Harry called softly. "Mina, please look at me." Hesitantly, she turned back around to face him, her eyes blotchy and red rimmed with tear stains on her cheeks. She saw that he only looked slightly better than her. He conjured up 2 handkerchiefs so they could clean their faces. "There's more to the story," Minerva said once her face was dry. "Whatever it is, you can tell me. When I saw Cal fall, I became consumed by my anger. Seeing Mia, who was someone I considered a friend, murdered too only fueled my rage. So I killed every single one of them, except for Dolohov." Her voice became bitter. "He managed to get away, though he left with a reminder of my anger in the form of a large burn across his chest. But the rest of them, I showed no mercy to. And when I was finished and saw what I had done, I was horrified. For a long time, I couldn't forgive myself. That's why you left the Aurors and went traveling around the world." There was no judgment or disgust in his eyes for what she'd done. "Yes, they didn't fire me, but I couldn't go back after that. I didn't know where to go from there, and Poppy suggested I spend some time away from Britain, specifically this house. The house me and Kel built together. That's how I met Samina and Matthew. Then, eventually, I came back and decided that I wanted to teach. Slowly, I rebuilt my life, finding joy and purpose in molding young minds." "Did you ever date anyone else?" Harry asked cautiously, trying not to sound too interested in her answer. He was also trying to inject some levity into the dark conversation. Minerva gave a short laugh. "Not really. I had offers, and I went on a few casual outings, but no one kept my interest long enough for me to be serious about them. After a while, I just stopped altogether, believing that my time for that aspect of life had died with Cal." Harry smiled. "Until me?" Minerva smiled back at him. "Yes, until you. Somehow, without trying, you managed to worm your way into my heart, reawakening a part of me that I thought was gone for good." Harry nodded before becoming serious. "You know, I don't think any differently about you because of what you did, right? I was afraid that you would." "Well, don't be. The truth is that they would have killed you if you'd given them the chance. Not to mention the fact that you didn't enjoy it and felt guilty because it." Harry looked down for a second. When he looked back up, his eyes showed a deep pain. "Besides, I can't judge you when I've done the same thing." "What do you mean, Harry?" Minerva asked in concern. Harry stood up and walked closer to the riverbank. He picked up a rock and threw it across the surface, watching it skip 4 times before speaking. "When I was in year 5 of primary school, a new kid from America moved here and transferred into my class. The new kid's name was Miles, and the teacher had him sit in the desk near mine. Before then, I never had any friends because Dudley and his gang scared everyone off. Despite Dudley's threats, though, Miles decided to keep talking to me, and for the first time in my life, I had a friend." Harry paused to throw another rock as Minerva stood up and walked over to him. She stopped when she was beside him and grasped his hand, squeezing it in comfort as he continued his story. "He was an orphan like me. His parents were killed by a drunk driver, and he was sent to live with his uncle, who abused him. They had moved here after his uncle got into some trouble with the law and decided to take refuge here where he had some friends. Miles and I did practically everything together. snuck into the movies when we didn't have to be in our respective prisons, read comic books, wishing that we had the powers of the heroes we read about. We even earned money helping out a carpenter named Jack, who taught us how to build things with our hands. Harry let out a short laugh. Jack could create masterpieces with wood, metal, and stone, and he taught us a lot about it when we helped out in his shop. Before Miles, the only one who'd ever been genuinely nice to me was the music teacher who let me go to her classroom during recess and taught me how to play the piano. Then the summer after he moved here, we found a rather large tree in the nearby forest and decided to build a tree house on it. Jack let us use some of his lumber and made sure we knew what we were doing so we didn't hurt ourselves. It became our oasis away from the harsh realities of our lives. We even got sleeping bags so we could spend the night there when one of us got kicked out of the house. We would help the other sneak out so neither of us had to face the night alone. Even when he learned about the weird stuff that happened around me, he still stuck by my side. In fact, he encouraged me to learn more about my magic so that we could use it to gain our freedom. Harry went silent as he remembered where it all went wrong. What happened to him? Minerva asked cautiously. Simon happened to him. Harry spat angrily. He and his gang used to hang out in the skate park a lot. Miles and we used to go there sometimes to watch them do parkour. What is that? It's basically a method of using the quickest and most efficient way of getting from one place to another. It involves a lot of running, jumping, climbing, sliding, and vaulting. I've actually been teaching you guys some of it through the obstacle course I created, so that's how you can move the way you do. Harry nodded. Yeah, we thought it was cool, so we started trying to do it too. When we got good at it, that's when Simon noticed us. He could tell we came from abusive homes, so he tried to collect us, groom us. He taught us how to fight, took us out to eat, bought us gifts. Despite our normal lack of trust for others, I think we both hoped that Simon actually cared about us like Jack. But that wasn't the case. Harry threw another rock, but this one sunk straight down, his throw fueled with anger. On July 1st, the summer I got my Hogwarts letter, Simon told us he wanted to show us something. He took us for a ride, and we ended up in what I later learned was one of his gang's safe houses. 4 of his guys were there waiting for us. Then he gave us his pitch, I guess, telling us how he ran a delivery service for certain parties. He tried to convince us of the benefits of working for him, but Miles and I weren't interested. We made a promise to each other and ourselves that we wouldn't be anything like his uncle or mine. So he tried to beat us into submitting. But we weren't strangers to pain, so it didn't work either. Finally, he gave us an ultimatum. Either we join, or he'd kill one of us. He flipped a coin to choose. It had landed on heads for Miles. Harry almost couldn't finish, but he had to. He'd already made it this far. I almost gave in, but Miles made me promise to save myself. I begged my magic to work for me, so I could save both of us. It did for a moment, and we both got free. But then, one of Simon's guys pulled out a gun and shot at us while we were trying to run. Miles got hit, and he went down. He was only able to whisper my name before he was gone. All I saw was rage, burning red rage. I wanted them to hurt, and my magic responded by sending out pure wave of energy. It slammed all 5 of them into the walls and destroyed the building. I didn't even look back as I operated me and Miles's body out of there, back to our treehouse. When we got there, I figured since his uncle wasn't going to be concerned enough to give him a proper burial, so I dug a grave for him and made a coffin out of leftover wood we had. He's buried in front of our treehouse. I haven't been back since. Tears were falling freely down his face now, and his shoulders were shaking as he cried. Overcome by the emotions he'd kept bottled up inside since that day, he fell down to his knees and grieved for his friend. Without hesitation, Minerva got down in front of him and wrapped her arms around him, crying for the innocence he'd lost at such a young age. In that moment, she realized exactly what Poppy had been trying to get her to see earlier. Both of them had grown up in abusive homes, though hers was more emotional than physical. Both had found someone who helped them to see the bright side of life, only to lose them through betrayal. They understood each other so well because they'd lived through similar experiences. Is this the first time you've talked about him? Minerva asked when their tears had dried once again. Harry nodded ruefully. I think I buried my feelings and memories when I buried him. Minerva leaned in and kissed him softly. Thank you for trusting me enough to tell me. Thank you for trusting me too. Harry hesitated before making a decision. Do you want to see the treehouse? I'm pretty sure it's still there. I'd like that. Together, They stood back up and dusted themselves off. Then they linked their arms together, and Harry operated them away. Ushim! They reappeared in a small clearing in a forest near Surrey. In front of them stood a tall tree with a trunk about 10 feet wide. Just like Harry remembered, there were 2 tire swings hanging from branches on both sides of it. A rope ladder with wood planks for its rungs ran up its midline, leading to the balcony of a rather large tree house. Harry had to gain control of the memories that assaulted him by being here before he was able to focus his attention on the reason they came: the grave at the base of the tree. A small headstone marked its position, with the hand-engraved words, "Miles Jackson, my brother. Hopefully you will get the peace you deserve that you were robbed of while you were here," along with the dates of his death and birth. He was a bit surprised by how well preserved everything still was after all of the years that had passed since he'd been there. It was almost like everything had been stuck in time, waiting for him to come back home and face his past. Minerva stood by quietly, giving him time to process everything. She was impressed at how well built the treehouse was, especially since the 2 who had built it had been so young. Despite how much she'd already cried today, a few tears fell down her face at the simple, yet meaningful words Harry had carved out on his friend's headstone. When he was ready, Harry walked to the grave, sitting down once he was right in front of it. "Hey, Miles. I know it's been far too long since I've been here. I could tell you that I got busy or that I've been spending most of my time at Hogwarts. But the truth is that I was afraid. Afraid to face the memory of your death. Afraid to deal with the fact that I wasn't strong enough to save you. But now I think I can, because I'm not alone anymore. I have friends who've proven that they'll stand by my side." Harry looked back at Minerva and grabbed her hand, pulling her to sit down with him. "And a beautiful woman to help me face whatever obstacles come in my path. So, I've come back to say I'm sorry. If I knew what I knew now, I could have stopped it, but I didn't. But mostly, I'm sorry that I tried to forget you, because you didn't deserve that. You were my first friend. The one who taught me how to have fun and focus on the good things in life instead of letting the bad overwhelm me. From now on, I promise to do my best to live my life to the fullest. To enjoy the good and deal with the bad. Just like we said we would. Thank you for being there for me when I needed you, and I hope I'll make you proud. Thank you for being there for Harry when no one else was. He would not be the man I love today without you. I promise that I will take care of him to the best of my abilities for as long as he lets me." Minerva added before waving her wand in an intricate pattern over the grave and the entire tree. "What spell did you cast?" "One that will ensure this place is protected from the elements forever." Harry smiled and kissed her cheek in thanks. "Do you want to see the inside before we go?" "Of course." The 2 of them climbed up the ladder until they were standing on the balcony. Harry gave her a quick tour, describing how he and Miles built the place, with Jack's assistance, and explaining the different things that were stored in there. Through old comic books, posters from movies he'd seen, pictures of the 2 of them, and various other odds and ends, he gave her a deeper insight into what his life was like before Hogwarts outside of the Dursley's house. He even showed her some of his and Miles's wooden carvings, something Minerva complimented him on, as they were pretty good. The last thing he pointed out before they left was his Brotherhood wristband. He and Miles had made matching ones to remind them of their friendship. They were simple leather bands with a rectangular silver plate in the middle. The phrases "Harry and Miles" and "Brothers Forever" were engraved on the silver with the Celtic symbol for brotherhood in between them. After a moment's hesitation, Harry picked up his and put it on his left wrist, opposite his communicator. It was time that he started honoring his friend's memory by carrying it with him. Then, realizing that it was getting late, he and Minerva operated back to her house so they could flee to the manor. It was almost time for them to take the purification potions. When they got back, the whole group was gathered at the kitchen table as well as Poppy. The healer was there to make sure everything went fine with the potion. No one asked where they'd been, as they figured whatever had happened between them was private. Plus, the sight of the couple holding hands reassured them that everything was all right between the 2. Because they had to take the potion afterwards, Dobby, Winky, and Creature made sure that Harry and Minerva had extra portions to give them the strength they would need. When they had both eaten until they couldn't fit another bite in their stomachs, they, along with Samina and Poppy, excused themselves from the table. Once in their bedroom, Harry and Minerva changed into their pajamas and drank the potion Samina handed to them. Her and Poppy then stayed for an hour, just to make sure neither experienced any adverse side effects, before leaving the couple to sleep it off. Poppy made sure to ask Dobby to keep an eye on them during the night and to get her in case of an emergency before going back to Hogwarts. Thankfully, the couple slept peacefully that night, the emotional exhaustion from their day and the effects of the potion ensuring that no nightmares disturbed their rest. And I tried to make Harry's past as believable as I could while still keeping close to my original idea. I'm sorry if anyone finds it a bit far-fetched. Also, Harry's friend Jack will make a short reappearance later in the story. Chapter 21. Harry's Minerva Chapter 21. As instructed by Samina, neither Harry nor Minerva were allowed to use magic or physically exert themselves until the night of the ritual. The former thought it was funny that his girlfriend was under the same restrictions as him and poked fun at her every now and then just to rile her up. Since there wasn't much the two of them could do, they spent time opening up more about their respective pasts. They thought it was best to put it all out there in the open since they would likely know it anyway after the ritual. When Harry told Minerva the full extent of the Dursleys' abuse, describing the beatings Vernon administered with belts, fists, and feet, Petunia's cold hatred and slave treatment, and Dudley's bullying inside and outside the house, it took a lot of convincing on his part to stop Minerva from destroying them and Dumbledore for abandoning him there. Harry wasn't much better after Minerva described the vitriol her father used to spew at her for being a witch and the occasional, but brutal beatings he gave her when he was drunk. Her mother's indifference, born out of envy that Minerva was able to use magic while at Hogwarts, was just as bad as her father's abuse in Harry's mind. If the two of them hadn't already left this world, Harry might have tried to go after them too. They didn't just focus on the bad in their lives, though. No, they traded stories of the good times they've had with their friends, especially Miles and Cal, respectively. Each new piece of information they learned about each other only made them appreciate and respect the other even more and strengthened the bond between them. They also spent time watching Aurelia run around on the grounds of Minerva's property, playing fetch with her. Hedwig soared in the skies above them, showing off her abilities through dives and tricks. It helped them keep their moods positive as it was impossible not to experience the joy of the little unicorn or the freedom of the snowy owl. Thankfully, the 2 days were quiet on the war front, so the rest of the hoods were able to focus on supporting their leaders. Though they were concerned because of the risks, they knew this was the best chance at getting the horcrux out of Harry. They also believed that he and Minerva were strong enough to survive it. So, instead of becoming overly anxious, they tried to show their support for the couple as much as they could, reminding them of their strength and easing their doubts. Harry and Minerva also made sure Samina was given encouragement as well. They could tell she was concerned about making a mistake that would harm them, and they were quick to express their faith in her and her abilities to ease her doubts. Sensing his mood, Harry's familiars only left his side when it was necessary. The golden unicorn took to sleeping on the floor near his side of the bed, while Hedwig perched on the post of the headboard to keep watch over him and Minerva as they slept. Overall, the manor had a tense but hopeful atmosphere. The dinner right before the ritual was much quieter than usual. Poppy was there with them as she planned on helping Samina take care of them for the aftermath of it. She and the hoods had to urge Harry, Minerva, and Samina to eat as the three of them were picking at their food. I know you three are worried, but you won't do yourself any good on an empty stomach, Tonks prompted, her tone uncharacteristically serious. She's right. What you're about to do is going to take all of your strength, Andromeda agreed. I know eating may be the last thing you want to do, but your focus needs to be on the ritual, Amelia pointed out. Yeah, you don't want a growling stomach to mess up your concentration, Fred said jokingly. He got 3 small smiles in return. All right, we get it, Minerva relented. She and the other two fought back their nerves and started eating, seeing the truth in their words. To distract them from their worries, everyone else started talking about things completely unrelated to the war. It helped, and soon enough the 3 of them had eaten their entire plates. 15 minutes later, Samina stood up, signaling that it was time to go. All of the hoods and Poppy showered them with hugs and well wishes, trying to give them a last boost of support. Molly pulled Harry into her signature bone-crushing hug, holding him for several seconds and letting him know how proud she was of him. After he had made his rounds to everyone else, Ron and Hermione took Harry to the side. When they were standing in one of the corners of the room, Hermione pulled Harry into a tight hug. You're going to beat this and be free of having that monster in your mind, she encouraged after a moment. Let him breath, Hermione, Ron exclaimed in amusement. And Harry, you just go and beat the odds like you always do. We'll be here waiting for. Harry disengaged from Hermione and grasped Ron's outstretched forearm. Thanks, Ron. Thank you both for being such good friends. The two of them nodded in response, no other words needed. Once they had spoken to everyone, Harry, carrying Aurelia, Minerva, Samina, and Poppy, headed for the Fleur. With a wave goodbye, they disappeared into the green flames, leaving the Hoods to wait for word that everything was okay. None of them would be going to sleep until then. At Minerva's property, Samina led the group down to the area she'd chosen for the ritual. In a small clearing in the forest, she had constructed a stone circle platform. They could feel the strength of the protective wards around it as they passed through them. Poppy remained outside of them to avoid interfering with the magic, transfiguring a chair to watch from out of a nearby wooden branch. The rest sat down on the platform. Samina grabbed the ceremonial bowl and knife she would need before addressing them. Okay, once we start, we cannot stop, so I need you to pay close attention. Like I told you before, first I'm going to collect the needed blood from you three and mix it in with the other ingredients. Then I'll draw the runes on the platform before drawing them on both of you. Once everything is set, I'll start the introductory chant. Minerva, you'll recite the anchor oath when I give you the signal, and Harry, you'll accept it. Then I'll start chanting once more. After that, it'll be up to you two to fight the horcrux. It'll be very painful, but I have the utmost faith in you. As long as you believe in yourselves and each other, you will win. Thank you, Samina, for all of this. Thank me when it's all over. Now, Harry, you need to collect the blood from Aurelia personally to satisfy the requirements of the ritual. Samina handed Harry the knife. Harry turned to face his familiar, speaking in a soothing tone. All right, little one, it's time. I'm going to need some of your blood now. I promise I'll be quick, and it shouldn't hurt too much. Aurelia looked at him, her eyes full of determination as she stretched out her right foreleg to him. She was ready to do her part to help her master. When Harry made a small cut where Samina directed him to, the unicorn didn't even flinch. Thank you, Aurelia, Harry said after Samina told him she had enough blood. Now go sit with Poppy. She nuzzled her nose against his cheek and rubbed her head against Minerva's outstretched hand before trotting over to the healer. Harry and Minerva used the knife to add their own blood to the bowl as well. Then Samina poured in the Phoenix Tears, Hungarian, Horntail blood, and water from the Lake of Virtue before mixing it all up. Once she started drawing the runes around them, Harry and Minerva had a moment to speak. Nervous? Harry asked her. Minerva ran her hand through his hair before trailing it down and cupping his cheek. Probably just as nervous as you, but I know you can do this. I've already seen you do so many things thought impossible, and I'll be right here with you through the whole process. Thank you for doing this with me, Harry replied softly. Minerva's tone was tender yet determined. There's nowhere else I'd rather be than by your side. I love you, Harry. I love you too, Mina. Not caring about Samina or Poppy's presence, he leaned in and kissed her deeply, savoring the feel of her lips on his. She moved her hand until it was pressed over his heart as she moved closer to him. Harry in turn wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer. The kiss was slow, full of love and tenderness. Meanwhile, Samina was concentrating hard to draw out the runic scheme as precisely as she could. First, she worked her way around the edge of the circle. Next, she moved to the middle and drew them in a smaller circle that would be able to fit Harry and Minerva within it. Finally, she drew 7 equally spaced out lines of runes to connect the 2 circles. She cleared her throat to get their attention when her work was complete, waiting for them to separate before speaking. Sorry, but it's time. Harry, I need you to remove your shirt so I can draw the runes on your chest. Harry did as she asked. She quickly drew them on his chest and forehead before turning to do the same to Minerva's forehead. Are you both ready? They sent each other a quick glance before nodding their assent to her. Then let's begin. Harry lay down on the platform in the middle of the runic array. Minerva sat down at his head with her legs crossed. Once they were situated, Samina began to chant in Greek. For the first few seconds, nothing seemed to happen. Then, the runes around the edge of the platform began to glow red, starting from the first one Samina drew. When all of the runes on the border were glowing, a smoky white barrier rose up around them. The louder she chanted, the higher the barrier rose until they were completely enclosed by it. The runes continued to light up as well. As soon as the ones on Harry and Minerva were glowing, Samina paused in her chanting to address Minerva. Orkazest na Chrism seat os and Kyra Gia Tunshari. Seems Potter? Samina asked, "Do you swear to serve as an anchor for Harry James Potter?" Without hesitation, Minerva replied saying, Apo Simarakai Meta, Ego, I'm Minerva McGonagall, Orkazomai na I am Kyra tu Shari seems Potter. From now on, I, Minerva McGonagall, swear to be Harry James Potter's anchor. Then Samina turned to Harry. Apodikest afton ton orco. Do you accept this oath? Apodikomai ton orco to Minerva McGonagall, he replied. I accept the oath of Minerva McGonagall. A golden glow surrounded Harry and Minerva to signal that the oath had been accepted and the anchor bond formed. After Minerva placed her hands on the sides of Harry's head as instructed, Samina began to chant again. This time her voice was harsher as she began the process of purging the horcrux from his soul. Almost immediately, Harry's scar began to burn as it tried to fight against the power of the ritual. It wasn't worse than anything he'd handled before, so at first, he barely noticed it. Then, the pain started radiating outward from his scar, spreading until he felt a burning sensation all over his body. Like with the barrier, the pain intensified in conjunction with the raising of Samina's voice. He tried his best to bear it, but it became harder as the seconds ticked by. Just when he couldn't take any more, he felt a foreign magic surround him. It only took him a moment to recognize it as Minerva's. Knowing he needed her help, he let her in fully. Having her there made a difference, and he was able to bear the pain. He understood perfectly why it was called an anchor bond, because her presence was literally keeping him tethered to reality. Despite the relief he felt at not being alone, the battle wasn't over as the pain continued to increase. Then, Samina cried out with a loud shout, Tora na Istaletheroi. Now be free. Harry felt an excruciating sharp pain at his scar before he was forcibly sent to his mindscape. Despite being inside his mind, he could still feel the pain, and it took everything in him to remain standing. A maelstrom of dark energy swirled around in front of him, originating from the source of his connection with Voldemort. Before he could investigate it further, the energy morphed until a younger version of Voldemort stood before him. You were foolish for performing this ritual. Now I will gain total control over your body and magic, Voldemort hissed. No, I'm going to destroy you, once and for all. First in my mind, and then I'll take care of the rest of you, Harry rebutted fiercely. Voldemort laughed coldly. You will die here, boy. Then he sent a black beam of dark magic right at Harry. Harry instinctively formed a white shield of pure magic in front of him to block it. An effect similar to the Priori Incantatem from the graveyard happened, and he was once again in a battle of wills with his enemy. Unlike the last time, though, Harry was in much more pain. Knowing this, Voldemort pushed more magic at Harry, his beam growing larger and larger. Surrender, boy, and I'll end your suffering, Voldemort taunted, thinking that Harry was done for. Never, Harry uttered in response. Don't be stupid. There is no chance for you to win. Give up, and I will give you a quick death. No, I won't give you the satisfaction. Besides, you've never managed to beat me before. Why should I believe you can now? Insolent brat. Now you will suffer. Voldemort pushed even more power into his magic. As much agony he was in, Harry knew he couldn't give up no matter what. He blocked out Voldemort's taunts and focused his thoughts on everything he had to live for. The Hoods, Dobby, Winky, and Creature, Hedwig, and Aurelia. And most of all, Minerva. With her, he had a true chance at happiness, and he was not going to let that go. He had to live for them, but especially for her. Almost as if he summoned her with his thoughts, Minerva appeared beside him. Mina, I don't know how much more I can take, Harry admitted quietly. That's why I'm here. Together we can defeat him, she replied, her tone confident. As long as I'm here, you will never be alone. You think she will make any difference? Your destruction is inevitable, Voldemort declared, interrupting them. No, yours is, Minerva countered. She joined her magic with his, causing the white beam to grow until it was larger than Voldemort's. After a few seconds, they started pushing him back, putting all of their remaining strength into their efforts. The dark wizard realized that he was starting to lose and tried to regain momentum, but it was too late. The couple's combined might steadily gained ground on him. The moment their magic impacted with Voldemort, he let out a piercing scream as his body started to disintegrate. "And oh," he shouted, before puffing into a black cloud of dust. Harry and Minerva continued to push their magic forward until it reached the source of the horcrux. With a loud bang, it was destroyed, and they were both forced out of Harry's mind. At the same time, several hundred miles away, Voldemort experienced a pain like no other unexpectedly, causing him to scream. His Death Eaters tried to tend to him, but he pushed them all away, commanding them to leave him and bring Snape to him. Back in the real world, another beam of pure energy shot from Harry's chest into the sky, expelling the foreign soul fragment from his forevermore. Black ichor streamed from his scar and down his face. Harry looked up into Minerva's eyes and muttered, "Thank you," before passing out. Minerva wasn't much better, but she had enough strength to wipe off some of the ichor on his face with her sleeve. "Is it over?" she asked, noticing that the barrier was no longer there, and the runes had stopped glowing. Samina nodded, a small, tired smile on her face. "It is done. He is now free." Tears of relief fell down Minerva's face as she realized Harry no longer had to carry that burden. While she tried to compose herself, Samina gestured for Poppy to come forward. Together, the two of them cleaned the couple up and checked to make sure they hadn't suffered any adverse effects. Aurelia trotted over to make sure her master and his mate were okay. By the time they finished, Minerva was barely able to keep her eyes open. "Don't fight your sleep, Minerva. We'll take care of everything," Poppy urged softly. Minerva nodded before succumbing to her exhaustion. Poppy and Samina levitated both of them onto conjured stretchers and transported them to the house. Once inside, they laid them down in Harry's room and pulled the covers over their bodies. Then they summoned Dobby to watch them while they went to the manor to inform the Hoods that the ritual was successful. Around 9 the next morning, Minerva stirred awake. Harry was still sleeping soundly beside her, his arm wrapped around her back. Tucked into his side with her hand laying on his chest, she took a moment to relish the beating of his heart. She was tired and sore all over from the ritual, having felt some of the pain he had endured. Knowing that he was still alive and here with her, though, made all of the pain worth it. Minerva knew they were alone, as she couldn't sense anyone else's presence nearby. The curtains on the window were pulled back, letting some sunlight in. A peaceful atmosphere filled the room, and Minerva reveled in it. She lay there for a few more moments before feeling Harry start to wake up. "Morning," Harry whispered gruffly as he opened his eyes and looked at her. "Good morning to you," Minerva replied, moving her hand up to his cheek. "How are you feeling?" Harry snorted in amusement, like I was sucked up by a tornado and tossed and turned all over before being thrown out. Minerva shook her head at him, though she couldn't blame him for his vivid description. "Seriously though, I feel like crap and everything hurts. But at the same time, I feel lighter than I can ever remember. It's called freedom. You should enjoy it." "I will, as long as you enjoy it with me. I suppose I can manage that," she teased. Harry laughed. "I get you for that, but I don't really have the strength. By the way, how are you feeling?" He knew that she'd felt some of his pain last night. "Not as bad as you, but the ritual drained me as well." Seeing Harry trying to visually check her, she reassured him. "I'm okay, Harry, honestly. Just tired and sore. And all of it is worth it. Your freedom is what's important. I don't know if I managed to thank you last night, but I want you to know how much I appreciate what you did for me. I couldn't have done it without you. You did get out a thank you before you passed out, but you're welcome. I'm happy I was able to help you." Before they could say anything else, Poppy and Samina came walking through the door. Aurelia and Hedwig were with them as well. The unicorn moved over to Harry's side of the bed, greeting him by licking his outstretched hand. Then she lifted her head so he could pet her. Meanwhile, Hedwig perched on the bed in front of him, giving him a piercing stare. "Hey there, Hedwig and Aurelia. I see you came to make sure I was okay," Harry said as he stroked them simultaneously. Seeing the look Hedwig was giving him, he was quick to confirm that he was okay. "I promise I'm good, Hedwig. In fact, I'll be better than I've ever been once I'm fully recovered." Hedwig hooted softly to show her satisfaction with his answer before hopping onto his shoulder where Minerva stroked her feathers as well. "Good morning. It's good to see you both awake," Poppy greeted after Harry had finished talking to his familiars. "I'm actually surprised you're awake this early. I could have sworn you would sleep until the afternoon," Samina remarked. Harry laughed lightly. "I'm pretty sure our bodies are hardwired to wake up early." "That is very likely," Minerva agreed. "Well, either way, it's great to see you both in good spirits," Samina said. Poppy placed her healer bag on the bed and began taking a few potions out of it. "I have kept an eye on you throughout the night, but I want to do another check before I give you some potions to help you feel better and regain your strength." When both of them nodded, she drew her wand and started waving it over them. "As expected, you two are doing well. Both of your cores are almost completely refilled, and there is no damage from the ritual. I'm just going to give you both a potion to help with the soreness and exhaustion you're undoubtedly feeling. As for restrictions, no use of magic or physical exertion today. As long as your cores are completely filled and you're feeling better tomorrow, I'll lift it then. Thank you as always for taking such good care of us," Minerva said. Harry thanked the healer as well. Samina waved her wand over them next, activating her aura sight to check on their bond. "Your bond has completely stabilized overnight, though it's not fully developed yet. That won't happen until your cores are recharged. Have you noticed any effects from it?" The two thought for a moment before Minerva answered first. "We definitely have all of each other's memories. I remember seeing some of Harry's in my dream." "Me too, but I pushed them to the back of my mind to sort through later," Harry noted. He grasped his chin thoughtfully and turned to Minerva. "I think I can feel your presence in my mind." Minerva examined herself as well, coming to the same conclusion. "So can I. I suggest the two of you continue to explore that then. Other effects or abilities likely will develop over time, especially due to how strong and compatible you are," Samina concluded. "Now, I'm sure you need more rest, so Winky will bring you something to eat. You can come back to the manor for dinner if you feel up to it. We've already told everyone else how you're doing, and I will update them when I get back. Take as much time as you need." Once it was just the couple and Harry's familiars left in the room, Winky popped in with breakfast for the former and snacks for the latter. "I'm glad to see you both feeling better after the ritual. I can feel that you are now free from that evil wizard," Winky remarked after she had given them their food. "Thanks, Winky. I'm glad to be free of him too. Now I just have to finish him for good," Harry replied. "Don't worry, Master, you will. Then you and Mistress can take a long vacation." Winky popped away after smiling at the idea. "I like the sound of that," Minerva noted when the house elf was gone. "I do too. You can give me a personal tour around the world," Harry replied. "Something to look forward to then, and motivation to win as soon as possible." Harry and Minerva got back to the manor during dinner time. They were greeted by a surprise party to celebrate their successful completion of the ritual and the destruction of the horcrux. Both Molly and Hermione wrapped Harry up in tight hugs of relief that he was still alive and well. The others also made sure to hug on both of them to express their relief as well. After they were able to sit down, they saw that all of their favorite foods and desserts were spread out on the table. The Hoods were grateful that their leader was free and that they had moved forward another step in the direction of defeating Voldemort for good. Overall, the atmosphere in the manor that night was full of joy, and they were able to ignore the sadness and fear of the war. 2 days later, Minerva, Harry, Andromeda, Amelia, Matthew, and Samina went to meet with the Hogwarts professors to inform them of the changes that would occur the next day. They were meeting them in a little-known restaurant in Diagon Alley called Josh's Place, that Andromeda frequented when she needed to meet her clients in secret and her office wasn't an option. After much debate, the group had decided to only invite Flitwick and Sprout to the meeting. There was simply too much riding on this plan being kept secret for them to risk telling the others. Just like how they'd handled the meeting with the school's governors, Minerva and Amelia would speak with them first, and the others would join when signaled. The bond between Harry and Minerva made the signaling part easy, as they'd learned that they could feel each other's emotions, able to get a general sense of what the other wanted, though not full-blown thoughts. They arrived about 30 minutes before Minerva had asked the professors to be there, which was at 11. The owner, obviously named Josh, led them to the table he'd set up for the occasion after Andromeda had set up the reservation. It was placed in the far corner of the room, with enough seating for them all. There were refreshments spread out on the table as well. "Those of you who need to remain hidden at first can wait in the kitchen. The door is right over there," Josh informed them, pointing to a door a few feet to the left of them. "Thank you for setting all of this up at such a late hour, Josh," Andromeda replied. "I know this is after hours and at short notice." "No trouble at all. Anything to help stop that so-called Dark Lord," he replied, directing a pointed gaze at Harry. When he saw Harry stiffen at the recognition, he added, "Don't worry, lad. I won't be telling anyone about your visit here. I can understand your need for secrecy, and helping you means we get one step closer to being finished with this war." Harry nodded his head in thanks. "Now, if you need anything, just let me know." He walked off to head to his apartment that was above the restaurant. "Well, guess we better head to the kitchen. Everyone should be arriving soon," Andromeda announced. "Just let me know when you're ready for us," Harry told Minerva in a soft voice. "I will," she replied. "All right, lovebirds. You two can spend a few minutes away from each other," Samina joked when the two had been gazing at each other for a few seconds too long. Then she looped her arm through Harry's and tugged him to the kitchen as he laughed. The others, except for Amelia, followed behind them, leaving Minerva to shake her head at her friend. "You two are going to have a void that if you don't want anyone to find out anytime soon," Amelia remarked. She laughed at the slightly annoyed look on Minerva's face. "We will. We've just gotten used to being free," Minerva said after a moment. Amelia nodded in understanding. "I know, and I wish you two didn't have to hide it all. But one day, sooner than you think, you'll be able to be free all of the time. And everyone will have to keep their opinions to themselves if they know what's good for them." Minerva silently thought that that day couldn't come soon enough. She didn't like them having to keep it a secret, but it was for the best right now. Shaking her head, she cleared her mind to prepare for the meeting. 10 minutes later, Flitwick and Sprout walked through the door. They scanned the room until they spotted the two witches and walked over to them, taking seats across from them when they reached the table. After they had all greeted each other, Flitwick dived straight into his questions. "Minerva, where have you been, my friend? We've only seen you at the staff meetings, and you're always the first one to leave. I tried to ask Albus about it, but he claimed he didn't know either. And what do you have to tell us that requires us to meet in secret at this late hour?" Sprout added, "Minerva sight. That, my friends, is a long story. I can't tell you everything, but I promise that we'll explain as much as we can. I do need your word that you won't tell anyone what we discussed tonight." Without hesitation, both of them complied, knowing that she would ask it of them if it wasn't important. "The reason for this meeting is to inform you about some changes that will occur at Hogwarts this school year," Amelia stated. "Changes that we managed to convince the Board of Governors to agree to," Minerva continued. "Though some of them didn't necessarily like them. But the majority ruled in our favor." Sprout raised her eyebrow. "What kind of changes?" "To put it bluntly, Dumbledore will no longer be the headmaster after tomorrow," Minerva said. Both of the professors' eyes opened and mouths dropped in shock. "How did you get the governors to agree to that?" Sprout asked after she had composed herself some. "We pointed out exactly how Dumbledore had failed as a headmaster over the past few years, citing his questionable hiring choices and his lacks in protection for the students," Amelia explained. The fact that neither of them asked her to explain Dumbledore's failures showed that they too were upset at what he had allowed to happen over the past few years. "Then we gave evidence of why he should never, ever be in charge of the welfare of children," Minerva added. "What do you mean?" Flitwick asked, wondering where she was going. "Before I get to that, I should tell you that Dumbledore won't be the only staff change," Minerva said. "Well, you're obviously going to be the headmistress," Sprout interjected. "And I have a feeling that Severus will no longer have a job either," Flitwick inferred. Minerva nodded in confirmation. "Both of you are correct. I'll need a deputy, though. I'd ask you, Pomona, but I know you're busy enough with your head of house duties as well as taking care of all of the greenhouses. So, Phileas, if you're willing, I'd like for you to fill that position." "I would be honored," Flitwick replied. "Thank you. I'll definitely need your help to fix everything that Dumbledore has either actively messed up or simply neglected." "That's an understatement," Sprout remarked bitterly. "Honestly, I was considering going to the Board of Governors myself. The things he's allowed Snape to get away with and the events of the past 5 school years are nothing less than a crime. But when Amelia here was elected minister and you never came back to the school like you usually do, I had a hunch that you were planning something." Minerva smiled slightly. Though most overlooked her as a kindly soul who was good with plants, Sprout could be dangerous when provoked. "So, who will be joining our staff then?" Flitwick inquired. "Well, there will be 4 new members total, as Binns will no longer be allowed to teach either. It's time that our students got a more comprehensive education about the history of our society. A warning before I call them in here, You will probably be surprised by at least one of our choices, but I assure you that everyone is more than qualified. When they nodded in understanding, she let Harry know that she was ready for them. A few seconds later, the door to the kitchen opened up and the rest of the group walked into the room. The two were shocked once more when they recognized Harry among the others. Amelia introduced the group and their positions while the professors got over their surprise and the others sat down. We have Andromeda Tonks, who will replace Binns as the History of Magic professor. Samina Easton will take Snape's job as Potions professor and head of Slytherin House. Matthew Copeland will take both of Minerva's old jobs. And last but not least, Harry will be our new defense professor. Don't get me wrong, Minerva. I'm well aware that Mr. Potter is a very talented student who did an excellent job teaching the DA last year. But isn't he still technically a well student? Flitwick asked cautiously. You would be correct in your assumption, but I had him take his newts in defense and transfiguration a few weeks ago. He impressed the proctors so much that they awarded him masteries in both subjects. Minerva couldn't keep the pride out of her voice if she tried, making Harry blush slightly. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. I always knew there was something special about you, Flitwick praised. Yes, congratulations indeed. You should be very proud of yourself, Sprout observed. Thank you, Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, and please call me Harry, he replied in a humble tone. Only if you call me Phileas. And me Pomona. We are colleagues now after all. Harry laughed. Yes, we are, aren't we? That'll definitely take some getting used to. Don't worry, you'll feel like part of the staff in no time, Sprout assured him. Then she focused her attention on Matthew. Is that really you, Matthew? I never thought anyone could convince you to come back to England. Last I heard, you were in America, living among the Native Americans. Matthew laughed. I was until this one right here roped me into coming back. He pointed to Minerva as he spoke. When he saw the looks of confusion that he was getting from the others, he said, Me and Pomona went to Hogwarts around the same time, though I was a year ahead of her. You never told me that, Minerva noted. Matthew shrugged. It never came up, I guess. Well, we're glad to have you back. You're almost as good as Minerva is when it comes to transfiguration, so I'm sure the students will benefit under your tutelage, Sprout said. They also certainly will learn a lot more about history with you teaching them Andromeda, though some might complain about losing their nap period. And the Slytherins are in for a shock when they meet you, Ms. Easton. I am correct in assuming that you are the Samina famous for studying ancient magic, yes? Flitwick said. You are correct, Samina confirmed. It's good to have you all aboard then. I'm sure the rest of the staff will welcome you all as well once they get over their shock, Flitwick added. You should know that we expect to fight, though, Amelia said grimly. Which is why there will be Aurors present at the start of term feast. They will be hidden until after the sorting, which is when the announcement will be made. I will also have some remain at the school full-time as an added layer of security. Do you really think Dumbledore would risk damaging his image in public? Sprout asked. Harry scoffed. His image will already be damaged after we list the reasons for him being fired, especially since they will include how he left me in an abusive environment, even after I told him how I was treated. I doubt he'll be able to maintain his grandfatherly facade after that, Minerva asserted, remembering how the man had tried to kidnap Harry. And even if he does, Snape is guaranteed to fight. That man barely keeps his temper in check on a regular day. Flitwick nodded sadly and replied in a solemn tone. That is very true. It's unfortunate that one has failed to grow out of their hatred, and the other has fallen so far. But we will prepare ourselves for whatever we may face. There is something else you should know about and be prepared for, Harry stated, his tone becoming grim. We believe that Voldemort intends to launch attacks against multiple targets tomorrow, and that one of those targets will be the Hogwarts Express. Expressions of horror formed on the two professors' faces. How certain are you? Sprout asked. Very, Harry admitted. I know him better than almost anyone. For the past 2 months, he has had to deal with several defeats that have diminished his power and reputation. He can't and won't allow that to continue. Factor in his propensity for making big, bold, and dramatic statements, and I'm sure he'll want to hit hard and cause as much damage and chaos as he can. What better way to do that than to attack on the day students go back to school and hit multiple locations at once? What are you all doing about it then? Flitwick asked in a no-nonsense tone. All of the major locations in magical Britain will have Aurors stationed at them. I also have a task force watching some popular non-magical areas, Amelia informed them. And the Express? Sprout pressed. I'll be in charge of its defense with help from those who came with me to the ministry in June, Harry said. We also have a way to warn the DA of the attack without alerting any possible Death Eaters on the train. You think he recruited some of the students? Flitwick asked, though he knew the answer. Andromeda answered him. We're almost completely certain of it. 2 of his biggest targets are at Hogwarts. He knows that he needs to eliminate at least one of them if he wants to win this war. Add in the fact that he needs as many followers as he can get, and it only makes sense that he would recruit some of the students, especially those whose parents are already in his ranks. I already plan to use the wards of Hogwarts to identify all of them once I gain control of them, Minerva assured them, seeing the question on Sprout's face. But until then, we can't let any of them know that we are aware of a possible attack, which is exactly what the presence of Aurors would do, Samina pointed out. I know it might seem better to have the Aurors there anyway, but Voldemort would only send even more forces to attack the Express if he knew we were prepared for it. We need the element of surprise to keep them off balance, Harry said. Flitwick and Sprout looked at each other before turning back to the group. We will have to trust your judgment then, Sprout decided. I do have one more question, though. Does Dumbledore know about any of this? Flitwick asked. If Snape knows anything about it, then he should. Though I have a feeling that Voldemort's been keeping the details of this plan close to his chest. He's paranoid and likely believes someone has been leaking his plans to our side after the foiled raids and attacks recently, Harry answered. Even if he does, I doubt he plans to do much about it, Minerva added bitterly. Then we'll just have to be prepared, Flitwick concluded. After that, they went over the specifics of the plans with them. Then all of them returned back to their respective homes to get some rest in preparation for what would likely be a hectic day. Chapter 22. And I know it's been a long time. All I'll say is that a lot has been going on in my life preventing me from concentrating long enough to write this chapter. I also had a bit of writer's block. I won't make any promises on when the next chapter will come out, but I have started working on it today. Hopefully it won't take me several months to finish it. Thank you for your patience. I made a change to the end of the previous chapter where they tell Flitwick and Sprout about the possibility of Voldemort attacking. I realized I didn't want them to be unaware of it, as they would likely be upset with Minerva for not telling them beforehand. If you want to read it, you only have to scroll down to the very end of the chapter, as the rest is still the same. Harry's Minerva, Chapter 22. The next morning, the Hoods only did light exercises and stretches to warm up and loosen their muscles without getting overly tired. Once they were all finished and showered, they sat down at the kitchen table to eat and go over their plans one more time. All right, Harry began after everyone had time to eat some of their food. Is everything in place for today? The Aurors have been spread out between the Ministry, Diagon Alley, St. Mungo's, and Hogsmeade. We also made sure there are extra guards at Azkaban as well. Scrimgeour has everyone on high alert, Amelia stated. I have a task force on high alert too. They'll be patrolling major areas of traffic as well as more isolated ones on the Muggle side. If anything happens, we'll hopefully be able to contain it before too many people notice, Arthur said. Good. Make sure they're prepared for anything, including magical creatures, Harry advised. Arthur nodded. And the rest of us know where to be, Harry, Tonks affirmed, the others nodding in agreement. The group had decided that Fred, George, Molly, and Fleur would cover Diagon Alley while Matthew, Samina, Charlie, and Andromeda would patrol Hogsmeade. Amelia would be at the Ministry with Tonks and Hestia as her guards for the day. After being convinced that she was a likely target for Voldemort, Amelia agreed to have 2 additional Aurors she trusted guarding her as well. Minerva, to her ire, had to be at Hogwarts with the rest of the professors to keep up appearances. Despite the threat of a large-scale attack, it was imperative that Dumbledore had no suspicion of their plans before they could enact them this evening. Those who were still students, and Harry would be in charge of the defense of the Hogwarts Express, with help from members of the DA, hopefully. The adults were concerned about leaving the young witches and wizards on their own, but knew that they had trained hard for this exact type of situation. If anyone could handle it, it was them. We are as prepared for this as we can possibly be, Andromeda assured him. Harry sighed. I know. Everyone just be on your guard. I'll have the communicators on conference mode, so make sure you're on mute unless you need to announce something to avoid distracting each other. If you get badly injured, use the port keys to come back here so Winky can get Poppy for you. He paused for a moment. Also make sure you're wearing your jackets and boots. Most of us will have to use the glamour mode though. He was referring to the added features Fleur and Hestia had designed a week ago using a combination of runic magic and enchantments. It allowed them to make the items look differently to others while still giving them the same protection. The witches had also given the hoods of the jackets the ability to distort their voices, so no one wearing it had to do so manually. And if you see Riddle, let me know immediately. I'll be there. They all nodded in understanding while Ron added, "Don't worry, Harry. We know to leave him to you." With that said, they all got up to get themselves ready to go. The students were going to arrive at the platform separately to protect the secrecy of the group. Ron, Ginny, Hermione, Luna, and Neville would be taken by their respective parents or guardians. Susan was flying over to the Abbott's home to go with them, while Andromeda and Tonks were taking Harry, since their connection became public after the Wisegamot meeting. Harry and Minerva's walk up to their room was quiet, both of them lost in their thoughts. When they were in the room, Aurelia got up from her bed and trotted over to them. She rubbed her head against Minerva's hand before moving in front of Harry. An expectant look was on her face. Smiling, he got down on one knee, so he was eye level with her. "Hey girl," he muttered as he stroked her head. Minerva went to finish packing up and shrink their trunks while he talked to his unicorn. Aurelia neighed softly at him in response. "I have to leave soon to get on the train, so you'll have to stay here with the elves for the day." Harry could see that she didn't like that idea, so he tried to reassure her. "I promise you that we'll see each other tonight, Aurelia. You have to stay a secret until I get to Hogwarts. Dobby will bring you to me then. But we can go play for a little bit until it's time for me to go." Aurelia gazed at him for a moment before nodding her head in acceptance. "Good girl. How about you go downstairs, and I'll be there in a moment." Aurelia nodded again and trotted out of the room. Minerva moved over to him once Aurelia was gone, handing him his shrunken trunk. Harry stowed it into his pocket before looking up at her. He could see the worry etched on her face. "What are you thinking, Mina?" he asked softly, grasping her hands in his. I don't like you running into danger without me," she admitted. "I know that you can take care of yourself. I made sure of it. But still." She trailed off. Harry didn't even try to pretend that there wouldn't be an attack during the train ride. The feeling in his gut told him it would happen. Instead, he pulled her into his arms. She fell into his embrace willingly. "I know. I feel better when you're by my side, too. But we have to." She sighed and held him tighter. "Remind me to hex Dumbledore for making all of this secrecy necessary." He chuckled lightly. "Something tells me you'll get the chance later today." One can only hope. They stood there in silence for a moment before Harry broke it, a thought hitting him. "It's going to be a huge adjustment, not being able to spend most of my time with you. I'm sure you'll manage, though I must admit I've gotten used to your presence. We'll just have to make the most of what time we do have together." She kissed his cheek before pulling back to look at his face. "Promise me you'll be careful and avoid any unnecessary risks. You're not alone, and you don't have to try and do everything yourself." "I promise. I know I can count on the others to do their part. If Riddle does show his face today, know that I'm coming to help you, even if it makes Dumbledore suspicious. I wouldn't expect anything less, and I won't even think of convincing you otherwise." "Good," she replied before leaning in to kiss him. She had meant for it to be short, but was unable to resist the temptation to deepen it. As tongues became involved and hands started roaming, an idle though crossed her mind. He really is getting good at this. The kiss continued for several minutes longer, both trying to get as much from each other as they could before they had to separate. It would be the longest time they'd been apart since Harry dropped in front of Minerva on that fateful night. When their passions had simmered down, Harry pulled back until their lips were just barely touching. "Try to stay out of trouble until I get there," he said against her lips. Her lips curled into an amused smile. "I shall do my best, though I make no promises. My patience for childish and manipulative men is very thin at the moment." He laughed lightly. "They'll get what they deserve soon enough, Mina. I just asked for a few more hours." Minerva pretended to think about before giving him another quick kiss. "For you, I will be patient." Then she reluctantly pulled away from his embrace. "I better go now, before the temptation to stay here with you gets any stronger." She kissed his cheek one last time before leaving the room. Harry stood there for a few more seconds, missing her presence already. Then, shaking his head, he went to go find Aurelia so they could play until it was time for him to go. While the Hoods were making sure their plans were in place for possible attacks, Voldemort had called his followers to his base to give them their instructions for the day. While the Death Eaters knew their master was planning something big, based on the intensity of his recruitment efforts and how hard they'd been forced to train, only a few knew any of the details. No one knew the entire plan except for Voldemort. The Dark Lord sat on his throne on a raised dais at the end of the room as he surveyed his forces. He now had over 150 humans, almost 60 werewolves, about 30 vampires, dozens of trolls and giants, a few other dangerous magical creatures, and all of the Dementors in Great Britain, though the latter were still at Azkaban for the moment. For this attack, though, he only needed the humans and a few of the trolls which were in their cages. He could tell they were wondering what he wanted from them based on the whispered conversations they were having and the confused looks on their faces. His inner circle, who stood closest to his throne, were less confused, having some prior knowledge, but even they were unaware of the full scale of his plan. He smirked slightly, wondering what their reactions would be to his announcement. Once the time for the meeting arrived, he smoothly stood up from his chair. The room was instantly quiet, everyone's attention on him. "My friends, I have called you here to inform you of the attack we will launch on our enemies today. It is time that we remind this country why they should fear us. Today we will strike them in a way that they will never be able to forget. Your targets, Diagon Alley, the Ministry of Magic, Hogsmeade, and the Hogwarts Express." He paused, giving them time to take it all in. The room vibrated from the volume of their cheering. He held up his hand to silence them before explaining the plan in detail. He was forced to quiet them again as they made their approval known with loud sounds of praise. Then he assigned them to their groups, led by members of the inner circle, before dismissing them. Once most of them were gone, he went to talk to his greatest spy in the ministry. She knelt down before him when he was standing in front of her. "You know who your target is. I want her dead and her corpse hung in the main atrium as a symbol of what happens to those who try to challenge my power. It will be done, my lord." Voldemort had one more follower he needed to talk to. Like the other, this one knelt down before him. "It is time that you prove your loyalty to me. I have a mission for you to carry out today. Whatever you ask of me, I will do, my lord," the follower replied. "We shall see," Voldemort remarked before giving them his instructions. The follower left a few minutes later, a heavy weight on their shoulders. When Minerva arrived at Hogwarts, the professors were just making their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. She politely greeted them as she walked toward the head table, thankful that none of them tried to ask her any questions. They sent her curious glances but didn't voice their thoughts, sensing that she wasn't on the mood to humor them. Dumbledore hadn't made it down yet either, and to her surprise, Flitwick was sitting in her usual spot. She made a mental note to give the half-goblin a very good gift to repay him. Now she wouldn't have to answer any probing questions that she knew Dumbledore was liable to ask her. Minerva sat down beside Flitwick and began to fix herself a cup of tea while turning to speak to him. "Thank you, Phileas." He gave her a small smile as he replied. "You're welcome. After everything you've told me, I assumed you would rather not sit next to him, so I thought I would help run interference for you. And I appreciate it very much. I really wasn't looking forward to dealing with his questions this early in the day," Minerva replied, taking a sip of her tea. "Is everything ready for today?" Flitwick asked, lowering his voice to avoid being overheard. "Yes, everyone's in position for today. We're as prepared as we can be. Now all we can do is hope we've done enough to prevent as much chaos and destruction as possible." Flitwick nodded grimly in agreement. Sprout joined them a minute later, taking the seat on Minerva's other side. She sent a questioning look to Minerva, asking the same thing as Flitwick had without speaking. When Minerva nodded in response, she began fixing her plate to eat. Dumbledore arrived 10 minutes later with Snape in tow. When she realized he was staring at her questioningly, she sent him a cold look. He tried to intimidate her with an imperious expression. She continued to give him the same look. It took a lot of restraint for her not to hex him then and there for his obvious attempt to cow her, but somehow she managed to do so. When she turned her gaze on Snape, the potions professor was glaring at her hatefully. She smirked dismissively in response before turning back to Flitwick and Sprout, both of whom had noticed the exchange that had lasted several seconds. "If I had any doubts about what you said last night, those looks they just sent you erased them," Sprout remarked. "I do hope you all still have enough energy to deal with them later." "We will." After saying goodbye to Aurelia, Harry left for the platform with Andromeda and Tonks. They picked up on his slightly down mood, immediately knowing the reason for it. Missing her, huh? Tonks remarked as they made their way through the crowds in King's Cross Station. Harry ran his hand through his hair absent-mindedly as he answered. Is it that obvious? It is to someone who knows you as well as I do, Tonks said. Yeah, I miss her, he admitted. That's not all that's bothering you, though, Andromeda observed. Harry sighed and ruffled his hair even more. Some of it's about what will likely happen today with Riddle and his minions. But even beyond that, I'm not really looking forward to having to hide our relationship. Don't worry, Harry. Everyone's been training as hard as we possibly could. If anyone's a match for the Death Eaters, it's us, Tonks assured him. I agree. I can't promise that everything will go perfectly, but we've done all we could to prepare for this, Andromeda added. As for your relationship, it will be a big adjustment. But as long as you communicate openly with each other, you'll make it through this until secrecy is no longer necessary. I know, but that doesn't mean I have to like it, Harry muttered. Aw, cheer up, Tonks said as she threw her arm around his shoulder. Think about it this way. When she takes off her glamour in front of everyone, you get to laugh at all the jealous wizards knowing that they'll never have her because she's yours. Harry scoffed. You mean I'll have to restrain myself from fighting anyone who looks at her in a way I don't like? At least you'll have a way to release your stress, Tonks persisted teasingly. Andromeda shook her head at her daughter. Harry only gave Tonks a look, but decided not to respond out loud. Instead, he turned his gaze his surroundings to see if anyone was paying them any attention. Then he causally leaned against the entrance to platform 9 March 4th, disappearing through the wall. He stood to the side to wait for Tonks and Andromeda to make their way through as well before heading towards the train. As it was 10:30, the platform was packed with students and their families. The sound of greetings, goodbyes, and well wishes created a loud buzz in the area. They could feel the undercurrent of apprehension and fear, though. It was seen in people's stances and demeanors, in the smiles that didn't quite reach the eyes. Harry silently hoped he would be able to end this war soon, not only for his own freedom, but so that people could live in peace, especially the children. It took a few minutes for anyone to notice him, but when they did, eyes turned toward him in a wave-like fashion. Then the whispering and pointing started. Harry ignored them, realizing that their stares no longer bothered him. The summer had transformed him. He now was confident in the person he was and still becoming. After he'd gotten over his shock, the 2 masteries he'd earned completely on his own merits made him stop doubting his abilities. He wasn't perfect and knew he would still make mistakes, but he didn't care what most others thought about him. He wasn't going to try and conform to anyone else's opinions of who he was supposed to be. His relationship with Minerva also helped his confidence, as he had to be doing something right to gain the affections of someone of her standing. It seemed like people sensed this as many turned back to what they were doing before. Harry waved at every DA member he saw on his way to the middle of the train, receiving eager waves and nods of respect in return. A few people came up to say hello, giving polite greetings to Andromeda and Tonks as well. When they were in front of the train, Harry gave each of them hugs, saying with his actions what he didn't want to say out loud in case anyone was paying too much attention to them. Then he hopped on the train, waving goodbye, before going to find a compartment close to the middle. The 2 witches left the platform quickly after that, heading to where they needed to be. Harry peeked through a few compartments before he found Neville and Hermione already sitting in one. Smiling, he closed the door and plopped down beside Hermione. So how's your summer been, he joked. Hermione rolled her eyes at him while Neville laughed. Seriously though, did you 2 get any stares out on the platform? Probably not as much as you, but I noticed some people watching me, Neville remarked. Hermione scoffed. Neville, you received a lot of looks, especially from the witches. She had arrived at the same time as him and noticed them watching him with interest. Really? Why? Harry shook his head at his friend and moved to sit by him, throwing his arm around his shoulder. Put it this way, Nevada. All the training we've been doing has put us in the best shape of our lives. I have no doubt that the witches noticed the improvements you made. When Neville still didn't get it, Harry decided to be blunt. Mate, they think you're attractive. Really? The look of surprise on his face was endearing. Yes, Hermione confirmed, blushing a bit. She had also noticed that he had lost all of his remaining baby fat and filled out in a good way, his muscles now very defined. In fact, all of the Hoods had made improvements to their physiques. After the shopping trip that they had all gone on at Harry's insistence, They now had clothes that accentuated this fact. Don't worry. You'll get used to it soon enough, Harry assured him before changing the subject. He took note of the appreciative look Hermione had given to Neville when the wizard wasn't looking, but he kept silent for now. He would have plenty of time to tease her about it later on. After Harry and Hermione got off of the train to greet Mrs. Weasley to keep up appearances, the student members of the Hood regrouped into the compartment Hermione and Neville had chosen. Hermione and Luna applied the privacy wards over it to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on them. Is it just me, or are we getting more looks than usual? Ron asked once they were all seated. Well, we have been training our butts off, and we're wearing new clothes that show it thanks to Harry here, Susan pointed out. Will that make anyone overly suspicious? Ginny asked. Hermione waved her concern off. We can just tell them that we've been training all summer to get stronger for the war. Everyone except for Susan went to the ministry, so we can use that as the reason. Susan can simply say she's been trained by her aunt after the attack on their home. I doubt too many will look too closely into it after that with our histories. Harry nodded in satisfaction. Sounds good to me. What do you think, Luna? Luna thought for a moment, tilting her head to the left slightly. We have at least a few months before anyone will start asking too many questions. Hermione's logic will suffice as long as we're careful. So, we just stick to the story then. Which is basically the truth if lacking in some of the details, Neville summarized. Then he turned to Harry. So, Alpha, got any last-minute advice to give us? Harry stood up and moved to stand in front of the door, his demeanor completely serious. Remember your training. Stay aware of your surroundings. Trust your instincts and each other. He paused, looking in each of their eyes. Our goals are to incapacitate as many enemies as possible, while protecting the students. Hermione's going to send the message to the DA, so we'll get some help from them, but they'll likely rely on us to lead them. Do you think we'll have to kill anyone? Hermione asked hesitantly. Tension filled the room at her words as the others realized they hadn't thought about that. Harry took a moment to gather his thoughts before answering. It's possible. I've had to do so during my recent battles. All I can tell you is the same thing we've all been telling you. Don't hesitate. Hesitation can get you killed. Do what you have to do to live and save innocent lives. We'll help you deal with the consequences when it's all over. They remained silent for a moment longer to take in his words. What about the students whose parents are Death Eaters? Neville asked. It depends on how they react. If they try to attack you, stun them if possible. If they attack with lethal force, you do what you have to do to survive. They all gave Harry grim nods in response. After that, Susan and Ginny went to go catch up with their other friends while Harry sat back down. Hermione took out her coin so she could send the DA a message. They had agreed on simply telling them to be on their guard, since the coin only let them send short messages. Less than 10 minutes later, Malfoy and his two goons, Crabbe and Goyle, appeared in front of their compartment. All of them sighed, not really wanting to deal with them at the moment. Are you really that obsessed with us that you have to come visit our compartment every single train ride? Harry asked sarcastically. Malfoy bristled at his comment. You're going to regret that. Am I really? Who exactly is going to make me regret it? Your Dark Lord. He's failed every other time. Harry challenged. Malfoy scoffed derisively. You'll be taken care of sooner than you think, and Dumbledore won't be able to save you this time. Before Harry could respond, Ron spoke up. His voice was calm, and he remained in his seat as he stared Malfoy down. Malfoy, when are you going to grow up and realize that you are insignificant? You are nothing more than a coward who relies on your family name to get what you want. We have more important things to do than listen to you and your empty threats that you aren't capable of acting on. He cut Malfoy off when he saw him about to open his mouth. Do yourself a favor. Take you and your tag-alongs and bother someone who cares. Then, without uttering a word, he banished them out of the compartment and closed and locked the door. The other three in the compartment stared at him in awe. Ron's expression turned into one of confusion at their looks. What? Harry shook his head at him. Just didn't realize how much you grew up over the summer, mate. Harry's right. You managed to deal with him while completely keeping your cool. That's a first for you. Hermione agreed, her tone expressing how proud she was of him. Yeah, you handled Malfoy really well, Neville added. Ron shrugged nonchalantly, though inside he swelled with pride from their comments. Like I told him, I've got more important things to focus my energy on than arguing with someone like him. Harry sat back, a smirk on his face. A mature Ron, me as an official professor, no Snape, Binns, or Dumbledore, and Mina in charge. Yes, Hogwarts is in for an interesting year. One I doubt many of them are prepared for. Around 1 in the afternoon, Fleur walked through the door of Fred and George's store, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Molly was standing by the front desk, her gaze focused on the windows to watch for any sign of trouble. Fleur nodded at her, receiving one in return, as she continued deeper into the store. Fred was to the left helping one of the few customers in the store. She nodded to him too as she made her way upstairs. Once she reached the second floor, she finally found George. He was standing in front of a shelf on the left back wall, facing away from her. Fleur stood there watching him for a moment, thinking about how much he had helped her since her breakup with Bill. George had been instrumental in her recovery process. He held her when she cried. He listened to her when she needed to talk or vent her feelings. He also never failed to get her to smile or laugh when he noticed she was feeling down. After spending so much time with him, she had learned that there was much more to him than the prankster side most others only saw. He was kind, caring, and a complete gentleman. He listened when she talked, never being judgmental or condescending. He treated her like his equal and not someone to be objectified, keeping his gaze on her eyes most of the time. Even when his gaze did wander, he looked at her with true appreciation, not just base lust. He also was the more level-headed twin and tended to be the voice of reason between himself and Fred. All of this made her realize that she had picked the wrong Weasley to date. They hadn't officially started any relationship beyond friendship yet, but the more time she spent with him, the more she wanted to. "What are you doing?" Fleur called out as she walked over to him. George jumped slightly, startled out his thoughts. "Oh, hey Fleur. I didn't hear you come in." "I see that. What were you zinking about?" she asked as she came to stand right in front of him. George sighed. "Just hoping we all get through whatever riddle is planned for today." "Me too. I don't want to lose any of you. We've all become like a big family." George nodded in agreement. "We have, haven't we? It's only been a little over a month, yet I feel like I've known everyone for longer." Fleur nodded, a small smile on her face. "Yes, it is nice to have a family I can turn to outside of France." Her smile fell as she continued, "Though it does make the thought of losing any of them harder." "Yeah." George went quiet for a moment, trying to decide whether to voice his thoughts. Fleur waited patiently, hoping he was about to say what she thought he was. Finally, after several seconds passed, he cleared his throat to speak. I've been thinking about a lot lately with everything going on. This war makes you really contemplate the shortness of life. I mean, my mom lost both of her brothers in the last one, and this one could be worse. I just don't want to face the possibility of death with regrets." He paused to take a deep breath. "I've really enjoyed spending time with you, more than I actually thought I would. Behind the wall you put up to others to protect yourself. You're really kind and sweet with a big heart. You're intelligent, but not arrogant about it. You take real interest in the projects me and brother work on. Despite my reputation for being a troublemaker, you took the time to discover who I am as a whole, instead of judging me based on one part of my personality. I even like that you call me out when I'm doing wrong or taking something too far. For me, that shows that you care enough to tell me the truth. So, while I know that you just broke up with Bill, and despite the fact that he's my brother, I was wondering if you want to go out on a date with me. Well, after we get through today." Obviously, Fleur's smile had been growing throughout his entire speech, and she answered him without hesitation once he was finished. "I would like that very much." Then she leaned up and kissed his cheek. Before George could respond, they heard several loud booms outside. It was quickly followed by screams of terror. They looked at each for a second before rushing downstairs to join Fred and Molly. When they reached them, the few customers in the store were huddled in the back in fear. Looking outside the window, they could see people running around in pure panic while dozens of Death Eaters began to cause chaos. "They've already set up the anti-apparition and anti-flu wards," Fred explained to George and Fleur. "I'll stay here and guard the store," Molly stated. "We'll try to bring any injured back here, so you can patch them up," George replied. "The wards on the store are activated, so hopefully they'll hold out against any attacks," Fred added. "I'll let him know that it started. You three be careful and watch each other's backs," Molly said as they turned to leave. "We will," they replied simultaneously. As they ran out the door, she activated her communicator. "They just arrived here, Alpha," she said once her call went through. "Copy that, matron. I'm putting us on conference mode now. And be careful. We'll do our best. In Hogsmeade, Charlie and Andromeda were walking around on one side of the village with their hoods up, keeping an eye out for any possible Death Eaters. Samina and Matthew were doing the same on the other side. The group had decided to split up to cover more ground. Both also had Notice Me Not charms on them to avoid arousing the villagers and the Auror's suspicions. There were more people out today than they expected with the war going on. After an hour of walking around, Charlie commented on this. "Do you think people feel safer with Amelia in charge?" he asked Andromeda. She nodded in agreement. "I believe so. With all of the blows that have been dealt to Riddle lately, it's likely that has instilled some confidence in the public of her ability to handle and win this war. Hopefully we can keep that momentum going then. Hopefully it will make them realize that if they fight back too, he'll never win. If they did, this war would be over sooner than later. Unfortunately, too many people allow fear to guide their actions. Exactly the reason why we almost lost the first war. True. At least this time around, we have much more competent people leading us." Andromeda laughed lightly. That is an understatement. Neither Dumbledore nor the Ministry actually led the last war. The former was too busy conducting some grand plan and trying to keep an unrealistic higher moral ground to pay attention to the amount of lives being lost. Lives that could have been saved if he had allowed his people to truly fight back. And the latter, I believe the American saying is running around like chickens with their heads cut off. That's exactly how they acted. Add in the corruption, and it was only a matter of time before the Ministry was taken over. It was only thanks to people like Sirius, James, and Lily that we lasted as long as we did. To tell you the truth, Ted and I contemplated taking Dora and leaving. Charlie was silent for a moment before he responded, his voice quieter than before. "I'm glad you didn't have to. I may never have met you or Dora, and that would be a shame." Andromeda turned toward him, scrutinizing his face for a moment. "You still care for her, don't you?" "Yeah, I never really stopped. But I was going to Romania, and she was staying here to join the Aurors. I couldn't ask her to give up that dream any more than she could have asked me to give up mine. I didn't think we had any other choice but to split." "Did you consider trying a long-distance relationship?" "I did, but we thought we would miss each other too much for it to work." He laughed bitterly. "Turns out I missed her anyway. So much so that any other relationship I tried to have failed because they weren't the woman I really wanted. Maybe you should tell her that." Charlie looked at her curiously. "You sound like you approve of us being together." Andromeda smiled. "I do. I never really liked any of Dora's boyfriends, especially the ones after you. With you, though, she was much happier. You know how hard it is for her to deal with people due to her ability. But she didn't have to worry about that with you because you didn't care. You saw her completely and genuinely cared about her. And you were always respectful toward us both. That's the kind of man I want for my daughter. You're the kind of man Ted would want for her too. Don't tell her this, but I was thinking of moving back to Britain anyway. I'm not really happy in Romania anymore. I don't know what I'll do if I leave, though." "Well, whatever you decide, you should talk to her. You never know what will happen in the future." "You're right." Before he could say anything else, their communicators beeped to signal that conference mode had been activated. "This is Alpha speaking. Be advised that Riddle's minions have started attacking Group 1's location. Has anyone else noticed any activity in your area?" "Everything's clear for Group 2. We've just deployed more Aurors to Group 1's location," Amelia said. "No one in my task force has seen anything yet, but I'll make sure they know the alley's under attack," Arthur said. "We haven't seen anything for Group 3 either," Andromeda called out. "Neither have we," Samina began. She paused for a second before continuing. "Wait, scratch that. They've just arrived." She and Matthew slowly moved forward toward the Death Eater's location, making sure their hoods fully covered them. "Where are they, Mystique?" Charlie asked. He and Andromeda also secured their hoods. Samina took a few seconds to answer. "They pop in near the Shrieking Shack. From what I can tell, there's at least 30 of them. And Merlin, they brought a dragon," Matthew interjected. The same thought ran through every Hood member's mind at that moment. Where did they get a dragon from? Andromeda shared a glance with Charlie before trying to apparate to them. "Crap, they already put up the wards. We're running towards you as fast as we can." "Give me a description of it." Charlie added his words coming out in pants as he ran. "It has dark black scales and purple eyes, I believe," Matthew answered. "Sounds like a Hebridean black then. Dangerous and aggressive, but at least not a horntail." I'll have to figure out a way to entrap it. 4. Now steer clear of it. Knowing Death Eaters, they've likely pissed it off in hopes to cause as much destruction as possible, Charlie responded. Will do, Samina confirmed. Charlie looked at Andromeda, about to say something, but he was interrupted by the urgent whispering from Susan on the comms. Alpha, I spotted hostiles to the west flying in on brooms. And I see some to the east, Ginny added. I'll let the day know, Hermione said. The alarms just went off in the Ministry too, Hestia piped in. And one of my men just spotted 3 trolls in London, Arthur conveyed. Harry sighed as he stood up in his carriage, ready to go fight the incoming invaders. All right then, everyone be careful. Copy Alpha, the Hoods replied simultaneously. And this is basically the setup for the action in the next chapter. League of Hoods members. Harry, Alpha Minerva, Lioness Hermione, Scholar Tonks Shifter, Andromeda, Barrister Amelia, Monarch Hestia, Sleuth, Fleur, Aphrodite Luna, Oracle Ron Tactician, Neville Terran means Earth, Fred Thing 1, George Thing 2 Ginny, Firecracker Charlie Bear, Samina, Mystique Matthew Eagle, Arthur, Humphrey means Calm, Molly Matron,